Very good morning. Second day of the session. So today we have the scientist Dinesh Nagegoda sir, and today's session chairing by Dr. K. Umesha sir. I request both of them to please come on to the stage. Umesha sir, please, and Nagegoda sir, please. This talk is chaired by Dr. K. Umesha sir, a horticulturist from farming family in Ballari, Karnataka, holds degree in horticulture from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. Starting as a research assistant in 1982, he served as assistant professor, associate professor, and professor at UAS, Bangalore until 2010. He then joined the University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, where he was professor and head of the Department of Plantation, Spices, Medicinal and Aromatic Crops, and Dean of the College of Horticulture from 2016 to 2018. After retiring, Sir served as an ICAR Emeritus Professor from 2018 to 2021 with over 150 publications and significant contributions to research, extension, and teaching. Sir has guided more than 26 postgraduate students, handled several university and outside funded projects, including RKVY projects, and also facilitated MOU between University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, and other institutes like CRI, IISR, CMAP, TDS, Transdisciplinary University, KSNMDC, and PCI, etc. With this brief introduction about sir, thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. Hearty welcome to you, sir, for this program. And also, I request you to please introduce today's speaker, Dr. Dinesh Nagegoda, sir.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Dinesh. I know Dinesh personally. We had MOU with CMAP. He has offered courses at College of Horticulture, GKVK, Bangalore for postgraduate students. Dr. Dinesh Nagegoda is the Chief Scientist at present and Scientist in charge of CSIR CMAP Research Center, Bangalore. He holds MSc degree in Biotechnology from US, Bangalore, and PhD in Molecular Biology from Hong Kong University in 2004, and completed postdoctoral work at Purdue, US University between 2004 to 2018. His research focuses on genomics, transcriptomes, metabolomics, and biotechnology in medicinal aromatic plants, aiming to unravel bioscientific pathways and regulatory aspects. He has published over 50 research papers, authored 7 book chapters, and presented papers in 52 conferences. He has supervised 15 PhD students and 22 research projects funded by DBT, BARC, and other reputed organizations. He has received numerous awards, including Sir C.V. Raman State Award in 2019, and he is elected Fellow of all the 3 premier science academies of India, that is Fellow of National Academy of Sciences India, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences New Delhi, Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore. Now I invite Dr. Nagegoda to please present his talk.
Thank you very much, Professor Umesh, for your kind introduction. To begin with, I want to thank KSTA and also UHS Bangalore for organizing such a conference, because such kind of conferences are rare to happen in India. So it's really a good initiative to give importance for medicinal and aromatic plants and to organize such a conference. So I congratulate and compliment both KSTA and UHS Bangalore. So I am from CMAP, as Professor Umesh had told. I work as chief scientist there. So just to give a brief, how it works. Okay. So today I am going to talk about, the title of my talk is Medicinal and Aromatic Compounds, Importance, Biosynthesis and Metabolic Engineering. So before I go into the talk, let me introduce my institute. Okay. So I come from CMAP. It is called Central Institute of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants. So it's one of the constituent laboratories of CSIR, which has 39 different laboratories across India. So it is one such institute. So CSIR comes under Ministry of Science and Technology. So this institute is headquartered at Lucknow, and it has 4 research centers spread across different parts of the country. So I am coming from CMAP Research Center, Bengaluru. It is just next to this campus actually. I don't know how many of you have seen this. So we also have centers in Hyderabad, Pantnagar and Purara. So the idea was to have centers in different agroclimatic zones of India, so that we can give impetus and importance to the medicinal plants, medicinal and aromatic plants grown in such climatic zones. So our institute works on various aspects, starting from development of varieties for various medicinal and aromatic plants, agrotechnologies, processing technologies, as well as helping the farmers in marketing their produce. So I think by now most of you know what are medicinal and aromatic plants. So just to give a textbook definition, a medicinal plant is a plant capable of producing specific phytomolecules whose properties enable the plant extract or purified molecules from the plant to be used for treating or preventing or curing diseases. So similarly, what is an aromatic plant? So an aromatic plant is a plant that produces volatile organic compounds in its parts, it could be leaf, flower, roots, or in any other part, which can be extracted as essential oils with a strong and pleasant fragrance. So generally these medicinal and aromatic compounds are they belong to a class of compounds called secondary metabolites. So plants produce there are 2 different metabolism, broadly categorized into primary and secondary metabolism. So I think most of you know that primary metabolism is required for the regular growth, respiration, storage and reproduction of the plant. In other words, it is very much essential for the survival of the plant. Whereas secondary metabolism is a term for pathways that produce small molecule products which are actually not required for the survival of the plant, but they provide overall fitness to the plant in terms of their role in ecological interactions. So it could be like they function in defense against herbivores, microbes, competing plants, or they also function in attracting pollinators, seed dispersing animals, and also in the root nodule bacteria. And some of these secondary metabolites are also involved in UV protection and nitrogen storage. So far, there are more than 200,000 compounds which are isolated and identified from plants. Of course, this number is a very rough estimate. There could be certainly more number of these compounds, because only about 20 to 30% of the plants have been explored so far. So these specialized metabolites are broadly categorized into 3 chemically distinct groups. So the largest class is terpenes. So again, these terpenes are subcategorized into subclasses like monoterpenes, esquiterpenes, diterpenes, and so on, based on their number of carbon units present in their chemical backbone. So the second class belongs to phenolics. Phenolics consists of flavonoids, coumarins, anthocyanins, hydroxybenzoic acid, lignans, stilbenes, and so on. And we also have nitrogen or sulfur containing compounds. So they are like alkaloids, indoles, glucosinolates, isothiocyanates, and so on. So these are broadly three different chemical classes of secondary metabolites found in plants. So besides their ecological role to the plant, so these secondary metabolites have immense value to humans as medicinal compounds. So you can see here I have just put few examples of medicines which are derived from plant compounds. So you can see here artemisinin and quinine. They are used in treatment of malaria. So artemisinin is derived from Artemisia annua, whereas quinine is derived from Cinchona officinalis. Likewise, we have anti-cancer drugs. We have inblastin derived from Catharanthus roseus and Taxol derived from Taxus brevifolia. Likewise, we also have morphine derived from Papaver somniferum and digoxin from Digitalis purpurea. So these are just an example I put here. Of course, there are many more of them. So it is estimated that more than half of the 200 most prescribed medicines, like they have at least one compound derived from plant. So this signifies the immense value of these plant-derived compounds for human health. So besides their medicinal importance, these secondary metabolites also, of course, have a lot of aromatic value. So you can see there are various products which we use in our day-to-day lives, whether it could be perfumes, or it could be like various flavoring molecules. Also lately, like these essential oils derived from plants or aromatic oils, they are used in aromatherapy, which is a multi-billion dollar industry now worldwide. Of course, it is catching up in India also. So I'll just briefly tell about some of the medicinal plants our institute is concentrating on. So I don't know how many of the plants can you identify here? Any of the plants? Can you name? Yeah. Good. So that means you know the medicinal plants. So yes, somebody told ashwagandha. So this is ashwagandha. It's one of the highly reputed plant used in Ayurveda, and it's also called as Indian ginseng. Again, it's like Korean ginseng. There is a Korean ginseng which is a tree species. Here it is a herb or shrub. So this plant. Okay. Yeah, just to give a disclaimer, I am not a botanist, so if it is a mistake, I will correct it. Thank you for highlighting it. So, coming to ashwagandha, so here this plant is very important because the roots of this plant accumulate certain secondary metabolites called as vidonolites. So these vidonolites are nothing but triterpenoid steroidal lactones. So these compounds give the immense medicinal value to this plant. Of course, the root is important, but the herbal industry, they use even flowers and fruits as well as leaves. Coming to the periwinkle, I think most of you have seen this plant. It's very commonly grown plant, and also it is used for ornamental purposes. So this plant, the botanical name is Catharanthus roseus, and the leaves of this plant produces two important alkaloids, vinblastin and vincristin. So these are used in the treatment of various types of cancers since last 30-40 years. Of course, nowadays, like because of the development of resistance, now they are used in combinatorial therapy to treat the cancers. So this plant also produces another molecule, ajmalicin, in the roots of this plant. Ajmalicin and serpentine to some extent. So those are also having immense medicinal value. This another plant, this is Artemisia annua, commonly called as sweet wormwood. And this plant, leaves of this plant produces artemisinin. This is again sesquiterpene lactone used in the treatment of malaria. Same way, like we have sarpagandha. Again, thanks for correction of the botanical name. Rauwolfia, what did you say, sir? Okay. Oh, the plant is different. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. Serpentine, yeah. So this plant produces again another alkaloid, serpentine. It's again used in the treatment of various heart disorders. This is Coleus force coli, and the bioactive molecule found in this plant is forskolin. This is found only in the roots of this plant, and actually roots are the commercial part of this plant. And this forskolin is widely used in formulation to treat weight management and also as a nutraceutical. This another plant, rosemary, of course, it's of Mediterranean origin. The botanical name is Rosemary officinalis. Rosmarinus officinalis. And this actually it can be called both medicinal and aromatic plant because it has both properties. So the aromatic properties comes from the monoterpenes, and the medicinal properties are derived from the diterpene carnosic acid and carnosol, and also a phenyl propanide rosmarinic acid. Then we have kalmeg. The botanical name is Andrographis paniculata, and this produces, the leaves of this plant produces andrographolites. Andrographolites are again diterpenoid glycosides. So these are also having a lot of medicinal properties. Then we have senna, Cassia angustifolia. It produces senosides, and I think most of you know that senosides are the extracts are used for as a laxative. And this one, of course, poppy, Papaver somnifera, and this is a source of morphine and papaverine. Of course, morphine is a psychoactive molecule, so the cultivation of this plant is not allowed unless you have a license. And only few states like Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, they are giving the permission to grow this plant commercially. And then we have stevia, stevia rubidiana, and here this is sweetening molecules. It produces sweetening molecules like steviosides and ribidosides, and again the source is from the leaves. So similarly, we have some more medicinal and aromatic plants. You can see here Bacopa manneri, which is source of bacosides. Again, Bacopa and Centella both are they produce triterpenoid molecules like bacosides and acetylglycosides, and both are used in the herbal formulation to treat psychotic disorders or neurodegenerative disorders. Then we have Madhunashini, Gymnema sylvestre. So this again leaves are the major source of gymnemic acids, which are having different medicinal properties. And we have mint. This is of course aromatic plant, Mentha arvensis. Of course, in mint we have different species, Mentha spicata, Mentha piperata, and all that. So it produces menthol, which is a monoterpene. Okay. Thank you. I'll correct. Then we have Tulsi, Ocimum sanctum. So the major molecule produced by this plant is methyl chavicol, and it's again phenyl propanide. And this is again used as both medicinal as well as aromatic plant. Then we have Davana. I think this you would have seen, like people grow it in and around Bangalore, because this climate is very suitable for this plant, to cultivate this plant, because it produces a sesquiterpene molecule, davanone. It is high value in aromatic industry, because it is used as like flavoring agent in many food industries. So this is actually a sister species of Artemisia annua, which produces artemisinin, which I showed in the previous slide. This one. So then we have lemongrass. In lemongrass, of course, we have different chemotypes. So this most commonly found is citral. This is a monoterpene aldehyde. And similarly, we have geraniol-rich lemongrass and different, even the other species like Cymbopogon martini and Cymbopogon citratus. They produce different molecules. So these are all. This is also very widely cultivated. Actually, we have a program called as Aroma Mission, which is being run in the last 6 years. It's a CSIR run program. So in that program, we have expanded the cultivation of this lemongrass, and of course, the widely cultivated lemongrass is like variety name is Krishna, and it was developed by our center only in Bangalore. So because of that effort, now India, it was a net importer of lemongrass essential oil. Now because of intervention of this Aroma Mission, through Aroma Mission, we are kind of self-sufficient, and also we are exporting the oil. Similarly, we have geranium in another aromatic plant, Pelargonium gravulans. This is the oil is rich in geraniol, again monoterpene oil, rich oil. The leaves are the source of the oil again. And we have patchouli, Pogostemon cablin, and this is a source of patcholal, which is a important sesquiterpene molecule, and the oil is used because of the patcholal. It is used in all high-end perfumes as a base note. Then we have vetiver. The botanical name is Chrysopogon zizonides, and the roots of this plant are the source of main source of the sesquiterpene rich essential oils. Again, these oil derived from vetiver is also used in high-end perfumes as base notes. So some more plants like Picrorhiza curva, of course, our institute is not working on this. It's been explored by our sister laboratory in Himalaya, in IHBT. So this is called Picrorhiza curva. In local language, they call it as kutki. This plant also produces picrosides, which is monoterpene molecules, and this also is widely used in Ayurvedic formulations. And then we have this cannabis sativa or marijuana, we call it, and this is source for cannabinoids, and of course this is the psychoactive molecule which gives the plant the bad name, tetrahydrocannabinoid. This is the drug component of this plant. Otherwise, if we have this THC content less than 0.3%, it can be used as a medicinal marijuana. So then we have claricage, the Salvia scleria, botanical name is, and this is a source for sclariol. Sclariol is actually diterpenoid, and it is used as a precursor for semi-synthetic precursor for production of ambrox. Generally, ambrox is produced from sperm whales, the intestine of sperm whales. So now this can be used as a sustainable source for production of ambrox, because ambrox is used in very high-end perfumes. and it has a unique fragrance. Then we have rose, damask rose, and again here the oil, essential oil derived from this flower is very expensive, almost 6 to 8 lakhs per kg, and the oil is rich in rose oxide and also geraniol. Similarly, so the plants which I showed you now, they all belong to herb or shrub category. So some of the trees, I just mentioned few examples here, representative pictures here. So these are tree species, but have medicinal and aromatic importance. Yesterday, I think someone was talking about Terminalia arjuna. So here again, bark and fruit of this tree are very important, and they are having immense medicinal value. And the major components are argonic acids. Again, they are triterpene derived molecules. Likewise, we have Indian frankincense, Boswellia serrata. The resin, actually, the bark of this tree produces resin, and this resin has boswellic acid. This is also used in various Ayurvedic formulations. And of course, everybody must be knowing this, sandalwood, Santalum album, and it is a source for santal-oils, which are again very expensive oil, about 3 lakhs per kg, and it takes a tree about 15 to 20 years to start producing the oil. So then we have agar wood, which is mainly grown in the northeastern region of India and also in Southeast Asia. So this agar wood actually, this is called agar wood. Inside the trunk, when the insect infests the tree trunk, it releases some of the gut microbes into the trunk. So those microbes, especially fungi, they create a kind of a infection, and that gives a unique smell. So now we are extracting that, and again, this is the most expensive oil derived from agar wood. Is like it costs about 15 lakhs per kg of oil. So very, very expensive. So, but people like try to grow them in Coorg, some parts of Coorg, and I think Mangalore also. But natural infestation is not happening, but they are trying to do manual infection, but it is the quality of the oil which they get is not equivalent to the natural infestation. So those are the few plants which we are working on, and just to give a glimpse to the audience here. So how are these secondary metabolites, which gives the property of medicinal and aromatic value to the plants? How they are formed in the plant? As I mentioned earlier, there are various primary metabolic pathways, like we have photosynthesis, glycolysis, citric acid cycle, shikimate pathway, Dox pathway, and so on. So these primary metabolic pathways, they give rise to a pool of metabolites. So these pool of metabolites undergo secondary transformations, resulting in a core set of molecules called as molecular starters. So these molecular starters can be already classified as secondary metabolites, like alkaloids, phenyl propanoids, terpenoids, and so on, or they could further undergo tertiary transformations involving various biochemical reactions, like which I have listed here: glycosylation, methylation, oxidation, and so on. So this transformation results in a magnificent diversity of molecules having a varied structure and function. So of course, don't worry about this pathway. So here again, this is another depiction of the pathway where different primary metabolic pathways leads to different secondary metabolites here. So although we call primary and secondary metabolism, it is practically impossible to demarcate between the two pathways because they are highly complex in nature. So these secondary metabolites in plants are produced in a species-specific, tissue-specific, stage-specific, and response-specific manner. And because of this, so what I mean by species-specific means, like as I already showed you, like not every species produces all the secondary metabolites. So it is very like certain alkaloids are very specific to certain plant, like that certain aroma molecule is certain, like specific to certain species of aromatic plant. Similarly, tissue specific. So these secondary metabolites are produced either in only in roots or only in flowers or only in leaves, bark, like so on. Then we have, like, they are stage specific in nature. So some of the metabolites are produced only in flowering time or in seedling stage, like that. And also they are response specific. Some of them are produced only during insect attack or in abiotic stress or biotic stress condition. So because of this nature, they are not ubiquitously produced. So that's why the production of these secondary metabolites becomes very cumbersome and expensive. So this can be, I know, like some people have kind of reservations about biotechnology. So I'm a biotechnologist, so I'm proudly saying that I'm a biotechnologist using biotechnology for production of secondary metabolites. So, but I know that few people will have reservations about it. So this can be, this limitation can be addressed to a greater extent if you adopt metabolic engineering strategies, either in cell culture system or at the whole plant level. So this can be done only when you have the knowledge about different pathway steps involved in the production of secondary metabolite in a plant, or various limiting steps or regulatory aspects involved in the production of the target medicinal and aromatic compound. So suppose you have an entire knowledge about the pathway leading to the medicinal and aromatic compound, so that can be introduced into a microbial host and through synthetic biology approach, and the molecules can be produced in a shorter duration. For example, I was talking about sandalwood. It takes about 15 to 20 years for the tree to start producing the centalols. So if you know the pathway, you can introduce the pathway into the microbial host, and in a week's time or 10 days time, you can produce the target molecule. So there are few strategies which people adopt. I hope it will not be too much for the audience, because I don't think it is complicated, so I think you can follow. So metabolic engineering is referred to as the directed improvement of cellular properties through the modification of specific biochemical reactions. It can be one reaction or many reactions, or the introduction of new ones with the use of recombinant DNA technology. So some of the strategies people use is, suppose in a pathway there are various steps and we have a target molecule C. You want to produce this molecule in a higher quantity, but the conversion of B to C is limiting. So in such scenario, what you can see, if you know the pathway step, you can introduce the pathway step here, and thereby you can increase the production of the target molecule. Similarly, you can also engineer the upstream pathway, where in certain cases the initial precursor will be in a limiting state. So in such scenario, you can overexpress the step involved in the early step of the pathway, that thereby you can increase the precursor, resulting in production of target molecule. Similarly, you can redivert the flux. Suppose in certain cases, ultimate target molecule is not desirable, and here your C is desirable, whereas D is not desirable. So in such cases, we can block the step which is involved in conversion of C to D, thereby we can increase the production of C. Similarly, in some of the pathways, there will be a common precursor for two different end products. So in this case, for example, C is the common precursor for both D and E, whereas we don't want accumulation of D. So in such scenario, again we can block the production of D, thereby we can increase the accumulation of E. Also, people use some transcription factors which are called as master regulators of the pathway, so that you can produce the target molecule in a higher quantity. So, in some cases, people also target the pathways into different cellular compartments in a cell, in a plant cell, so that you can generate larger quantity of secondary metabolite. So, as I mentioned earlier, if you know the entire metabolic pathway, generally the aromatic compound pathways are very simpler in nature, whereas the medicinal compound pathways are very complex in nature. So, it is easier to engineer the aromatic pathway in any organism. So, if you know the entire metabolic pathway operating in a medicinal or aromatic plant, that can be introduced into heterologous microbes or even the heterologous plants, for example, tobacco or any plant which produces higher biomass. That way you can produce the target molecule in a higher quantity. So, there are few strategies, like I am just going to show some of the examples where they have successfully engineered the secondary metabolic pathways to produce the target molecule in a higher quantity. So, again this engineering can be classified into homologous engineering, heterologous engineering, and heterologous engineering in microbes. So, in homologous engineering, so genes of the pathway are taken from one plant and introduced into the same plant, so that you can produce the target molecule in higher. Suppose you are taking a gene from mint and overexpressing in mint only, so that you will get higher menthol content. Whereas heterologous engineering, so here a gene from tobacco is taken and put into mint, so that's called heterologous engineering. And heterologous engineering in a microbe is like you are taking a gene from plant and putting into a microbe for production of target secondary metabolite. So, some of the examples are, suppose if you take here, again this is a representative image, please excuse me. So, this is the pathway. Of course, this is one of the first pathways to be deciphered in mint, leading to the formation of menthol. Professor Proteus in Washington State University, he was the person, and complete deciphery of the pathway was done by him. So, it requires about 8 to 10 different steps, and here you can see menthol is the target molecule and menthofuran is actually not desirable. So, what they did was they blocked since the gene was known, pullagon to menthofuran, that is menthofuran synthase. So, they blocked this gene, thereby they overproduced, they reduced the content of menthofuran by almost 50%, and then they overexpressed one of the early pathway steps, resulting in 50% more total oil and then 50% less menthofuran. So, this is homologous engineering. And another example is Artemisia annua. So, Artemisia annua, I think yesterday somebody was mentioning about Nobel Prize. So, Dr. Yu Tu, she actually discovered this molecule, artemisinin. So, she used the Chinese literature, because in the literature it was shown that this plant is being used for treatment of malaria extract, but the molecule was not known. So, she got interested in that, and through a series of experimentation, finally she found that this is the molecule which is giving the antimalarial effect. Of course, the molecule was discovered in 1972, and the Nobel Prize was given in 2015 because of the importance of that work. So in recent years, like people have tried to, even our own SIMAP has developed one variety called Sim Arogya. It produces about 1.1% of artemisinin. So here they have used biotechnological approaches. So this is the pathway. So they have introduced 3 different steps: early pathway, mid pathway, and late pathway, and they could achieve almost 3-fold increase in the production of this antimalarial drug. So those are the 2 examples where they have used homologous engineering for production of target molecule. Coming to heterologous engineering, of course, this everybody knows. Of course, this is not a medicinal and aromatic plant, this is a food crop. But again, they have targeted the secondary metabolism here, so I'm just showing here. So this is a rice endosperm. So rice endosperm has all the pathway steps required for carotenoid production. But it is lacking a particular step where phytoin synthase is not there. So because of this lacking, the rice endosperm does not produce keratin. So what people did was they took a phytoin synthase from daffodil flower and they introduced into rice, and they could achieve production of carotenoids. So you can see here, so this is called first generation golden rice, and further, since the amount was not enough, they further went ahead and took another efficient enzyme from maize, phytoin synthase from maize, they introduced into the rice, and you can see much higher production of carotenoids. Of course, this is the one which now people are growing as golden rice. Of course, it is not grown in India, it is grown in, I think, Bangladesh, neighboring Bangladesh also they have. No, in India it is not allowed, sir. It's a transgenic plant, so it's not allowed. So recently, Chinese researchers went ahead and introduced 2 more genes, and they could achieve orange rice, where it is nutritionally much better than the golden rice. So similar type of engineering has been done in tomato also. Similar path, the same pathway has been targeted, where they could convert lycopene to keratin, which is having a much higher nutrition value. So another example of heterologous engineering is in tomato. Some Israeli group, they have generated a more flavorful tomato by introducing a tulsi, or not tulsi, it's a Ocimum geranial synthase. So they just introduced one step here, and it resulted in production of so many different monoterpene molecules which gave a better flavor to the tomato. So another example is pacholal. So pacholi produces pacholal, and pacholal synthase they took from pacholi and introduced into tobacco, and they could achieve, of course here they engineered in 2 different compartments. As I mentioned in the beginning, they introduced the pathway into both cytosol and plastid. The plastid engineering resulted in much higher production of pacholal in tobacco. So this is how you can use the engineering technology to produce the target molecule in a heterologous plant. So similarly, our own Indian group in ICGEB, they used some genes from yeast, baker's yeast, and some genes from Artemisia annua, and engineered the tobacco, and they could produce about 0.8 milligram per gram dry weight of this artemisinin, and when they fed the partially purified leaf extract to the mice which is infected with malaria plasmodium, it could completely recover. So this is another example where they use this snap. Of course, I don't know whether you have seen this flower. This is generally not found in India, snapdragon flower. So this produces a lot of anthocyanins, and it was known that only 2 genes, DEL and ROS, these are transcription factors. Only these 2 genes are responsible for controlling the entire metabolic pathway, resulting in production of anthocyanins. So they took these 2 genes and put it into tomato. And here you can see that just by introducing 2 genes, the entire tomato became purple in nature, and this purple is due to the production of anthocyanins. And they did the nutritional evaluation, and they found that it is, of course, having a better nutrition compared to the regular tomatoes. So similar to some other additional engineering people have done. This is another example recently they have showed where you can introduce the entire metabolic pathway into tobacco, just by agroinfiltration in 3 days or 4 days time, you can produce the pure molecule. This is uncontrolled greenhouse condition. So this is the power of engineering technology, so where we can produce the target molecule in a very short time. Actually, this beta amarin is generally derived from Arjuna bark. So rather than depending on the Arjuna bark, you can produce it in tobacco. Of course, the most successful engineering so far in terms of production of secondary metabolites is in microbes. So here, like mainly they use Escherichia coli and Baker's yeast for generation of secondary metabolites. So the best example is production of artemisinin, which is an antimalarial drug. So here, of course, this took almost 10 to 15 years to engineer the entire pathway for a feasible level. So they could achieve almost 25 gram per liter of artemisinic acid. And this was done by an American group. And the technology now, like they are being produced in a company called Amyris. They are producing this artemisinin and they are supplying it to African countries. Another good example and successful example is Taxol. Taxol is produced by this tree called a specific yew, Taxus brevifolia. It requires about 750 kg of bark to get 1 gram of this Taxol. So it's very expensive to extract. So what people did was, the entire pathway was not known. They knew up to only this step. So what they did was they introduced this pathway, and this taxodiol was semisynthetically converted to Taxol. So they achieved 1 gram per liter of E. coli. So 1 gram in 750 grams of dry bark, and 750 kg. Yeah. So now this technology, they are commercially using it and producing it. Of course, they were all simple slides, so it takes a lot of effort to engineer a successful pathway. So as I mentioned, you need to understand the entire metabolic pathway, which is complex, especially in medicinal plants. It's very complex pathway, so we need to have a proper understanding. And then we need to know different aspects. My time is done, or? Okay, 5 minutes, I'll finish. So we need to know different aspects like this. And of course, we need to balance between primary and secondary metabolic pathways so that it should not affect the growth of the plant. And also we need to know a proper engineering platform, whether it could be plant or hairy root culture, cell culture, or a microbial system. So coming to some of the work which I have done in our lab. So sandalwood, of course, all of you know that it's very important tree because it produces oil. So as I mentioned, it takes about 20 years to produce the oil. So and there is a lot of demand. It is about 3 kg per liter. Because of low availability, the price is very high. So in 2016, there was a paper. Of course, he was my collaborator also. So they came out with a pathway. It requires 3 genes for production of xanthols, which is the major component of the sandalwood oil. So we use yeast again, which is a very widely used and preferred organism because of the good genetic basis. So and also, it has been used to produce a lot of sesquiterpenes. So we engineered the pathway. Don't worry about this. So we engineered the pathway into the yeast, and we checked the production of, after 6 days of fermentation, we checked the production of whether it is able to produce the oil. So this is the oil, natural oil found in the tree, run here as a standard. And this is the engineered yeast. It is producing almost similar peaks to that of natural oil. Of course, there is one big peak here, which is nerolidol. Generally, yeast produces neural ladder whenever there is a high precursor flux. That can be sorted out. So after several engineering strategies, we could achieve about 150 milligram per liter in the yeast. Of course, this is not feasible yet. This is a preliminary engineering. And further, we wanted to check whether we can distill the yeast culture. We distilled the yeast culture. You can see this droplet you can see here. This is the oil, and we did the GCMS, and it exactly matches to the oil composition. So the gist of the project is that yes, we can produce the oil in the yeast, provided we scale up the production. So this has been applied for patent, and we have successfully engineered the yeast for production of the oil, which otherwise takes about 20 years by the tree. And of course, major challenges of strain stability and downstream processing for achieving feasible yields are yet to be addressed. So similarly, we are working on the catharanthus. So here also, like using again molecular biology tools, we have identified certain factors which are acting as master regulators for production of anti-cancer drugs. And we have shown that using these few genes, 3-4 genes, we can produce the anti-cancer drugs in a higher quantity. Of course, in transgenic approach, but it can be now, genome editing has been now deregulated in India, so that can be used to produce plants with better accumulation of alkaloids. Similarly, in ashwagandha also, we have identified few genes which are like affecting the biosynthesis of vidonolides, and this can be used for engineering. And in lemongrass also, we for the first time deciphered the entire pathway, and this can be again used for engineering the plant, or it can be also the knowledge can be used for molecular breeding for higher production of monoterpenes. So the global market for herbs and herbal products was about 320, it's a rough estimate taken from the web. So about 328 billion in 2023, and expected to reach about 5 trillion by 2050. Similarly, the global market for essential oils is valued at around USD 12 billion in 23, and is expected to grow by 2033 to 30 billion US dollars. So there is a huge market and huge potential for these medicinal and aromatic plants. So what we need to do? So we need to develop better high yielding varieties through classical or molecular breeding or biotechnological approaches. And also we need to develop sustainable and efficient agrotechnologies and processing technologies. And we need to also explore new plants with potential phytomolecules and develop, for those new plants, we have to develop agro and processing technology so that farmers can adopt. Of course, India is lagging behind in terms of genomic and metabolic resources. We need to give more impetus on generation of genomic and metabolic resources, especially in MAPS, of Ayush and aromatic importance, which will aid in crop improvement. And finally, we need to adopt latest technologies for pathway elucidation and utilize synthetic biology for production of rare and difficult to produce molecules. So this is my message to the conference organizers, and thank you. Pardon? Yeah, you can use a functional genomics approach. So you can, suppose you want to understand a pathway in a leaf of a medicinal plant. So you can generate transcriptomic research. So transcriptome gives you the information about the genes present in that, and then you can shortlist the genes which are potentially involved in the pathway, take it functionally characterize, and then you can know the pathway steps. So once you know the gene, what is your background? No, have you studied biology? Biotechnology, have you studied?
I have
Can you understand gene transcription, translation and all that? Okay. So in that way, so functional genomics involves you identify a particular gene, right? And then you clone it into a, whether it is a E. coli vector or yeast vector, then you functionally express the protein. And then you do the assay, in vitro assays, and see whether the protein is making the molecule of interest. Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any example in the process working, of course, you have done the bioactive molecule and its efficacy also you have studied. What could be the another approach of the economics of such molecule development in the laboratory vis-a-vis the production in the field?
Yes, sir. So, yeah, it's a very good question. As I mentioned, artemisinin, when they started, artemisinin production in the yeast, when they started, it was very low yield. But after 10 to 15 years of like rigorous engineering, they could achieve 25 grams, which is feasible. They are now able to go into the market. So, similarly in our own case, Santalols, it's very like premature to say that it is we have achieved the like production, but we are on the way. We can achieve. So it depends. Like suppose you are using lemongrass pathway and putting into yeast, it may not be feasible because you can easily grow the plant. So you can target the molecules which are difficult to produce to engineer so that you can get the molecule of interest.
Example is vincristin.
Yes, sir.
Vincristin is a good example. 1 gram of vincristin costs about 25,000
Yes,
US
sir.
dollars.
Yes, sir.
So cultivation, extraction is more
cumbersome.
costlier, cumbersome, and very, very low concentration, 0.00001.
Yes.
1% in leaf, vincristin, vinbrastin.
Yes.
Therefore, in such cases, probably this biotechnology may be
Yes,
more
sir.
feasible than.
Similarly, in orange peels, nut cartoon, whatever like Coca-Cola, Pepsi we drink, it is all having nut cartoon. So very expensive molecule because it is derived from peel, orange peel. So now some company in Europe, they have engineered the pathway so they can produce nut cartoon. Otherwise we have to depend on the orange peels. So it is applicable to certain molecules, not all the molecules. Yes.
No, actually we are more into artificial ANOVA, which has brought a L'Oreal Nobel Prize
Yes.
for the Chinese scientists working on that. If that is successful, both economically and technologically.
Yes.
Technology, yes, we can, but economically it is given and accepted.
Yes.
In that way, is it possible for a group here, because it is a costly
Affair, sir.
the investment is more important.
Yes.
But when it becomes economically feasible, it's good. So such of those things which are highly essential for the, of course, like we say the one thing, similarly desert and roses, that's also a
Yes, sir.
cancer, but this cancer is it possible to have a kind of a short listing of the source material, medicinal or aromatic plants,
Mhm.
then put a team
Yes.
so that we can work, because it has to be done today or
Yes,
tomorrow,
yes, sir.
and we cannot say go easy on that. But since it is a cost intensive activity,
Yes.
we cannot apply this technology for each and everything as a academic interest.
Right.
But academic interest, if feasible, we can go to the economic interest.
Yes.
So in that way, if we can.
It is possible, sir, yes.
Can shortlist जहाँ possible है.
Right.
Both economically as well as the effective wise.
Yes.
So molecule is there. For example, vitamin A tablet is there. Vitamin A tablet is get only vitamin A.
Yes.
High quantity. But along with that, the carrot gives you so many other aspects.
Yes, yes.
As a food value. It may not be useful for food value, but it will definitely useful for the control of a particular routine diseases.
Yes, sir.
Like that. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Very
Thank you, sir.
eye-opening,
Sir, Rish sir, we can discuss it. We are running out of time.
Okay, we can discuss.
Sorry,
Sir,
I took a
during
little extra
tea
time.
break we can discuss it, sir. Sorry. So otherwise it is 8 talk is there. And now I thank you very much, sir, Dinesh sir, your informative lecture, and I request Professor Umesh sir to please hand over a flower pot as a token of our respect. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dinesh, for good lecture on medicinal plants and biomolecules, etc. Thank you very much.
Bharat, sir. Now I request Dandin sir to please present a flower for Umesh sir. Please, sir.
Friends, it is the finest opportunity for me to felicitate my own colleague, who is also a contributor for my knowledge to the medicinal and aromatic.
Kudu adunu.
And he has responded for our call in one small phone call to the organizers. He has accepted the invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Umesh sir, for chairing this session. Thank you, Dandin sir. So we can quickly start the another session. Now I request Dr. Subarna Rai sir and Dharmapalan sir to please come on to the stage. Presentation. Please, sir. So I would like to introduce today's chair of this session. Dr. Biju Dharmapalan is a national award-winning science communicator, columnist, and also educator with over 2 decades of experience in academic management, science communication. Sir holds a PhD in science communication from CSIR, NISCPR, New Delhi. Dr. Biju has served as an academic bodies at MG University, University of Kerala, and Bharatiyar University. He writes regularly for national science magazines and also newspapers, including Science Reporter, The Pioneer, and The Hindu, and he contributes to government science outreach programs. He received the P.T. Bhaskara Panikar Science Writing Fellowship during 2018 and the National Award for Outstanding Efforts in Science and Technology Communication during 2023. He is a life member of various professional bodies. He is the Joint Secretary of the Kerala Academy of Sciences and an Executive Committee member of the Swadesh Science Movement Kerala, that is Viva Kerala Prant. He is currently the Dean of Academic Affairs at Garden City University, Bangalore, and adjunct faculty at NIAS, Bangalore. With this brief introduction, I heartily welcome you, sir, for chairing the session. I request you to please introduce today's speaker, Dr. Subarna Rai, sir. Yeah.
So good morning. First of all, thank Ramesh sir and team for inviting me to chair this session. So moving from biotechnology, we come to traditional knowledge. So you will understand that rather than biotech, of course, with the due respect, we get a lot of information from the traditional knowledge. As you know that India is the first country to promote the benefit sharing concept in science. So long back, Dr. Pushpangadan and team from Tropical Botanical Garden, they developed a product, Jeevani, from the Trichopus species. And whatever the royalty they got from that discovery, they gave it back to the tribal people. So this has been recognized globally. So this type of things happens, and in the present day scientific community always look for the traditional people to get the new information. So we are in the process of validating. So in this note, I think this session is very important. I welcome Dr. Subarna Roy, who is the Director, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicine, Belgavi, Karnataka. So he is a plant health microbiologist and molecular epidemiologist by training. He is I think his profile is very big. He has been working with Ayush, and he has published more than 120 publications, 3 patents, and has managed 30 plus research projects funded by national and international agencies that include CDC and WHO. He has been awarded with the University Gold Medal, topping the University of Burdwan in West Bengal. He also received the KSTA Fellowship for doing the project, the highest award for what he called Major General Sahib Singh Soinke Award, the highest award of ICMR for work on infectious disease, and SS Misra Memorial Award from the National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He has guided more than 12 scholars, and his present focus is on integrating traditional and modern medicines for public health outcomes. He is one of the youngest directors of the ICMR institutes, and I hope his insight into traditional knowledge and practices in medicinal plant usage will give some input for all of us in maintaining the day-to-day life, because always we cannot go and approach a modern allopathic doctor, because in current scenario, you know that the cost is also what do you call it, is very high, and also you cannot trust an allopathic doctor to the core. So wherever you can manage, it is always better to get the tips from the traditional system, and I hope this lecture will give some inputs into some new inputs into the healthcare management. So I welcome Dr. Subarna Roy. Please.
Front, back. Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you. Let me first thank the KSTA for giving me this opportunity to come and speak to you here. Honorable Chairperson, the distinguished guests, and the students, teachers, and ladies and gentlemen. I know that you are a mixed audience, so I have tried to keep my presentation as broad as possible. Before I go into the presentation, I would like to greet you all on the occasion of this new year from the National Institute of Traditional Medicine, which is located in Belgavi. So, what is traditional knowledge? So, traditional knowledge, it encompasses the know-how, the skills, the innovations and practices which are developed, sustained and passed down through generations within a community. It is often very integral to the community's cultural and spiritual identity. It also includes areas such as the traditional technologies, their ecological knowledge, their knowledge of medicines, their cultural expressions in stories, in rituals, songs, very broad. Typically, they are transmitted orally from generation to generation, and it is adapted to the local culture, to the local needs, to the changing environment, reflecting a deep understanding of the surrounding world. Therefore, today what I am trying to deal with is obvious that this knowledge and practices of these medicinal plants involve an intersection of history, culture, science, community, everything together. And what we are trying to do in our institute is to bridge the gap between this ancient wisdom with the present day healthcare, and we just act as a conduit to bring the best of both worlds together. The historical perspective, we know that the knowledge of medicine is ages old, and the use of medicinal plants has been the mainstay of most of the medicinal usage, and it is as old as the humanity itself. Even archaeological evidences also support that the medicinal plants were used in prehistoric times. Ancient texts like our own Charaka Samhita, Sushruta Samhita in India, the traditional Chinese medicine, Materia Medica in China, the Egyptian documents, they all say the same thing. This use of medicinal plants for health has been there since a very, very long time ago. I have tried to put a clock of the world traditional medicine systems, starting from one, Ayurveda as one of the oldest systems of medicine, followed by Chinese traditional medicine, Egyptian medicine, Babylonian medicine, Greco-Roman, Siddha, Unani, Campo, the Japanese medicine. Then thereafter homeopathy and all came. So a few of them are left out because I wanted to make it a clock with only 12. So I have taken the top 12 which are practiced. So essentially what I want to say is that the Indian systems of medicine actually comes in the oldest forms of medicine, and the plant materials had been the mainstay of that. Now, I come from the Ministry of Health, Department of Health Research, Government of India, and we work very closely with the Ministry of Ayush because they are the people who actually are working on Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani and the other indigenous systems of medicine. But then there are differences between Ayush and the traditional medicine. So that is what I have tried to depict here. When we talk about traditional medicine, we generally tell they are codified system or non-codified system. The Ayush system, as we know, are a subset of the entire traditional system of medicine. So the recognized systems are the Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Yoga, Naturopathy, Siddha, Swarikpa, Homeopathy. But then other than that, there are a lot of other practices that are there in the society. Particularly we call them as folklore medicine, sometimes the tribal medicines, because they are often practiced in tribal communities, in tribal herds. Even the kind of dadima ke nuske that we generally have in our homes, mostly handed down by generation to generation from our grandmothers to mothers and then later on. So these are all kind of systems which come under the non-codified system. Now, sometimes the practice of these non-codified systems are often regarded illegal because they do not have a legal sanctity. But in one of the research that we did some 15 years back, we found that we did this study in the Western Ghat region, and we found about 50% of the traditional practices that happen might be doubtful, but around 50% of them which are there, which appear to have some substance in the manner in which they treat, the substances that they use, and there has been some improvement in the people who have taken treatment from. And that has formed the basis of subsequent research, because where you find something appears to be working, so that is taken into structured, scientific, rigorous testing, and then you come up with the results. You may prove it, you may not prove it, but that is how things come up. And that is one of the activities that our institute does. So we are basically people from modern medicine, I will come to it, but looking at this wealth of knowledge that exists around us, which sometimes we keep a blind eye on, but that need to be documented, that need to be researched, and the best of them to be translated into practice. So, ethnomedicine and indigenous knowledge, what is that? The role of indigenous communities. So, these indigenous knowledge systems are rich repositories of plant-based medicine, often transmitted orally through generations. There is the problem. I said in the very beginning, these are mostly oral transmissions. There is no written down manuscripts and all for the non-codified systems. So, what happens is that over time, the knowledge gets lost. And what is happening today with the electronic age and media and all, we have traditional medicine practitioners who come to us and tell us, sir, please take this knowledge because our children are no more interested in pursuing it. So, after me, the knowledge will die. So, please take whatever we have, whatever you test, you do your test and all, but preserve that knowledge. So, this is what we generally see in the field. So, these are areas where we need to document these practices for this generation and even for posterity to do research and then find these practices whether they are useful or not. There are several examples, all of us know about these examples which we use day in and day out in our daily routine, in our daily foods, in our daily diets. There are ethnobotanical studies where research has documented plants with therapeutic properties, and many of them such as the haldi, the curcuma longa, known for its anti-inflammatory properties and many other properties including anti-cancer activities, antiseptic activities. Ashwagandha, we just had a discussion in the previous lecture itself, and it is extremely well valued adaptogen. So, these are all various knowledge that has been documented by the TKDL. It was launched mostly to protect the usage and the rights of the Indian systems across the world. So, it was one of the major activities undertaken by the CSIR, the TKDL. We at ICMR NITM also did a study again around 15 years back, and we have documented more than 500 plants that are used in this non-codified systems of medicine across the Western Ghats in 5 states, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Goa, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and for various diseases and disorders. And earlier we had actually published it in the form of a CD, which was a priced edition, but since 2017 it is available as a free resource. You can just type NITM medplantsdb.in in your browser and you can actually access that website, and every detail about these plants which are used in traditional medicine in Karnataka, in Western Ghats are available there, including the references of the studies that have been done on them. We also have a directory of the practitioners of non-codified systems in the Western Ghats. So, there are about 120 odd such entries that we have, and what we find is that some of them are so-called specialists. Somebody will be specializing in, say, in fractures, somebody in renal stones, somebody in kidney stones, somebody for arthritis, so somebody for gastrointestinal disorders. So, these are kind of practices that we have documented, but this we have not put in public domain, because as I said, many of them are illegal practitioners in terms of law, but once research is needed, so we can direct people, we can say that this person does on this, and also if you want to do some research, you can very well approach them and take it for further research for the sake of knowledge generation and for documentation purposes. Similarly, there are such resources outside the country as well. This is for the Brazilian medicinal plants. There are others for the Chinese traditional medicines as well. So it is not only in India, these kind of things are being done across the world. So the pharmacological and therapeutic applications in drug discovery, that is what we had this discussion in the morning. So my job is very easy. I will try to skip some of these slides. Sir has already said, Dr. Dinesh, how the large number of modern medicines are actually derived from medicinal plants and they are engineered. So many of the drugs that you see today perhaps would have its origin actually in natural products, and then they have undergone some development, some changes in functional moieties and the chemistry, and then they have come as drugs. Similarly, there is the other approach of reverse pharmacology, which serves to validate the use of medicinal plants with modern technology and techniques, and that is exactly what our institute does. Say we find a particular treatment is working very well for a particular disease, and we take that disease and that treatment pair, and then we try to see if this drug works for that particular disease. What kind of disease? I will tell you a very simple example is, say, for hepatitis. Now, when a traditional practitioner practices some or gives some medication, some plant-based material for hepatitis, he will not say it is for hepatitis. He will say treatment for jaundice. So it is left to us to understand what kind of jaundice it is, whether it is obstructive jaundice or biochemical jaundice, what kind of jaundice, whether it's a viral jaundice, infective jaundice, hepatitis B, C, what kind of jaundice it is. So once we identify that, then we design studies in the laboratory, in vitro assays, in vivo studies, in animal studies, and then we try to find out whether how effective is this particular treatment in what dose for this. A safety study is a must for everything, which goes without saying. That is the first thing that needs to be done. And we also have some principles while we take up research in medicinal plants. Say, for example, we don't work on those plants which are in the RET category, because even if we find some activity, we may not be actually able to translate them into proper usage, because we will land up in perhaps exploiting that species and it will be gayab altogether. So these are some of the things that we need to consider as scientists, then only we take up that. So once we establish that yes, it is safe and it is efficacious, then we try to find out the molecular mechanisms of action. So that is called the reverse pharmacology approach, so which our institute follows. So the drug discovery, as I said, I will skip this slide because we had the discussion previously. So this has provided new structures, new templates, new scaffold for drug discovery, and again structural diversity and all. So I will not go into these details. Interestingly, they say less than 10% of the world's biodiversity has actually been screened for their biological activity. So therefore, there is a lot of scope for all of you to actually concentrate on this kind of screenings for this biodiversity of the medicinal plants for various kinds of uses. So I told about this concept of reverse pharmacology that we use. So it is basically going the opposite direction, something which we find useful. Even this reverse pharmacology can be for the Ayush drugs as well. So certain things which we very often use, but then we perhaps do not know the mechanism of action, we perhaps do not know the dosage that is used for. Some of the treatments that we have in Ayurveda are not like generic what we use in modern medicines. They are given based on the prakriti of the person. So if you try to correlate with the prakriti and then with a different prakriti, a different drug. So these are all components of research that can be dovetailed to the existing drugs which are actually being used. So what we do is that we have two components. One, the community component and the laboratory component. In the community, we start with a situation analysis where we have experts in community medicine, we have social scientists with us, we have MD in pharmacology with us. So what they do is that they do the documentation, observational studies on what is being done by a practitioner in the field, in the community, in the tribal belts, and then what is the plant that they use and what purpose it is being used for, and what is the perception of the patients who are taking, then follow up of those patients, whether they are getting benefited or not. And then when we find, yes, this seems to be working in this category of patients for this particular disease, then we bring them into the lab, then we do the complete pharmacognosy, the ethnomedicine of it, the correct identification of the plant, which is extremely, extremely important, because if we make a wrong identification in the very first place, we are gone. So it's very, very critical in taking up any research. Then composition of it, the genuinity, vouchering, the physicochemical parameters, biochemical parameters, biological properties we do. We do a complete chemoprofiling and chemical analysis of the extractions that we did. We have found different chemotypes in the same region, same season, but between different plants, even if they are taxonomically the same. So these are things which needs to be recorded, because today if I do a research with botanical and tomorrow somebody else does it and then there is a difference in the activity, then we will just blame each other कि नहीं ये बोलेगा कि ये इसमें activity था, वो बोलेगा नहीं था. So that might be because of the variations in their chemoprofiles. So those are things which needs to be done. As I said, toxicity studies are done mostly for safety and dose, and then we do a very lengthy bioinformatics as well, because that actually helps us guide in designing the in vitro assays. What are the likely compounds that are present in those formulations or the extracts, and then what are the likely targets of the disease that it is actually working on. So that helps us design the in vitro studies where we do the molecular biology, the biotechnology, if any. As sir said, sometimes we need to increase the production of certain secondary metabolites, so those are being done in the lab. And then we generally, sometimes some plants do not grow well in nature, so we need to grow them in tissue culture, so that time for the production itself it becomes better. And then preclinical efficacy in animals, and then once the animal studies is done, we actually take it to the field and do the clinical validation of this for mostly the RCTs or some comparative studies we do in the communities as well, or in the hospital settings. So that completes the validation cycle of a particular medicine and disease pair. Now it is not necessarily that we always identify our own leads and then complete it. There are possible that many of the things we know certain areas, but certain areas are gaps. And that is where we require all of us to work together, see that the entire cycle is completed. So wherever there are gaps, you will find a lot of them which have actually come up to the preclinical studies, but the clinical studies have not been done. Somewhere some clinical studies are there, but the mechanism of action, the molecular biology of it is not done. The bioinformatics often is not done. So these are kind of areas where, depending on the expertise that we all have, we can chip in and actually contribute to the validation cycle of the traditional medicines that we have from plants. This is an example of one of those that we did the complete cycle is on arthritis. So it was a treatment which they called for joint pain. So we identified it was for osteoarthritis, not rheumatoid arthritis. And we actually went up to the clinical trial where we actually did with 120 subjects, and it was a topical application on the knee. And what we found, it was a paste of Chitraka, and what we found is that once this is applied for 7 days, the cytokine markers and the OMAC score and the tenderness and all, they sustain for about a month. So if you apply it 7 days and then you can skip for another month and then again apply. So that will reduce your unnecessary dependence on the NSAIDs, which have their own side effects, as well as it will give you a long lasting thing. But this one we are done with the extract. Now this also has got plumbagine. So plumbagine, many of you will know, is a little toxic. So although there is some shodhana which is being done, but still there are some people who have got some allergic reactions to it. So what we are trying to do is, now we have developed a gel, and a clinical trial, a multicentric clinical trial is ongoing with the gel. So if the gel is found to be even better, then we can suggest the use of this particular gel as well. Similarly, we had done a study on this Lakshmi Taru, Simaroba glauca, and what we found is that actually it enhances the anti-cancer activity of paclitaxel once it is added with that as a drug. So again, it is a combination of a modern medicine and a traditional system to help in the effectiveness. But it remained in that stage. We did not do a clinical trial, and again, we cannot do everything together. So this is also on hold for some time, but this is something which can be taken forward. It was published. Another study is there, which is on the essential oil from Surangi, Mamia suriga. So this was found to be extremely good for treating diabetic wounds. And again, we have completed up to the preclinical studies in animals, and clinical trial, multicentric trial is ongoing with this study. So we expect to get results by next year. Integrative medicine is where we are moving towards, and now our institute is focusing mostly on integrative medicine. This is an interesting area where actually the government is willing to have indigenous systems of medicine working in tandem with the existing modern medicine, if you may so call, but in a synergistic and cohesive manner. In the Viksit Bharat 2047 goals, it is actually planned to integrate some of these very well established traditional medicinal practices into the healthcare. Say for example, I am having some kind of disorder, some disease which I am taking a modern medicine for, but that is causing extremely high GI irritability. I take something from the traditional medicine side to take care of the GI irritability. So that becomes an integrative health approach. So that is the kind of things that we are looking at, and as you can see, there is a lot of overlap that happens between the conventional medicine, the complementary or alternative medicine, if you may call them, and self-care. So there is a kind of overlap. So these overlap areas are where this integrative health works. Carry pill is one of the example. You may be knowing, for dengue, many people are nowadays, even modern medicine people are actually prescribing carry pill. So a lot of studies have been done on carry pill, and it has been found that it increases the platelet count. One thing is for sure, it does not cause any harm, so it's not toxic. So there is no harm in trying that. So whenever somebody gets dengue and all, use of carry pill is likely to keep the platelet levels to a manageable level. May not be always, but there are studies that it has been found to be effective in actually improving the platelet count. In one of the study that we did, so this is on breast cancers, mostly soft tissue cancers. Now this doxorubicin is a very widely used anti-cancer chemotherapy drug. Now problem is that it is limited because of its use with the dose, because it is extremely toxic to the heart, liver and kidney. Now what we did is that we used animals, both induced with soft tissue cancer as well as the normal rats, and we found that if both are given together, the doxorubicin plus cocoa extracts, we find that the adverse event on the heart, liver and kidney is much reduced. So, but then again, this is the dark chocolate only without any additives. So that is a disclaimer. We had got a number of papers published on this, but we have not done a clinical trial yet because there are much problems in designing the clinical trial with this kind of studies, particularly with the number of patients that we need to do. But then since this is already a food substance, addition of this cocoa, the unsweetened and unadulterated cocoa, could be a strategy to actually manage these toxicities that are caused by the cancer chemotherapy. This is the study that I said going on the topical application for the arthritis. This is the study which is going on the Mamia suriga for diabetic wounds. This is another study which is evaluating the genetic and protein targets through a Ayurvedic formulation for the tau mediated tauopathy. This is a study which we are doing in collaboration with TDU. So it is adding of the methi chips containing methi for management of anemia. So one of the biggest problems with the iron folic acid is the gastric disorders, and people do not want to take it, and also we are trying with methi chips. The study is ongoing, but methi chips also, it is a little bit of the methi kadwaness is a little bit too high. We are trying to reduce it and see what best can be done, but this is one study which is ongoing. Again, it is in integrative health. Another study which is ongoing in Pune is on the Triphala for sustaining the weight loss, mostly the central obesity. Most of the medications that are used, once they are stopped, then again the obesity comes back. So now there is a hypothesis that the Triphala can actually have the sustained weight loss. So that clinical trial is also underway. There is another study which this is a drug from the Ministry of Ayush. So the Ministry of Ayush had given us to do a clinical trial on this particular drug for management of fatty liver disease. So we just completed the study with 100 participants, and we are blinded, so we don't know the results. So we have just communicated the results to the Ministry of Ayush. So once they are analyzed, we will be knowing the results of it. So the challenges and opportunities that are with us, first is the preservation of knowledge. I was telling you that because of the lack of interest in the present generation, so the knowledge is actually dying, and we need to document this knowledge. And for scientific validation, yes, bridging these traditional practices with evidence-based research is crucial. You will find any plant always showing some activity or the other if you go to any papers. How much trust do you have in those papers? How much trust do you have in those studies? Unless the methodology is very robust, unless they are published in very well thoroughly reviewed scientific journals, people will always have doubt. Therefore, quality of research in traditional systems is extremely important. And some of the disservice we do to our own system is by publishing in these Raddi predatory journals. So we have to take a collective step and see that whatever research that we do it very sincerely, and we publish in proper, recognized, peer-reviewed journals, so that the message goes to the people. Even if it is a negative finding, it should be published, but it should be done with a proper methodology and proper well-known publications. So we need to collaborate between ethnobotanists, chemists, clinicians, and all. I showed in my team, we have people from all disciplines. I am also nobody in this vast knowledge. A lot of things to be done, but it cannot be done single-handedly. It has to be done everybody together for our own benefit. Sustainability and conservation, one of the very, very key factors, because we are losing on our natural product resources. What happens is that most of these Ayurveda pharmacies and all, what you will find, they will give contracts to suppliers to give them the crude drugs. Now, where they will come from? My botanist friend says that what they normally do is that they will give a contract to one taxonomist to identify and GPS map the locations where these plants are located, including in reserve forests, and then they will give contract to another person to just plug them, and then they will bring, and then they will do the extraction and give to these people. That is not the way we envisage traditional systems of medicine to be taken forward. We need to preserve, we need to conserve these resources. These are all gold mine for us. Sir was telling, I was shocked the amount of money that he talked about, 1 kilo of oil. So these are kind of natural resources that we have, and they have to be preserved, and we need to develop some kind of a ecosystem going in which the farmers can cultivate them. We will have much more uniformity in their chemo profiles, as well as they can be used for commercial and sustainable utilization. So the future direction is, it starts with us, with research and development, whatever we are able to contribute in our own way by collaboration and leveraging the knowledge of metabolomics, the genomics, the engineering, the AI, everything together, establishing an integrative health research network that we are trying to do and disseminate this knowledge. Then comes the next level of educating others and creating awareness among all the stakeholders, all the public. And then we need at the highest level the policy support for formulating guidelines for intellectual property rights that we were discussing in the morning itself, to sharing and respect and reward of the indigenous contributions, strengthening collaborations and taking them forward. With this, I would like to end my presentation with abstract of what I call as the evolution of medicine. It's a 6 abstract story. The first abstract tells you the use of the constellations, the stars and the moons for our health. Then came material sciences, the Ayurveda, the Chinese traditional medicine, as I showed, where mostly the botanicals and all, they started to be used for health. Then came technology, both for diagnosis and for treatment. You have a ECG curve here. And then came the personalized medication systems, your linkage to your Aadhars, your personal IDs, and your social security numbers and all this. And then the 5th slide is one of my favorite, which speaks about the transition from the Mendelian genetics of small, round, wrinkled and smooth to the ATGC, and then from ATGC to 0101 computer code. And then finally we have the AI coming in with, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Subarna Roy, for sticking to the time. You're very much punctual. so that's the thing. So we have time for a couple of questions. Yes, sir.
Sir.
On behalf of the young audience, I congratulate Roy from the bottom of the heart. This is what we wanted, to tell the younger generation how to connect the traditional knowledge into a useful capsule. You have done it very effectively, sir. Thank you. And this school has to go in a big way to the universities and all educational institutes where young people are there. Kindly take this message as a very strong message. If at all you want to use medicinal and aromatic plant biodiversity wealth, this is the only way which can serve the society. My compliments, and once again my thanks on behalf of all my colleagues, sir. Thank you, Roy. This is only a comment, sir. That's all.
I would like to also take this forum to tell you, NITM is not an institute alone. It is everybody's institute. Everybody is a stakeholder. All our equipments and facilities are open for everybody to use, and it is there even in the website. You can always ask for time, and you can go for internship. You can do some work there. only thing that we want is that do something fruitful which can be used by the people of our country. Thank you.
I visited this institute a couple of weeks back. Let me tell you, because of the interest. And this is the young students can go for your research, can go for your using their laboratories. It is a source of not only information but inspiration. That what I learned about 2 weeks back, though at this age, but you have a long way to go to collaborate yourself with such institutes. Thank you, Dr. Roy.
So I have a couple of observations. I like your comment, you are not working on RET category plants, because most of the students, if there is any botany students are there?
Most of them,
Botany
background.
Yeah. So one thing that I always find is, one of the destructors of the environment is the botany students. Because always when you go for herbarium collection, you will, you destroy the whole population, right? Many hill stations, we lost many rare plants because of botany students, these field trips. So in that, I appreciate that thing, and the comment that integration of various institutions, that is also very much needed. I think there are many institutions working on the similar line across the country. CSIR, TKDL is there. I think many state institutions are there. So FRLST, now the TDU, you are having collaboration. So there should be an integration so that it will be dissipated across the country. I think, are you part of SOSTIC project, sir, of CSIR?
Yeah, we were part of it, but we are now with CSIR, we have very specific collaborations in certain areas.
Yeah, but anyway, SOSTIC, there is a project by CSIR that is scientifically validated societal traditional knowledge. It's one of the prestigious project of CSIR. So I think all this.
The head of Swastik, Madam
Charulata.
We had a discussion some 2 months back.
Okay.
So we are waiting for some of these results to come.
Yeah.
So once those results are given, so then that can serve as a very good platform for dissemination.
Anyway, I will also tell Madam to collaborate with you. Students can also take opportunity in that, and there should be an integration, of course, because there is always a break between basic, applied, traditional, modern medicine, everything. So in science, there is nothing like that. There should be a proper integration, and from wherever you get the new knowledge, you should accept it, and whichever system of medicine is giving you cure, it is you have to accept. Instead of criticizing each other, there should be a mutual respect between the different systems. So with this note, I congratulate Dr. Subarna Roy for the work, and especially I like his invitation for the youngsters to visit the institute, because I had a bad experience as a student long back when I visited an institute without permission. The director of the institute gave me a 1-hour lecture. It is a scolding, because I went there thinking that institute is open, listening to the director that you can, as a student, you can visit that institute. So I took a bundle of herbarium sheets for identification, and that I realized that whatever when directors speak, you should not take that spirit, but I think he is in the right spirit Dr. Subarna has mentioned. So you have to catch him, and from tomorrow onwards you have to go and pester him that, okay, I want to use this thing. Of course, they have their own work, don't disturb in that, but of course, please visit, because most of the students, you are sitting in the college and doing nothing, right? Only when you get exposure, the science will progress. So I thank for you for that welcome note. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Any questions from the delegates? One questions. Yeah. Only one. Only one, sir. You can accept one.
Good morning, sir. Actually, I wanted to know, there are many drugs possessing rich iron content than mentha. Is there any particular reason that you have used mentha chips to treat iron deficiency anemia?
Not mentha, methi.
Methi, yeah, fenugreek.
There are quite a number of kind of interventions for tackling of anemia. Particularly, the state of Karnataka has been exploring the Davangiri Laddu. There are other very good iron-rich supplements as well. No, there was no specific reason for it, but we had actually worked out on the contents of this particular chip in National Institute of Nutrition in Hyderabad. And then only we took because, as I said, the methodology is very important. We test something and then we find out that this was not done, this data was not available, the nutritional value was not there. So we should not land up in those kind of questions subsequently. So whichever were available, we had taken that. Okay. But that does not mean that there may not be anything else. I'm sure there are even better, but at least those which are acceptable, we should be able to start with that, because particularly the Hyderabad-Karnataka region has so poor state of anemia. People come with hemoglobin 7 for delivery and all. It is very sad to see. Yeah. So we are trying to do whatever possible in that place. We have a unit there also in Sirwar in Raichur. So that is working on the rural health of the people there.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, sir. No, sir. We will discuss during this time. Yeah.
Okay, after maybe.
Thank you very much, Subarna Rai sir. You came all the way from Belgaum, and wonderful lecture, and really, so it was very useful to all the young researchers. So thanks once again, and I request Dharmapalan sir to please present a flower pot to Subarna Rai sir as a token of our respect. So thank you very much, sir, once again. Now I request Professor Umesha sir to please present flower pot to Dharmapalan sir. So Dharmapalan sir, thank you very much for your the wonderful suggestions and chairing this session. Thank you, sir. And now we can have a quick tea break for 10 minutes, and please come back 12:20, so we can start the next session.
Presentation, adu nandu Parayla, no, you did not say sorry. Have you issued any thesis from Tirupati Mahila University? In case if it is from management professors, ನೋಡಿ ಅದೇನ ಇದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಕಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿ ಫೈನಲ್ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ is accepted for award, but when publication of the thesis, these comments can be incorporated. Okay. Thank you. Bendri, Sikurian. ಇದೆ
ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾರ್ಡು ಇನ್ನೋವಾ ರೆಡ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ದಿನೇಶ್ ನಾಯ್ಡು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಅವರು ಈಗ ಊಟ ಮುಗಿಸಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಹಾಂ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದಾದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ Good afternoon and welcome back. Now I request this session chairperson Dr. Suresh G. Please come on to the stage, and I request Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar sir to please come on to the stage. This session chair Dr. Suresh GJ. I am very happy to introduce Dr. Suresh GJ completed his PhD in horticulture from the University of Horticulture, Bengaluru in 2004. He is currently an associate professor in the Department of Post-Harvest Management, College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, Bangalore Center, with over 12 years of experience in post-harvest handling, processing and value addition of horticultural crops. Sir has guided more than 18 MSc and 3 PhD students. Dr. Suresh has developed 8 technologies for commercialization, including jamun seeds tablets and also chia fortified fruits bars. His research focuses on processing minor fruits into nutritious products for farmers and also industry. Sir has published over 60 research papers and presented at international conferences worldwide. Dr. Suresh visited several countries, includes UK, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, the Netherlands, Germany, France, Belgium, Malaysia and Thailand for presenting research papers in the international conferences. Dr. Suresh is a life member of AFSTI and received the NAFIC Fellowship for Training in Waste Management at Wageningen University. And thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. I am very happy to, I am also alumni of Wageningen University, Netherlands. So thank you very much. And so for chairing this session, I request you to introduce Dr. Chandrasekhar, sir.
Thank you, sir, for introducing me. First of all, I am very much humbled and grateful for the organizers for having me here to chair the session. It gives me immense privilege to introduce a distinguished scientist and also CMD, Professor Dr. Chandrasekhar M. Biradar, sir. Dr. Chandrasekhar M. Biradar is a distinguished earth system scientist, founder and green growth leader with over 3 decades of experience in agro-ecosystem research, development and outreach. His walk the talk work spans diverse landscape across Asia, the Middle East, the Eurasia, Africa and the Americas, emphasizing inclusive system approach, regenerative agro-ecosystems, drylands and rain-fed areas, agroforestry, forgotten foods, food forest, land restoration, spring sheds, digital augmentation, agroforestry, AI, green energy, carbon sequestration, the climate resilience. He has worked in various diverse fields with multidisciplinary background in agriculture, forestry, environmental sciences, biodiversity, biodata, AI and space applications. Dr. Biradar sir has held scientific and leadership positions in various international organizations, including several CGIAR centers, US universities and global institutions. His expertise encompasses system modeling, functional production, and harnessing nature's infinite potential for improving the land, water and food environment, eradicate rural poverty and hunger, of the grid living, the farm as resorts, and also resilient livelihoods towards the net zero transition. Dr. Biradar sir has published more than 450 research articles, tools, products, and trailblazers impacting garnishing numerous national and international awards. Actually, I was going through his citations. Almost he has more than 75 I-10 index. Just gone through the before coming here, sir. And as a scientific advisor and board member for prestigious foundations, institutions, and also the governments. He campaigns regenerative landscapes and sustainable livelihoods for green economic growth towards achieving One Health and net zero. And also before, I was talking to him just before, and he has visited more than 150 countries across the world, and also into the field, and also interacting with the various people there, and he has vast experience. I think it is a privilege for all of us to listen to his lecture on why drylands are ideal ecosystems for growing medicinal and aromatic crops, because the Indian agriculture is basically a dryland based. More than 68% of Indian agriculture depends on dryland agriculture, and more than 44% of the food that we are getting is obtained through dryland. That makes a lot of importance for the dryland, and because of the climate change, and dryland is ever increasing. Actually, I think sir is sharing all the data. I welcome Dr. Biradar sir for his presentation. Thank you.
So, good morning everyone. And I expected that usually after the tea people hardly turn inside, but I'm glad to see everyone inside. So that shows your disciplines. And first of all, thank you to the KSTA and Dr. Ramesh ji and so Dani sir and everyone for this opportunity. I think I'm not going to talk why maps are important, because of a lot of the discussion has been done, even mind-blowing. Even I learned a lot of the things about the maps, because we are only looking into the use of the maps, but I didn't know all the characteristics and high potential there. So this is very really open up the entire different landscape. And I'm going to talk a bit on that, why drylands are very important, because of I have been working nearly about 15 years in the dry areas of the world, and across the traveling up nearly about 57 countries. And wherever I go there, of course, green revolutions or anything come up, we saw that wherever irrigation comes, we go for the commercial crops like rice and wheat or something irrigated crops. But end of the day, we end up spoiling that landscape. That is common in everywhere. I was in Iran, Iraq, and Mesopotamian regions, and Nile Delta, as well as Amudarya, Syria, and Central Asia. Wherever that irrigation comes, after 30, 40, 50 years, that land becomes completely saline or alkaline. So that is why I see that those land also becoming, even a lot of the European or American, the peninsula also, they are looking into the decommissioning the dams, because of they are really destroying the landscape in the big way. And that's where we're shifting from the storing the water reservoir and pulling back to the landscape to irrigate, where how best to store the water in the landscape itself. So that will be the main focus. We are going to do that. So it's very clear that when I look into the different landscape I can travel, that is my travel landscape of the world. And we did quite a bit of the work on the yesterday, Dr. Rao and telling about the story of the taxonomist when they go to the field. We come across so much of the funny story. Sometimes ostrich is chasing us, sometimes the bears is chasing us when doing the field survey, and sometimes even tribals, they are capturing us. So that's very, very interesting. So I not want to go into those details, but what you learn, that's what in Kannada, very famous proverb. So Desha Sutinodu, Kosha Odinodu, that's very clear that. So when you travel across the different landscape, from the field, from lab, go to field, the scenario is completely different. Same thing apply to the whatever research we have been doing, whether do the research in the field level, sorry, in the farm level, and research field level, that when taken to the scalable options, and you change the entire landscape approach there. So it's very clear on that opposite how best we can move this, sorry, the reverse. So we talk a lot about the health. When it talks about the medicinal aromatic plants and healthy food systems, the first comes to the health. Health is just not about the health of the human beings, it's health of the entire system, what we call One Health, right? So I was coming back to India, then I started looking into everyone talking about India is becoming the diabetic capital of the world. And when I look into the statistics, that's very alarming. It is sitting on actually the time bomb. And nearly about 40 crore people diabetic and prone to diabetic, and 30 crore people the cancer are prone to cancer, plus others, so many other chronic diseases. And often all these linked to the very clear that is our food we eat, right? So that's the very clear message. Yesterday I learned a lot of that, so that whether you wanted to make a food as a medicine or a medicine as the food, and it's very intrinsic into that one, very clear that when we eat a good food, medicine is not required. When you not eat a good food, and medicine also not works. So that is what the entire the landscape level approach is required in order to address this what you call holistic system health. And that again starts from the roots of what we grow the plants and what they can help into our gut biome, and that link to our brain health. That's for holistic health. So this is where we always looking into how our gut biome during the COVID is very clear that Indians is not suffered, or people used to the close to nature, eating a natural food and diversified food. And as a healthy person, we require about 400 to 500 food elements in a month in order to keep our gut biome healthy. This is where the maps and crop diversity play the vital role. And yesterday only I wrote an article about government of India's, they're looking into that, about 17,000 crores they investing to the biofortification of the food. Just a rice, adding iron to the rice, they're spending that much. So my rebuttal is that why not you spend so much of the money to the biofortification of the rice rather than invest that into the diversifying the landscape, so bring the more crops into the diets that has the more benefits. So this is very clear, that message when look into the global perspective of how our food industry is now. So that is what the present context of the food industry as per the Leeds Lancet Commissions. So we are eating the more non-vegetarian food, and it's not just a matter of the non-vegetarian food. There's a climate impact on them. Their impact on the natural resources is one side, but everyone know that one antimicrobial resistance became a wider spread across the people eating that one. So because of they adding a lot of the antibiotics in the feed to avoid the diseases in the later stages, but that add back magnification in the feed and leads to the meat, so that's now AMR became a wider spread, and people looking for the alternative meats. That's the plant-based meats, right? So that's where I see the huge potential of horticulture and these maps industry focusing on that. So that's what, as per the Lancet commissions of the 65 scientists across the world come together, that at least half of their plates should have fruits and vegetables, fresh foods, and the other half eat whatever the junk food you can eat, doesn't matter. But look into that framework I put into how the maps the dryland play the vital role. I'm not going to go the details on that one, but in nutshell, they are going to play the vital role. So it's very clear that when the gut biome and what you eat, you become and are interlinked each other. So that whenever you want to do something very interesting work, we never say that it's the mind feeling, it's got gut feeling, right? So that's what the gut and mind is connected each other. So that's again linked to the diversity of the food we eat. So this is where clearly indication of that why diversity of the food is become. During the Green Revolution, we focused on more on a calorie centric, so that how much you can produce the more calories, and so that in that process we lost massive amount of the diversity. So this is one of the assessment. Look into that one amount of the, for example, take a tomato, squash, or radish, and cucumbers. And if you go to the village as a child, in the market, every farmer used to have their own tomato varieties, right? Something for the chutney, something for rasam, something for the palle, or something. Now, like hardly few varieties ruling the entire landscape. Any one disease comes, then the entire collapses the market. So, but that is the diversity of 80 to 90% diversity of agriculture we lost. So that's impacting the overall sustainable framework we're talking about, right? So this is very clear on that. One health and system health, what you call about it, the G20, that's the nation's message to clear to the world that we need to work for the one earth and one health. And there's one health system is about not health of the people, it's health of the entire ecosystem. So this is where the diversity, the way we produce the food and consume and dispose links to how the sustainable development we are going to address. That's where you can look at that soil health and plant diversity, and the center is the water. So they interconnected each other. So community is the power here, and how to do that. So again, I look into the STs very closely. we talk a lot about the problems. I'm not talking about the problem at all. We look into the solutions, what we can do it, right? So I think this process is very clear. And when looking into the unsustainable value chain, broken food systems, border losses, and climate change, and when you're trying to address that through the SDGs framework, we are trying to put the 17 SDGs separately. Okay, someone work on nutrition, someone work on the climate change, someone work on the health, someone work on the labor, employment, but they are interlinked to each other. And that interlinking framework is healthy ecosystems we have. So that's what you need to focus on that. So in this process, it's really clear that I started looking into the why drylands. So that we work on the first, we did, as my postdoc work, I did mapping the global irrigated areas, right? We're traveling across the world to mapping the quantification of the irrigated areas, then come out that one, rainfed is the more area than the irrigated area, then I end up in mapping the global rainfed areas. So in that process, very clear that most of our good food, what's called diversity of food is coming from rainfed areas, not from irrigated areas. From irrigated areas, growing only rice, wheat, or only few sugarcane, something like that, but diversity is coming from the dryland areas. So it's very clear that drylands is not just about the crop diversity, and it's also the other species. Take example of bees and pollinators, and they are also vital forces here. So loss of the dryland crops and dryland diversity because of the most of the nectar yielding plants is coming from the dryland systems. And secondly, the honey, nectar, and any derivatives coming from that systems is much higher nutraceutical value as a nutrition value than anything else, but not that only. Because of those species, they play a vital role in our evolutionary process. Changing the pollen from one plant to other plant, interchange, exchange of the gene pool there, I think this is where we're losing in the monocropping system. So this is what, when we started looking into the mapping the global drylands, when we're working there, that's nearly about 45% of global drylands we still now. India is one predominantly the dryland crops. And there is, I'm sure, I'm not going to talk about this species diversity, but while doing my PhD, we did the mapping of the entire India's, the agrobiodiversity and biological richness areas. Very clear that we have massive amount of the biodiversity there. So, but we have a threat here as well, so that drylands are expanding. So when I was doing about 15 years ago study, we did mapping the drylands. Then later we did about 2015 when mapping the dry arc. And the last year, we look at the 45%. So the 37, 41, or 45%. So these are expanding regions, what you can see. Dry areas from the 20 to 25, but I not have a map for the recent one, but maybe one more wider than this. So while looking to working in the dry areas of the world, and we initiated is called a dry arc, right? So this is what we call the dry arc system. And when looking to the dry arc, this is the massive amount of the populations depend on the dry arc, including the livestock and the crop diversity. Look at the most of our center of the diversity, they fall into that one, what you call a fertile crescent, that's gone vanished, the number of reasons. I don't want to go details of the why we lost that, the what called Roman Empire, Mayan Empire, Mesopotamian. Look at all things they went to when they shifted from the diversity to the monocropping system, this collapsed landscape. So that's history keep on telling that, but again we're doing the same thing. So it is sixth extinction we are heading towards that one. Look at NASA studies of the cryosphere. It's very clear that one we are heading that direction. But there is huge opportunity to do that one. We are sitting in the perfect storm, what you call that. Look at all that, the diversity, the monocropping diversity. So it's called losing the diversity because of this monocropping systems and hunger and malnutrition. That is a very prevalent. This is really the hope for us to do that where the India can the vital role, right? So when I came to India about 2 years ago, after 25 years working different part of the world, and the first things we did about what are the diversity of landscape in the India. So looking to back to our PhDs and DAS-DBT funded project about 20 years ago, revisiting that one, look to where are the tree species gone. Nearly we lost massive amount of the trees in the agricultural landscape, and trees are also supportive for the most of the map species, not about the tree, even from bark they're growing, from the lichens to in the root systems and the surrogate around the trees. So there's so many other species, they're surrogates. That is what we're losing, that's the tree landscape. And when looking at that one, it is very clear that we have a diversity at a deficits. So that we're losing the diversity massive scale, right? So we often to talk about reintroducing, rewilding. Yesterday we were talking about a lot of the economically viable, ecologically sustainable map species. I see all the chemical compounds coming in there. We're trying to address the particular disease or whole thing, but how best you can improve our overall health. when you restore the landscape to the what you call pre-industrial era, you don't need to worry about all these diseases and pests what you're talking about. Because of even our entire 5 what you called the Panchabhutas, they are already destroyed. Even earlier you talk about a lot on that, okay, the food is become poison, later water become poison, then air become poison, now light become poison as well, because of when sitting in the cities, everyone with the vitamin D3 deficiency, check the vitamin D, everyone, because of even you're not getting the clear light, the same with our cosmic rays too. So it is the where my journey started with mapping the phytodiversity, later become biological richness map of the India, about almost like 20 years ago. I published probably in 2019, that's the 2009. And then later that turned into the kind of mapping the entire Indian diversity of the communities and what are the different communities, because trying to link the community and the biological richness and disturbance index and mapping the diversity landscape. And I'll come back on the later on what we did in the detail level. But in this processes, we identify massive amount of from literature because of the Botanical Survey of India. Dr. Hazira was one of the key person involved in these projects to identify this maps and species. And but later I look into more into the agrobiodiversity, and we are not growing all the species. We are to identified as a food value, economic value, medicinal value, aromatic value, but we're only growing the only few crops. So when I did a very interesting study with when in US, asked one of the school kids to go to your internet, find the fruits and vegetables. So that's the picture you can see. Even you can do that in India also. The children come out to only that banana, apple, orange, cauliflower, cabbage, and cucumber, all those things, and none of them basically our food anyway. So, but when I look into our farm diversity, so that is the massive diversity we have. So we lost that one. So those are the water guzzling crops to the water efficient cropping systems, and nutrition less density, high nutrition density, low nutraceutical value to the high nutraceutical value, so that everywhere looking at that one, so those are the high value crops we are talking about. So it's very clear on that when I start looking at the COVID times and why some communities are suffering more or the prone to the viruses and even small changes in the season than the other communities. And in the US, because I was forced to take a flu vaccines. One time I took the flu vaccines, I suffered badly. Then later than I never took in my life vaccines. So because of how we are eating so much of diversified food, our body is already immune to the many things. Adding anything will repel so bad. So that is the same thing. Start looking into the gut biome and diet diversity and the way we respond to nature, the closer to the nature. Yesterday, so you were saying, thank you so much for you are coming out reintroducing the last diversity to the nature. We cannot go to the nature, but can you bring the elements of the nature with us? So that's really kind of things we need to go into that directions. And I was going through this kind of the Ayush Ministry, the traditional food recipes, and we found that, okay, so much of the diversity required to even cook our traditional recipes we not have, right? We wanted to go back to our grandmother used to cook like this. We cook now, we not get the same taste because of you not ingredient and quality of ingredients not there. So that's what we have to go back to started looking to like I was in Himachal Pradesh when doing the biodiversity mapping. So this way my PhD as well. Gap analysis and the dwindling diversity is so prevalent. When you go to the hilly areas, Pahadi logs, so you can go sit with them, and I see there's so much of the rajma, types of rajma they're eating it. So this is about nearly more than, this is from Uttarakhand, about more than 50 types of the kidney beans, what called rajma. And how many people saw that so many colors of rajmas? You see only on the red or something like that. And that is then that's one side. When I started connecting that with my grandma's lifestyle, right? So we have to be so many pulses, the land restriction is sitting in the home. No, for undi gidu beku, karchike gidu beku, then holigi madak. So they have a lot of the varieties, they got specific purposes. Right now we are only 1 or 2 varieties to grow for every purposes. So we lost that diversity. That's just why I'm giving example here that one, because of these crops all are growing in the rainfed system, they're not irrigating them. We are bringing them to making the high yielding to produce well at the cost of its values, nutritional value. And it's not showing here. Okay, so this is one, when US, I was living in the Midwest, it's very dry areas, no irrigations, and buying organic food in US is very expensive. Like one capsicum cost $1, but while a pound of meat costs about $1 also. Then I started looking, why it's so, meat is so cheap and vegetables so expensive. Then there's a big story, but cut it short. I thought, why not have the half-acre garden in my backyard? Then I started growing 8 by 8 square feet, started my experiment there. We produce so much of the 15 types of vegetable in that 8 square feet. This much of the vegetables are growing that my daughter holding that different types of the carrots. Do you able to get that carrots? Anyone see the 7 types of the carrots? This is a rich in the all things you talk about nutritional values, medicinal values. That's what the original carrots they looks like. So I started looking into those different diversity of what I grow. I grow near about 237 vegetables in the backyard itself. Then I said I can do so much in the single small area in the backyard. Why can't do that in natural farming system? That's what leads to comes to the Middle East. I chosen Middle East because they're suffering a lot of the issues like war, crimes, food security, all things. That's what chosen. So they started looking into that's not just going back to what we grow, but what growing the good or reproducing the sustainable agriculture practice, what can it brings back, right? So they started looking into all the production systems in the past 100 years or so, we only focus on the productions, right, at the cost of the natural resources. Then later started talking about some ecosystem services and now well-being, but without looking at the structure and functions. Any functional production systems requires a healthy soils, diversity, whether it is a livestock, whether it is a crops, whether trees, and ecosystem diversity, all this should be interlinked to each other, so that diverse of crops, trees, animals is the source of the rich systems. And when that system restored, so that services will become by default. This is where you're going to clean up our entire farming system. We need to look into grow more health per acre. I think that is what we need to do, while addressing what are the other benefits you can get it. We talk about the farmers do sustainable farming, good agriculture practices, and restorations, everything talk about, but are they getting the benefits? We're not giving. What farmers can sell, that also uncertain is their price, and as Dr. Rao telling that, asking the students to go and grow this one, but they come out that no one is buying because of we are not good in the marketing, good in the producing, good in the creating the values. When I was sitting in the Texas A&M, Dr. Bibu Patil, he took his lab, taking the vegetable, extracting so much of the phytochemicals, taking so much of patents, making the millions of dollars. Why can't we do the same thing here? So this is where they started the journey to bring that lost diversity, so that we started this like a green economic transitions. Our target is 2070. We need to produce the more economic transitions. We're expecting that $10 trillion economy next 10 years, 1 decade, are they going to meet? Of course we are going to meet, there's no doubt in that. But what would be that cost on our environment? Are you going to be healthier, more healthier people? We're addressing 150 CEOs. Ask the question, how many people sitting in the rooms as a diabetic? Everyone was diabetic. So I thought, what do you do with money? Can you invest that money to something to grow better, the landscape restorations? That's where we started the initiative called the Global Green Growth. Even the Lynn are also the part of this one, and I'm inviting a lot of people to be part of them, and this is framework. So the idea here that when they started looking at the different models, are they really valuable? Because I took the same, the Abdul Kalam ji, so he was our teacher as well. So how he transformed the nuclear testing in India. So rather than going to every time blasting something in the desert or the oceans, and they came to the machine learning computer simulations, right? Fusion reactions, what happens, this amount of the nuclear, the fusion reaction happens. System, same thing adapted here to that one, because of the most of the long duration crops like trees, horticulture species, not like a crop, you can grow 3 months, I can know that whether they're doing well or not, I can replace. But in these long-term crops, often farmers don't know that what's going to happen to the crops after 5 years. So we started growing those things to understand that how they behave in the long term, so that we can simulate that one. This is what when adding the sum of this medicinal aromatic plant into the existing the farming system, the corn, the agroforest-based corn system, what they produce 60K, that return comes in the first 3 years, but first 1 year, 2 year will be losses because of investing more, but subsequent year increase that one. So this kind of the simulation is required to understand where the advantages in terms of what is the input cost and what is the yield, whether going to the yield losses or not. So yesterday sitting with the minister talking about all the rice areas they're destroying, we come out with a very interesting the mechanizations and precision farming, as well as entire holistic system to replace the flooded rice with a dry direct seeding rice system. So that is there, that one increasing the yield. And most important, whether revenues increase or not, along with that one, what is my more focus would be how much water you can save, right? So that was very important. Shifting monocropping to the agro-ecosystems, that is the amount of 50% water saving. So that is very crucial for us. We are sitting in the diversity, why the drylands are going to play a vital role. And soil erosion, because of any water comes and flow away, and most of the 90% of the surface run up, along with you lose everything. So how much water going to that? That's then look to the biodiversity. That's where the very important. So looking at the transition pathway, I don't know. So chairman, so how much time is there? I not want to take extra minute. Okay, so this is good. So this is where we started looking into the whole framework, but looking at the simplistic way, this is how that looks, and bringing back to the healthy ecosystems, they play the vital role. And this is where the big data analytic, machine learning, blockchain, so that when I look into the very details into the particular medicinal aromatic plants they're growing, so aggregation is very important, and then segregation of the produces, then the finding the right market, and the traceability is very important. That's what we call GI, whatever you call it, geographic identity. But traceability, because we have very clearly stated the indication that most of the medicinal aromatic plants people consume when there is no existence of that particular substance or a particular plant and is not there. But who know that where is it really there or not? Is there any actions taken on that one? Even often we're producing so much of the estimation of the medicinal aromatic plant and productions, but we don't know where the area are there, where they're coming from, where it's coming from. So other that is where they require the geotech. So then the bio-prospecting is also very important. This is where that is my part of my PhD. So that identifying this year diversity, we started into the mapping the communities, then the community richness, then identify the economic biological value and the diversity index. Later turn that into the kind of a bio-prospecting, right? Where are you can prospect, where you can conserve them, where you can harvest them, looking into those biological richness map and overlay into the existing protected areas. We did the gap analysis. So where you can do that one. Often there is most of the traditional conservation boundaries, they shifted because of the climate change, number of reasons. Then when you look into the real boundaries, that one, for example, some of the conservation boundaries sitting here, but hardly there is any biological diversity because of sometimes you conserve only one species, something like a musk deer. Oh, let's put a musk deer conservation. Musk deer, they used to be here. They moved away because of the change in the landscape or the destruction of the habitat, but our traditional government defined boundary is still there. So like that happening with a number of species conservations without mapping. That's why mapping, identifying those systems and very essential. Then often we create that, okay, oh, this is a very good medicinal aromatic plant, let's do it, very high compound and high volatility, the resources here. We can turn that into kind of commercial thing, but when trying to go this one, we found that that's not growing everywhere. Their region of the extent is very small. So we need to, niche mapping is very, very important. Any extent of the species, into the scaling, we have to do the niche mapping, right? Because of, in the drylands, when you compare the biodiversity mapping or, and the identifying the species richness, we are looking to the one side, for example, Northeast India we're focusing, Western Ghats we're focusing, because of still the vegetation intact, we're not disturbed there. But come back to the dry areas, for example, Deccan Plateau. There used to be very high diversity. We cleaned everything to the growing the crops, then you see that we have no species diversity. But look into the particular, the species origin there, and look into the traceability back, then look into the niche mapping, then come out that one, so much of the overlapping of those species, they're not existing, but they are potential to grow there. I think that is the very, very critical to this one. So this is where the success of any industry, we're looking at that one, we have to create the stimulate the demand, then make it expand the affordability. I think the two things very, very important. So that's why we started looking into that one. First, mapping the niche mapping of those species, what we call economically viable, ecologically sustainable, and there's the high impact on the health, overall health of the people, because of someone have to buy them. So then looking at where that can grow. And whether that really, when growing the particular species there, whether they have the yielding the same original compound the yielding. For example, santalum, right? So talking about this morning lecture, and the sandal, we grow the sandal. So, but now market is hardly getting. We are projected market is very high. but farmers going to sell that one hardly make any profit. We suffer heavily in that. And again, Australians sending their sandalwood to our master factory, there's not the same central content. Same thing happening with the number of species. So that when the creator, the God created a particular species with a given location, it has its location specific. We're expanding, of course you can grow, putting the ICU, person sitting in the Siberia can also survive, go to the hard desert can survive because of the additional support system we have, but plants do not have that one. But that's what the breeding can really brings it, but whether you can retain the quality. That is where the key area for that local intelligence and indigenous knowledge and wisdom, that's what STLA focused very much on that. I think we have to be tap into that one. And then create the something, the food systems, it's what you call a number of ways you can do it, but we need to bring that after traveling across about 50, 60, 70 countries, I found that India has the real endeavor, all the ingredients required to lead the world and the heritage food systems. We need to build that one, so I quickly go through a few slides, so that we have so much of the land diversity, we can bring it back in the rainfed systems. And farm resort concept are talking about that. Why not the people, all people come to cities, why not to go back? How best to create that? So all these models are one completely dry areas, less than 500 millimeter rainfall. We can create so much of the diversity while looking at the ecological balance of the species, the integrations, and while digital technology evolving very rapidly, and blockchain technology is very important for whatever traceability you're talking about, and that is the one of the future of machine learning, AI, blockchain technology really going to make it address the things. So it's very clear that one best investment parents can do for the children, taking them to nature. I think that we shouldn't forget that, and that is where the roadmap. I'm talking about a lot of these different the ecological balance of the medicinal plants, aromatic plants growing in the cover crop in the orchards, and even our home garden. This is the when you go to you can visit my house there, and nearly 50 species growing next to the house. And any given time, at least 1 or 2 fruits and the herbs and medicinal plants you can get it. You don't go to outside to buy them. And the same thing can transfer into farming system level, and even they have become very resilient. This is our farm during the last year, with the severe drought and yielding so much. And we should be balancing that ground cover with the medicinal aromatic plant. So that's when huge amount of tracts of the lands, they're sitting idle. So that why not to bring investment landscape to turn that to the high potential areas. So including even urban landscape, even like deserts, when I work with a second holding there in Egypt, and entire sand turned into the highly effective system, and why not to do that same thing? Then you can do number of ways. Even during the COVID, a lot of the graduates came that one, so that sir, I not a job, what we can do? They did the natural farming, turmeric and other things. They made so much of the profit. I counted them into every dollar they spent, so they made a profit. So there is a scalable models are there. Transfer the landscape. More than nearly 3,000 species of what is required is evidence-based driven, and that is the rural transformation required. Collective actions, and this is what we need to do in the big scale. That is the investment comes into picture. Until we drive very systematic way of the investment, and I learned this a lot from the global perspective, and whether Chinese or French or even Americans, they hold that one, look into the DPL studies, then bring it to the scalable models, then come the investment. It's very clear that this pathway very clear. Transition pathway into the medicinal aromatic plant as a big industry, and while addressing the nature and sustainability is become a vital forces. And this is what the vision is. We talk about 2030, at least our 30% of our food plates should be have a healthy diets that constitute what where pulses, cereals, medicinal aromatic plants. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I think we have short of time, lot of information that you have. So, sir, yes, sir. I am inviting some questions on this topic.
Yeah, the main root cause for all these problems, we have forgotten our soils. Soil depletion is the major problem now we are facing throughout the world. Unless we correct the soils, all these things will not make any sense.
100%.
Yeah, because you know that we, as per the Green Revolution, we got a good varieties and they respond very well to NPK. We boosted the yield, we are very happy, but we have forgotten trace elements which are the one which dictates us within our body, immune system, growth, everything. Trace elements, many people, they don't have any idea at all. So we are, our soils are lack of trace elements. Our food is not a quality food. Unfortunately, we are suffering. This is called a hidden hunger. hidden hunger we are not noticing. So it has to, that is, degradation of soils and degradation, water, the groundwater. These two things, when we correct, I'm sure it will answer all these problems.
I think the maps play a vital role. I'm truly the make that sense, because that's we're working a lot on the soil health, right? What I'm talking about, the one health means is the health of the entire system, and you can look at that loop, right? Like a diversity and soil health, center is the water, right? When you bring the more livestock, we have enough livestock, but then the factory, not in the farm. We to bring the livestock into the farm, and that bring the manure from the animals, leaf from the plants. That's what the restore the soil health. But perennial crops is quite very important. Like because we have only for example, comparing with the jackfruit with the rice, right? 100 the square feet area of the rice you can go to the average rice yield 1 kilo you can produce, because rice is only one layer. You put the one jackfruit there, it's about 37 to 52 kgs, because jackfruit grows multi-layer, right? So that is what you required in order to increase the green cover in the drylands, build the soil health, then diversity. But cover crop, I see the medicinal aromatic plant has a fantastic ground cover for all the orchards and plantations, because of all of the, which are so many orchards, their entire barren land, right? Because you always mindset is that you have to clean, because of the pest will come, pathogen will come, retain that one. But balancing that, the aromatic and medicinal plant along with the diversity, there's no issue of the pest and disease. I think that's a huge landscape sitting there. So how many, sir? 2.75 lakh hectares of the orchards, horticulture crops, that is already existing there to grow the cover crop as medicinal aromatic plants. So fully agree, soil health is very important. Making the soil a sponge, that's what I started my lecture with that one. Holding the more water in the in-farm, in the nano level, that helps to more water circulation, let our rivers start flowing.
Trace elements,
yep.
Nowadays, for all this diabetes and all other problems because of lack of trace elements.
Yep.
For example, selenium, many people doesn't know that. It is cofactor for 300, more than 300 proteins. Okay, within the system.
And also cancer.
Yeah.
Now there are a lot of issues like biofortification has come with many fruits like broccoli, biofortification that is there.
So there's the soil health is there, aromatically nutrition
Yeah.
in the plants.
Because after all, we are 2 baskets of organic matter, or 1 bucket water, human beings. That's a materialistic value of the human.
And so the huge, the endless potential is there.
Okay. Yeah. So they all come from soil only. It's not from heaven or anywhere.
Yes,
So
sir.
The richness of nations identify 2 things: health of the soil, health of the people.
So thank you, sir. Thank you. I think short of time, I think we'll be just winding up, because a lot of, I'm sure that many people have a lot of questions, especially youngsters.
Yeah.
Normally I wonder, sir, actually I have my own question. So where you get time, sir? So much, you have planted so much of plants and everything.
So
That's my.
timing just what you call a number.
Yes, sir.
So when I wake up around 3:30, then you said know that one. So that usually we used to also start waking at 4 o'clock now. So my day start about 3:30 or 4 o'clock. So plenty of time. By the time you go to office, you done most of the work. So then going to bed early and rising early, you can save about 20% of the energy.
Okay.
So you are contributing to the global health as well.
This is a lesson for youngsters. No? Normally we wake up late and we always complain about we have short of time. So I think now you really.
In order to keep active, energetic, so that meditations and yoga make you to energy going throughout the day.
and also
Great,
I
sir.
was looking for the world map, the place where you are not visited. That's very
So,
short.
thank you, Biradar sir, for your excellent lecture. And no, so dryland you can make it also green and also economically viable and more profitable crops. Thank you, sir. So this is actually you have to know there is a awareness should be there in the farmers especially, so they can really make use of this. So you have to create this kind of channel to make them profitable. The farmers has to be only in suppose Mandya and other districts they have monotonous sugar cane and rice. So these things has to be avoided. Monocropping pattern. Yeah. So thank you, sir. Yeah, and I request today's chair, Dr. Suresh sir to please present a flower pot to Chandrasekhar sir. It's a token of our respect. Thank you, sir, once again for your excellent talk. I request Professor Nataraj KS, earlier Professor Nataraj KS sir, a former member of KSTA, to present a flower pot to Suresh sir, today's chair of this session. Yeah, please. Thank you, Suresh sir, for chairing this session. So don't feel bad, we are feeding more knowledge and we are not giving lunch break now. After this talk we will give lunch break, don't feel bad. So I quickly request Professor Bindu Madam and Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Egde sir to please come on to the stage. Madam Dilledu, Madam, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅದೇ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Egde sir, Dean of Postgraduate Studies at the University of Horticultural Sciences, UHS Bagalkot, and holds a BSc and MSc in Horticulture and a PhD from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. Sir has 27 years of experience, including serving as a scientist in ICAR and working on medicinal and aromatic crops. Dr. Egde sir has led several externally funded projects worth over 12.1 crores and was awarded the University Incentive Award in 2004 for his contributions. Sir has guided more than 15 MSc and 5 PhD students, developed 35 undergraduate and 33 postgraduate courses, and published over 100 research papers and articles. Sir also served as Dean at Sirsi and DSLD College, Devi Vasur, Haveri district, where he improved the college's facilities and also external funding. Dr. Egde has received several awards, including the Paul Harris Fellow Award and also Chai National Fellowship. He has served as Director of Extension at UHS Bagalkot. He has served as a content creator and reviewer of e-courses of medicinal and aromatic plants, plantation and species crops for UG and PG programs under ICAR NAHEP, New Delhi. Sir has visited Sri Lanka, Thailand, USA, Kuwait, Bhutan, Israel, Vietnam and Cambodia to attend and present the research papers in the international conferences, symposia and also as study tour. With this brief introduction, RT welcome you sir for chairing the session, and I request you to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Imma Bindu.
Thank you sir for a nice introduction. I am very happy to be here today as the chair of a session, and I am presenting before you Dr. K. Himabindu, Principal Scientist, ICAR IHR Bangalore. Dr. Himabindu is a plant breeder, basically Principal Scientist in the Division of Floriculture and Medicinal and Aromatic Crops at the prestigious institute, that is Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, Bangalore. She holds PhD in Genetics and Plant Breeding from the University of Agricultural Sciences, JKVK, Bangalore. And she has over 25 years of experience in the genetic improvement of medicinal plants. Her work focuses on developing varieties of medicinal crops using conventional and molecular breeding genetic techniques, including velvet bean, that is mucuna, ashwagandha, kalmeg, then the Plectranthus fuscoli, Bacopa maneri, Eclipta alba, and beetle vine. Dr. Bindu has released 6 varieties of velvet bean, 1 of Brangraj, and contributed to the varieties of ashwagandha and Centella asiatica, widely adopted by the industry and farmers. She also involved in teaching, guiding postgraduate and doctoral students, and conducting extension activities. She has published over 100 research papers, 10 books, book chapters, 80 plus conference papers. Dr. Bindu is a fellow of the Indian Society of Genetics and Plant Breeding and serves as multiple editorial boards. She is a fellow of Indian Society of Genetics and Plant Breeding, member of 4 professional societies. She is identified faculty at IRI New Delhi, then in our own university, which is Bagalkot, and also AS Bengaluru, and YSR University of Horticultural Sciences, Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, ma'am. I am really happy to invite you for the lecture, which is on conservation and sustainable utilization of medicinal plants. Mic is yours, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hegde, for your kind words. And it's always nice to be introduced by a friend and an ex-colleague. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected senior colleagues and distinguished speakers who have spoken before me, and also the delegates. So my talk, I should thank Dr. Rai for keeping a platform ready for us. I probably represent a different spectrum here, which is mostly in the conservation and cultivation of medicinal crops. As Dr. Hegde mentioned, our specialization is more to do with the cultivation and with the farmers. And since cultivation requires varieties, so I'm here before you. And at the outset, I also thank ASTA for giving me this opportunity to share some of our work with you, which involves conservation and cultivation of medicinal crops. So I think most of the speakers have already spoken to you about the importance and what is the traditional knowledge we hold, and also our ancestral knowledge in terms of Ayurveda, or Unani, or many other traditional knowledge systems. This is just few slides I put basically to bring you to the topic, and it also shows that we have codified knowledge systems and documented evidence that we have using the medicinal plants in human health. And since we say even now we are relying more on the allopathic medicine, there are certain still over the globe, still many places or many countries still using these medicinal plants. And when you come to, because as we are mentioning, India is a biodiversity rich country. I don't want to go into the details, but you can see around 40% of the total world's plant biodiversity is held in our country. And also, there are many species, because we have a very diverse agro-geographical regions, right from tropical rainforests to the arid cold deserts. We have very wide climatic conditions to hold this geographical diversity and also supporting the plant diversity. And we have, as I was mentioning, we have many, biogeographical zones and biotic provinces, and there are more than 8,000 plants which are used in our tradition. And coming to many of those details which we already spoken, and basically want to see that the demand for these herbal products, and I always tell in my classes that it is very cynical to thank COVID, but we all agree that COVID is the one reason why people have started looking at the medicinal plants. And even in our nursery, after the COVID, we started selling more medicinal plants. And because we see that the immunity or the strength of our own system to combat the diseases is more important than relying the medicine to combat, especially the viral diseases. And other day somebody was commenting, this is not Kali Yuga, this is virus Yuga, because one after the other you are facing one or the other viruses. And I'm sure, as per the predictions, we are also going to have some more new viruses. I'm sure we are also going to have, ready with the medicines or changes to combat those. And and many speakers have already spoken how the demand for these herbal medicines or the natural products, either it be cosmetics or your medicines, it's increasing. But the same question happens, like, where is that material coming from? And we also have seen that the loss of biodiversity is one of the major issues which especially the medicinal and aromatic plant sector is facing, because we know that the germplasm and the variability that is existing in the natural environment is very, very essential for either to find the new molecules or to your enhancing the secondary metabolites either through the molecular tools or through the conventional plant breeding methods or for the cultivation aspects. But as some of the speakers also mentioned, we are losing these biodiversity at a very alarming rate. And this could be because of the many reasons, as it is mentioned, as a habitat loss or habitat fragmentation or unsustainable harvest. And also, as we all know, the trade is very unorganized, unmonitored. So this over-harvesting, unmonitored collection from the wild, and also on the, we are not following the sustainable harvesting techniques even when you're collecting from the wild. This is all contributing to the loss of biodiversity. And this is just to bring to your notice that how much species we are losing. And I think when you come to conservation concerns, there are certain global bodies which do regular surveys and classify them into different categories like extinct or near extinct or regulated endangered species. And this is also to show how many of our species are falling under different categories. And if you are looking for exploiting these resources for our health needs or for cultivation or for ecosystem conservation, it is primarily very, very basically important to focus on this area on the conservation. So when you talk about conservation, I don't want to go into the too much details, but just to bring you to your attention how much it is important and what could be the different strategies for you can follow for the conservation of these valuable medicinal plant resources. We have, I think many of you know, it is a basic information. It is like either it could be an ex situ conservation or in situ conservation. And it could be, when you call ex situ, you kind of take it away from its original location and you conserve it in other places. When you are doing an in situ conservation, you are primarily looking to conserve in its own place of existence or availability. So in situ conservation, we have national parks, protected areas, biosphere reserves and World Heritage Sites and medicinal plants conservation areas and medicinal plant development areas. And in situ on-farm and ex situ on-farm is also there. And where you have many of you, if you are from Kerala or Karnataka, you also know the concept of sacred groves. This is also a very ancient concept to conserve the important species. And not only that, when you conserve them in situ in their own ecosystem, the natural evolution also happens. And the intraspecific or interspecific recombinations happen. So it kind of the variability kind of evolve. So that evolution of variability is very, very important for us because that kind of system gives an opportunity to harness that variability for our own interests. So ex situ, you can see there are some seed gene banks and botanical or herbal gardens, home herbal gardens, community herbal gardens, and conservation parks, and field gene banks and in vitro repositories. But my primary concern will be on the domestication and cultivation. As we see in the long run, as such, it is a need of the hour because we see over the few years, and as Dr. Hegde was mentioning, I've been working on this area of medicinal crop research. It's always been like when you say to your, we have institute research councils where we project our research of what we are doing. We always had this question being asked to us, who are your takers? And I should frankly admit, till few years before, there were not an industry who is coming and asking you for a quality seed or quality variety, because it's been mostly done on a bulk basis and being collected from the wild. So now, because our National Biodiversity Authority is in place and some of our regulatory protocols are being practiced very stringently, so now people, and also they have already exploited our wild resources to a large extent. And even as some of the speakers mentioned, the traceability, safety, and sustainability is being asked even if you want to supply to the global markets. This is an essential reason why industry is also looking into cultivation. So when you talk about cultivation, see, when you compare these crops with your field crops or any other horticulture crops, we are way different from others, because here our concept or our focus is on improving both yield and your whatever is an active compound or the secondary metabolite which we are, as Dr. Dinesh in the morning he mentioned. So those target therapeutic secondary metabolites is also our concern. And when you talk about secondary metabolites, you also know they are highly influenced by the environment. So this genetic and environmental interaction is also one thing which we kind of take care. So when you come to domestication and cultivation, we also see when you talk about cultivation, a variety is inevitable. Like you have to give them a variety which can yield better and also give you a good amount of secondary metabolites and stable expression of the metabolites. And also when you talk about sustainable utilization, then you ultimately come for good agricultural practices, even good collection practices, which I have not mentioned here. And also most of it now, they also ask for organic cultivated raw drugs. And in situ conservation, I don't want to, as I said, don't want to spend too much time, but then there are medicinal plants conservation areas and also the biosphere areas which government has already identified, and MPCAs and MPDAs are mostly the work of TDU. I'm sure somebody is going to talk to you about it. And I also mentioned about sacred groves, which is a very good concept, and probably we should all promote that. And ex situ, what our research organizations do in terms of botanical gardens or herbal gardens, and also the gene banks, and where we also, as part of our research, when we collect the germplasm, we send the seeds to the NVPGR, which is a central body which saves all this diversity in the seed banks, or we have identified national gene bank areas, sources, like which are the institutes. So we also deposit to them for further conservation and also for the further utilization. So ex situ conservation, I said there are some 16 MPCPs which are identified in South India, which are essentially done through FRLHT under DANIDA project. And we have many policy regulations which also tells you how this conservation work can be taken up. And basically coming to the cultivation, as I said, cultivation is very important because it offers basically the uniformity of the material, the safety, traceability, uniformity, authenticity, all those things can be addressed to the cultivation. So cultivation is, as I mentioned, important to get a uniform raw material, and the quality assurance is there, and improvement in yield and quality, so that you can you can meet the demands of the global market and you can compete in the global markets. And it also requires for you to develop a quality planting material, and it also helps in the conservation of genetic diversity. And of course, as I mentioned, to follow the good agricultural practices, and now with the NMPB and also through many of our research organizations, they have developed good agricultural practices for each of the medicinal plants which are being cultivated now. And there is also efforts going on to develop some more good agricultural practices for different medicinal plants. And when you come, how these herbs are being utilized, just to give an idea, so how many different sectors it's being used for the conventional Ayurvedic formulations, extraction markets, herbal teas, nutraceuticals, flavors and fragrances, aromatic oils and culinary herbs and other areas. So this, when you talk about again sustainable utilization and how this biodiversity is being utilized, is discovering useful new molecules and also to produce the bioactive compounds in a purest form, and also exploit them for their medicinal uses, and to develop superior cultivars. And you need these wild species if you want to incorporate any of your biotic and abiotic stresses into cultivated types. And also it forms the basic material for your molecular tools, which Dr. Dinesh has spoken in the morning, genomic studies or bioreactors or transformation studies, or to develop genetic maps, even to understanding the evolution aspects is the basic, probably if somebody taxonomists are there, it is also them, like we do a lot of understanding how these species have been evolved. So I would like to spend some time on what kind of work we were doing at our institute in the medicinal crops. And basically, when you talk about our institute, it is a premier research institute which works in horticulture crops, especially fruits, vegetables, flowers, and medicinal crops. And we also have different supporting departments in addition to crop improvement, crop production, crop protection. We have a post-harvest technologies and other allied sectors. And we also have a wide variety of technologies which are available. You can see our website. And we have a special instrument facility where we have high-end analytical labs. And we also have an NABL accredited laboratory which uses all high-end equipments to test heavy metals or pesticide residues or even microbial contaminations, etc. And coming to the medicinal crop research at IIHR, we were working on conservation, elite variety development, organic production technologies, and soilless cultivation, and we were discussing about the RET plants or even sustainable harvest. So we are now in the process of standardizing some of non-destructive harvesting techniques, especially for the root crops. And we have a phytochemical laboratory, and as I mentioned, we estimate the residues and the heavy metals. We also take up training and business processing development activities. Coming to the conservation, we collect a lot of germplasm in the crops where we are doing the research. We have a lot of germplasm in the crops, and also we have a good field gene bank, herbal garden, and we also maintain a herb demonstration unit and also a herbal nursery, because this becomes very important for us for our breeding research. And morning somebody was mentioning about RET plants. So we have done quite a good work in RET plants. We have RET garden where we conserved around 32 species. This work has been done with the funding from National Medicinal Plant Board. And we have developed distribution maps for 32 medicinal plants, RET medicinal plants, and also we have developed the distribution maps and also evaluation techniques, standardized evaluation protocols for their active ingredients. And coming to the conservation, we also mentioned that in vitro methods are also one part of how you conserve these. So we have also standardized some low growth tissue culture protocols for conserving these medicinal plants. And also we have a cryopreservation specialty technique where we have standardized that method for almost 12 to 15 medicinal crops. And we also, as I mentioned, we maintain around 200 species, different tree species, shrubs in our herbal garden. And we have around 32 species, and we have a demonstration unit covering around 50 different species, and a herbal nursery where we multiply almost close to 70 different herbs. And coming to the work, what we have done in different medicinal crops, these are, I think one of the crop I worked also is a velvet bean, what we call Mucuna pruriens or kapikuchu, which has multiple medicinal uses. And I'm sure many of you Ayush people know it is also a part of more than 100 Ayurvedic formulations. And we also promoted this crop as a multi-purpose legume, medicinal legume, because the seeds have L-dopa, which are known for curing Parkinson's disease, and also known to, I think, anti-obesity. They're using for sports nutrition and many other properties. And besides its medicinal property, we are also promoting it because it's a legume, it fixes nitrogen, it adds lots of biomass, and also it's like a cover crop, very aggressive climber also, and it covers your whole soil and also has an allelopathic effect, so it doesn't let the weeds grow, and it also adds lots of biomass, so it improves your organic carbon content in the soil. So it is many people now are using this crop for both the purposes. So we had actually most of these industries were sourcing it from the wild mucuna. Even now, some of those industries keep taking that sources. Those are the wild kapikuchu. That is what they have a very itchy trichomes on the pods. So when you kind of harvest, if the trichomes come or the hairs come into the contact of your skin, it gives you a severe dermatitis. So we, in our breeding program, we kind of thought like, can we develop some lines or isolate from the germplasm existing without these trichomes, so which can be helpful in a large-scale commercial cultivation. And I'm also very glad to share that because of our efforts and our varieties, we could make this crop as a sustainable crop so that the market has a quality produce for the industry purpose. And also the farmers are happy growing this crop because it's a very hardy crop and easy to grow. So this is how we have done. We've collected a lot of germplasm, we screened, we characterized, and we evaluated both for yield and L-DOPA content, and we have identified some superior lines from the germplasm, and also we have taken up the hybridization to improve the L-DOPA content. And so we have, you can see the variability in the pod structure, which has the wild type is the center one, where you can see the itchy trichomes. And what we have developed are those lines with the non-itchy trichomes. And we have also used molecular markers to see there and fingerprint whatever our elite lines. So we have come out with 6 varieties, which are long duration, medium duration, short duration, with a very good seed yield and an L-DOPA content. And we also have our technology licensing and Institute Technology Management Unit, through which we license our technologies. So these varieties have been licensed to industries and growers, and very well accepted by the industry. And moreover, on average, we sell almost 4 to 5 tons of seed from our institute. And besides our contact farmers who have taken our licensing, they sell quite a few tons of seeds to the different pharmaceutical industries. And these are the details. If you want, you can always contact our institute. And these are our contact. And not only just releasing the varieties, we also take care that these seed material is available to the farmers. And we are multiplying this seed through seed village concept. So we give it to the farmers, we ask them to multiply and take back, and then check their quality and then germination aspect. And then we sell through our online seed portal. You can see our website. We have an online seed portal where you can even get the seeds of other fruits, vegetables, and flower crops also. So other crop which we worked, Centella asiatica, you might be knowing. It's a very good in demand and one of the top 8 best-selling herbs in outside the country also. And extract is one of the major herbal extract which is being exported from India. And we also have worked in this crop to see whether we can develop some varieties with high Achaeurticoside and high total terpenoid content, and also gives you the high yield. So we have again, collected the germplasm, and we also conserve this germplasm, and we exploited this germplasm variation to isolate, some of the high-yielding varieties. We have 2 varieties, Arka Prabhavi and Arka Divya, with the high Achaeurticoside content and high fresh biomass yield. And these are also being licensed to the industry and to the growers. We also take up some demonstrations. This is our demonstration in, I think, 4 acres area in Gadak. And these, some of our varieties have also been released through Central Varietal Release Committee recently. And other crop which we worked on was ashwagandha, as already mentioned before. I don't need to emphasize its importance. And after this COVID, when we go to US, I'm sure Dr. Previous speaker also agrees with me. Most of those big medicinal sections are stored with ashwagandha capsules and curcumin. So these 2 are the hot selling cakes after COVID in the US. And of course, that golden latte from the coffee makers. And so here also we've collected a very wide germplasm, more than around 200 germplasm from different parts of the country. And we have identified some of the chemotypes. And we have also identified one variety, Arka ashwagandha, which gives you higher dry root yield, and as well as the total withenoid content is very high. And this is also, it's been licensed, and it is also released from state Karnataka, recommended for Karnataka, and also released by the Central Varietal Release Committee. And it is also has been given for industry and growers licensed. Another crop we worked was an Eclipta alba, and since there are no released varieties here, and it is also one of the highly traded crop, so we have also worked on this crop looking for lines which can give us high biomass, and here our target molecule was the beta-lactam content. As you know, Eclipta is also known for hair promoting properties as well as for the liver ailments. So here also we have collected a lot of germplasm, and we evaluated the germplasm for different characters, morphological characters, and also for the beta-lactam yield. And we also developed a HPLC method for estimating this, and we published and validated that method. And we have come out with a variety Arka Bringraj, which is very high yield. Most of the Bringraj, if somebody has seen, most of them are the prostrate types, and this variety is a very erect type. And we have recently standardized even the retuning part of it so that the growers can get higher yield and higher economic returns. And it has a very high biomass yield and also high in beta-lactam content up to 0.5% to 0.6%. And it can also be propagated both through cuttings and seeds, and it's a highly prolific flowering and seed bearing thing. We have also been evaluated, evaluating this with the MOU with a few industries. And we are also doing some ongoing work on Brahmi, Kalmeg, and also in Gymnema to isolate lines with high bacoside content, high yielding Brahmi, which we are almost ready with few lines. And andrographis also, we have lines with high andrographolide content and the yield. And also we have isolated some of the Gymnema lines which are high in gymnemagenin content. I'm sorry. And the work is going on in the yield trials. And though it's not clearly, relevant, probably classified under medicinal plants, I just want to put before you about the work in beetle vine, because it's a wonderful plant with lots of medicinal properties, which probably is not being exploited to the extent it has to be exploited. And moreover, now we say everywhere the chewing of beetle vine has come down because of the bad habit of spitting. But I think there is a need for us to understand its medicinal properties and develop some of those products out of it so that our farmers can be benefited. So here also we have done a lot of work, and we developed the dust rates, and then we have also have a large collection with us, and we have done hybridization, standardized the hybridization, and we have released two hybrids in it, Arka Sampada and Arka Padma, which have been recently identified from the ECRIP. And another new promising hybrid is in the trials, and it is doing very well in both the farmers' fields, especially, I don't know how many of you know, it's a dioecious plant, and we have both male and female plants in it. And we classify them as Bangla or Kapuri, we call it Ambadi or Kariyele. So this is the hybrid which is suitable for Ambadi types. And besides this, we are also doing supporting work in molecular aspect, basically to fingerprint our lines in almost all of the crops which we have been working. And in Eclipta and beetle vine, we developed, since there are no SSR markers for doing these molecular studies, we have developed our own SSR primers, and using them that we fingerprinting and doing basic works like diversity analysis, looking for some unique lines, and probably getting them registered with our central bodies like NBPGR. And some of those innovative technologies also we are doing in this crop, like we have designed a bitter leaf oil extractor, and we have done some value-added products in this. So with this, besides this, some of those work what we are doing, we have not, I've not in detail mentioned here. One of the interesting work what we are doing is, as somebody was mentioning, how we can kind of use this traditional knowledge. Like we have been thinking of doing this, some of those products which are mentioned in Vriksha Ayurveda technique, like your Kunapajala. So we have recently been working on these areas in a collaborative project under CCRA's funded project, where we are using this Kunapajala to see whether it can be utilized as an organic nutrient to improve the quality and yield of the medicinal plants. And besides this, we are also using a soilless cultivation, where we are using soilless media especially coco peat and hydroponics, to see whether we can do promote this non-destructive harvesting. Because especially in those plants of RET plants, and also where your root is an important part, especially on Dasamula or many Ayurvedic formulations, where roots are being used. These roots, once you harvest them, you are destructing the whole plant, and the regeneration is not there. So in those plants, we see most of them now are using the substitutes rather than the original plant which is prescribed by the Ayurveda. So we are looking into some of these standardizing certain techniques so that you can harvest the roots but put back the plant so that you can continuously grow the plant and harvest it. So this kind of interventions can help in, again, conservation and also in sustainable harvesting of the medicinal plants. And this work we are almost through, and probably we will be giving the final recommendations in 1 or 2 medicinal plants, especially for Uraria picta and Pipli, Piper longum. And besides this, I have not mentioned much about the production technology part. We have already standardized the production, organic production technologies in Kalmeg, Coleus fuscoli, and also on Tulsi. And besides this, we also have done certain work on standardizing the methodologies for estimation of these bioconstituents through HPLC. As I mentioned, IIHR has other technologies, like what I mentioned was the work what we have done in our division about production technologies or variety development. But when you talk about the other technologies, like we have many technologies, like now we put more emphasis on organic production. So we have some technologies like biofertilizers and bioinsecticides, and also certain what you call these traps and many other technologies, which I can mention is like we have an ARCA microbial consortium, which is a consortium of microbial. Sir was mentioning about the soil health. So we know that the microbes of the soil which are very important. So these kind of microbial consortia or biofertilizers are very important to improve your soil health. And we also see when you can improve your soil in this aspect, your secondary metabolites concentration also increases. So this is, as Sir was mentioning, it is akin to our body, like how your life goes, even the plant life goes. When you think that you are deficient in micronutrients, it is also happening to the soil. Soil is deficient, plants are deficient, your produce is deficient, so we are also deficient. So this, in this way also a lot of work is happening. So those kind of technologies, like, we have a neem soap and pongamia soap, and also we have recently come out with natural control mechanism for the mealybugs, which is also mealy melt. And besides this, we have worked on a lot of value-added products. Since the time given was small, short, I couldn't cover most of them. We have a very vibrant post-harvest division where we are working on developing some of the value-added products, even through addition of medicinal plants in fruit-derived products, or as other speakers said, RTS beverages. Now we have developed RTS beverage of Centella. Similarly, we have developed a lot of other value-added products. And besides this, we also have a robust technology licensing and also technology incubation facilities, where any of you can approach, and you can use those facilities also for either through consultative mode, or you can license our technologies. We have an on-site incubation and off-site incubation facilities. So in total, I just put before you what is the work going on in our institute in a very briefly on conservation aspects, and also on the improvement aspects, and even the other technologies which can help in advancing medicinal plants cultivation. as we see the cultivation of medicinal plants is the one which we all have to admit to be taken up, because unless you bring them under cultivation, having a safe produce and also sustainable produce, and also the most important thing is traceability cannot be addressed. And I'm sure some of those, I'm sure like many of my colleagues from university are here who are also working. But anyhow, any of you are interested, you can always see our website or contact us. And to conclude, I say conservation and cultivation is the key for the future expansion, or even to meet the future demands on the herbal products. And also, as mentioned in the morning, from morning we've been listening to different topics, and very rightly put by Dr. Rai. Everybody has an expertise in different areas. Unless we come together and work together, I am sure this kind of work can help in promoting and also meeting the global demand, being a global leader in this area. With these few words, and again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Madam, for your nice presentation, and you covered all the possibilities available for conservation, and also your achievements at your research center. But in spite of it, I have my own concern. I've been telling to my colleagues and also others, though the gloria lily is being cultivated in our country since maybe 5 decades, but no variety is there in that. Then Davana, I have a request of Honorable Dandin Sir. Sir, Davana is a monopoly of our country. That too, Bangalore, the Karnataka and Bangalore, only Bangalore surroundings, Davana is cultivation. Not even in any other country it has been under cultivation. Probably if the same case would have been happened in other country, they would have had this separate institute for Davana. But we don't know, many people don't know about Davana at all. Now it is priced at 40,000 rupees per kg of oil. It's a matter of 3 months, move three months crop, only 3 months. We are not done anything. I have been insisting our students to work on that. Dr. Faruqi worked in 80s. That was not concluded. Not even single variety. We do not have types also in that. So some of the students should take it up, and I have a request to Honorable Dandin sir, somewhere, wherever you get the opportunity, kindly put this to the policy makers to have our own institute on Davana, the Center of Excellence maybe. We should do a lot of work, because we have a monopoly. Nobody can compete with us in India, that too Bangalore. We should do that. Then the Sarpagandha, one variety is there, RS1, way back in 1965 or 68 maybe. No other variety is there. Sarpagandha is banned for wild collection now. It is only through cultivation it should be produced and sold to the industry. There also we have a lot of potential to do that. Varietal improvement in medicinal plant is unheard actually. No, only few varieties are coming up. That's why I have a request to youngsters also. Since yesterday, all things are putting on the heads of the youngsters. Anyway, it's everybody's responsibility. One should think about that. Not only in vegetables and fruits and other crops, varieties are being done, but not in the medicinal plants. One side we are still telling RET list is being, it is becoming big list. But unless it is cultivated, RET just protecting it is not the solution. It should be cultivated, it should be brought to the industry, then only we will survive. Madam, thanks a lot for your concern. Thank you.
I'll respond to you. Actually, very rightly you pointed out, actually we should have those priority crops in list so that we can take up the projects. And also now, we need a funding for, taking it up. So we can bring it to this funding agency so that, sometimes they call these special calls. Like that, if you can, we can put our demands to them and say this is the need of the hour. And also, I feel the industry participation is very, very important in these crops, because without the industry participation, just, now at least wherever I go, it says, look your seed, look your planting material, because you are talking about secondary metabolite. And if there is any kind of change in your genetic purity of this, you will not get. Like now what is happening in ashwagandha, everywhere they say we are not getting the vithanolide content. Because nowhere you are producing a proper seed. You are not maintaining any isolation distance. You are producing all the varieties in one place, and it is often cross-pollinated. When it gets cross-pollinated, the purity is not there, you will not get your secondary metabolite. So even if you are developing a standard product, you need to have a standard material with you, pure material, which can give you a better secondary metabolite yield. So that kind of, as from morning it's been discussed, I think unless we come together with the industry, with the growers, with the researchers, I think that is the need of the hour. And the demand, like in case if there is a demand, that industry also should be able to help the research through CSR funding, or even to maintain herbal gardens. We've been talking about herbal gardens. Can we make a network of those herbal gardens and tell the industry, look here, you do the sustainable harvest from our own herbal gardens? Because we have RET, or we have, every institute almost has a herbal garden. So why can't we use it for industry purpose, or even for any other sourcing? Because maintaining a germplasm is not a small issue, because it involves a lot of funding. Like sometimes our institute asks, okay, you put it in 4 acres, 4 hectares, what is it? Why? It's like you're consuming our resources. So there should be some way I think it's a high time we should discuss on that. Probably you should have a network of those herbal gardens, and take the industry on the board and say that you please take the material from us. Just maintain, only to maintain. Thank you. Yeah, sir.
So always, you are explaining about the positive aspects of the medicinal plants. Unfortunately, the negative aspects of the medicinal plants are not mentioned anywhere. For example, Vinca rosea, it produces a vincristine, vinblastine. They are spindle poisons, okay, highly spindle poisons. So you cannot take directly. Unfortunately, you see, they are asking to eat the leaf. Animals knows they don't eat, but humans, you are telling humans to take.
Sir, sir, the message is very clear that whenever you are taking any of the medicinal plants, it should be recommended by an Ayurvedic practitioner or a identified medicinal practitioner.
Yeah, but unfortunately they are not telling.
Sir, this is like your WhatsApp universities and WhatsApp messages that we cannot stop it. But from a research stage like this, we always tell them, you please, no Ayurvedic science or any other science tells you to eat a single leaf for so many days.
No, self-medication is not administered.
So another, for example, Brahmi. Brahmi is for centuries it told it improves your memory. Okay, I thought I bought a plant and sown in my garden. Then afterwards I come to know that one paper in German published. If you eat for just for a few weeks, your sperm is going to reduce.
Yeah, so many side effects are there. No herb is safe.
Yeah.
Self-medication is not administered.
I'm not talking negatively, but they should also mention negative effects. Even in allopathic medicine, they tell what are the side effects.
This is for all the plants.
Yeah.
No plant is safe. People say that herbal medicine is safe. In comparison to the allopathy medicine. That's all.
Yeah, you always have
Thank
to
you. Thank you, sir.
take it
Thanks
as recommended.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, madam, for your very informative and insightful lecture. I request Dr. Ellen Negde sir to present a flower pot to madam as a token of our respect. So, one small announcement, we don't go, please, delegates, I request. And now I request Professor Ramakrishna sir, and he is our honorary fellow of KSTA, to present a flower pot to Dr. Ellen Negde sir as a token of our respect. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. So I request you to please, before leaving lunch, we are informal cultural program is there from 6 to 7:30. Okay. So I request you to also participate. So anybody wanted to sing or whatever, you dance, you can perform here. So stage is for yours for 1 hour. So, and one more thing, and those who are staying in guest house and also so for delegates. So please tell our Bharat, those who are going to stay for dinner, we will prepare no non-vegetarian. So please inform to our Bharat. So that's what now itself after the lunch. So please have a quick lunch no, and come back at 2:30 if possible, another 10 minutes extra. So that's what I request you all. So we'll start now immediately next lecture. Sir,
speak on Shankha Bhasma. I could have spoken for 1 hour on Shankha Bhasma, but I have to speak on the subject like plant science, which is new to me also. Well, the first and foremost thing that I want to make it very clear to all of you is I have included 2 important subjects here. One is known as the acts and the other one is known as the conventions. You may ask me a question that what is an act and what is a convention? The first thing, the basic thing one has to learn about the act and convention. Act is a legislation passed by the parliament with a 2/3 majority. For example, we have Wildlife Protection Act, Environment Act, Biodiversity Act. All acts are passed by the parliament. That means a piece of legislation is forwarded into the parliament, that is approved by the parliament, then goes to Rajya Sabha, and there also it is approved. If it is not approved, again it comes back to the parliament, then again approved, goes to the president, and president will put a signature. Once the president put a signature, it is coming in the form of a gazette notification. That is what we call as an act. Whereas a convention is some sort of an understanding, some sort of an adjustment, some mutual understanding between the one country to the other country. For example, let us have, we will have an understanding between India and Nepal. So there are 2 countries are involved. So we call it as a bilateral agreement. If there are 3 countries, trilateral. If there are many countries, multilateral. So I just wanted to tell you, way back in 1992, 150 countries participated in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. 150 countries participated in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And they come to an understanding on the conservation of biodiversity or conservation of biological diversity. That is a convention. 150 countries, what we call the parties, came together, met in understanding and formed understanding that is known as the biological diversity, Convention on Biological Diversity. Similarly, we have a convention on trade, CITES. I will speak to you at a later stage. So I will be speaking on convention and biological, that is acts and convention. Now, before I go to the next subject, I just wanted to introduce you a subject known as biogeography, which deals with the evolution and the distribution of plants and animals on the earth. If you look at the entire scenario of the earth, we have nearly about 4.6 billion years of history. Earth has originated somewhere around 4.6 billion years. And between 6 billion years, 4.6 billion years, till today, we have seen the various degree of evolution of plants and animals. This is what we call as speciation. So speciation has taken place. At the same time, lot of plants and animals have got extinct. There are cases in which a mass extinction has taken place. That is one of the mass extinction. So in the entire history of the earth, there are 5 mass extinctions. You can see this one. And please believe me that during every extinction, large number of plants and animals, you can see from 95 to 75 or 76% have got extinct. So what we see today is a product of extinction. At the same time, there is a product of evolution also, or the speciation also. So this is one of the important aspects that one has to remember that one. Now we know that one, a group of animals, especially the reptiles, you remember this one, as many as 900 species of reptiles got extinct. You have seen the dinosaurs. This is what we call the mass extinction. So we have seen in the 5 extinctions have already taken place. We are in the process of the 6th extinction. So similarly, when I am speaking about the animals, I also speak of the plants also. Look at this one. Large number of plants are present in the form of fossils. So fossil extinctions are also there. You can see a large number of fossils, and many of them are cycads. So a large number of extinctions in plants and animals have taken place. And what we see today is a product of extinction and speciation. Now let us go to the next subject. Now look at this one. In the entire, for a few years, we have recorded as many as 174 species are extinct in the wild in the recent years. And 129 species and 45 are extinct in the wild also. So there are a large number of species which have gone, and this is what we call the extinction. I'll come back to it later stage. And why? Why this extinction? It is mainly because of we. That is, the human beings are responsible for the extinction. This is what we call the holocentric, or what we call a holocentric extinction, or the anthropocentric extinction. That means man is responsible. How? The rate of extinction have increased in the recent years. The rate of extinction has increased in the recent years, and that's why we called it as the Holocene or Anthropocene extinction. I'll not go into the detail much about it. So what we see today is a biodiversity crisis. There is a crisis on the entire earth. Large number of plants and animals are going to extinction. And this is mainly because of the 5 important factors. One is about the habitat loss. As all of you know about the habitat loss, how the forests have dwindled over the years. One of the examples are species coming from the other countries, alien species, or the invasive alien species. The third one is we are exploiting much more than what is required, over exploitation. I will not go into the detail because it takes its own subject and it will take much of our time. And lastly, fourthly, we have got pollution, maybe a land pollution, air pollution, or a water pollution. And because of all these things, we are going to have an extinction. And lastly, the one most important in recent years is the climate change. The climate change is responsible for our extinction. So these are what we call the biodiversity crisis. And because of the biodiversity crisis, we are losing a lot of plants and animals. Now look at this one. I just wanted to tell you about the plants diversity also. This is the latest one, 2023. As on today, I am giving the latest information as this one. You can see nearly about so many species of bacteria and the angiosperms. These are the latest figures that we have got from the Botanical Survey of India, which we produce what is known as the new discoveries every year. So this is the one. Now we speak about 1 lakh species of microbes. Where is the record? We don't have a record of 1 lakh species of microbes. People say that about 10,000 microbes are present in our own stomach. We don't have much about it. We know only about 1,288 recorded. So there is a microbial taxonomy has come into existence in recent years. It was not there at all. So this is how we have got. The most important thing that we have to know is that the angiosperms. The angiosperms is nearly about 22,214 as on June 2023. So more have been added in recent years. So you can add some more, and it may be about 22,500 species that we have got in India. Out of these 22,500 species that we have got, nearly about 10,000 species are medicinal plants. Now, I'll come back to you at the later stage about this one. And in the world, we have nearly about 21,000 species which have been recorded as the medicinal plants. Now, once upon a time, the plants were used as a food, then it becomes spices were very important. Now, the most important thing, what we call as the medicinal plants. So, medicinal plant has taken a most important aspect of it, and they are used in Siddha, all these groups, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Amchi, Western, and other medicines also. All the plants have been used in various subjects like Ayush. Now, look at the economics of the medicinal plants. Look at the economics of the medicinal plant. Look at from 2015 to 2022-23, we have a record. This is the Government of India record. This is not my record. This is the official figure that has been given by the Government of India. So you can see this one. This is the turnover. $628 million export value. This is the internal consumption. It's not the internal consumption. It is the export value that we have got. So you calculate 628.25 multiplied by 85 rupees is our turnover, because $1 is almost equivalent to 85 rupees. So Natraj was asking me, why don't you give it in terms of rupees? Why not? Why you always say about dollars? So you convert into multiply by 85, you will get the amount. That is a simple definition. And look at the turnover of the entire industry. This is again the official figure. There are 2,300 crores only from the herbal medicinal industries. And other pharmaceutical industries, look at this one, 14,500 crores. So you can see the importance of the medicinal plants. Now, you can see again a jugglery of words about the importance of the medicinal plants in terms of the amount, 330.18 million worth of herbs, and the growth is about 14.22% compared with the previous year. This is the value of the medicinal plants. And export value of the medicinal herbs, $456.12 million. So you can imagine the importance of the medicinal plants. Not only that one, there are large number of papers, as many as 1,800 papers in 1 year has come throughout the world. Maybe local, maybe international or national papers have come out. So you can see the importance of the medicinal plants in the recent years. Friends, not only that one, we have an agency known as National Biodiversity Authority. I'm a member of National Biodiversity Authority. Even today also, you can see the amount of money that they have received as a compensation, royalty. 148.63 crores they have received the royalty from the various medicinal users. So this is how the medicinal plants have become a very important subject in recent years. Look at 95% of the medicinal plants used in herbal industries. Out of 10,000, about 95% are used. And there are various figures. 800 medicinal plants have been used. Some say 10,000. So it is only a guesswork from 8,000 to 10,000. I can't say that one exactly the number. It may be between 800 to 8,000 to 10,000 medicinal plants have been used. So I cannot give you the exact figure about this one. Now look at the requirement. Since I am a member of the Biodiversity Authority, I have signed an agreement in which I will not reveal many things. I'm not supposed to reveal many things. So that is the reason I am not telling you the company which sought this requirement. I'm again telling you, those of you who are in the news or in the what we call as media also, I'm not revealing the company's name. I'm just only telling you their requirement. Look at the requirement of serpentine, sarpagandha. Look at this one. Do we have, the question, I'm asking you a question is, do we have so much of material in our country? Look at one company. This is the one company requiring 5,664 kgs of Sarpagandha or Raulfia serpentiana. Do we have? Do we have? So only the adulteration. What we get today is only an adulteration. Many times we don't have so much of material at all, but we get a lot of things. So anyhow, I will not go into the detail about that one. I will not enter into any controversy also. So this is our requirement. But this is an official figure from Ayush. This is an official figure from the Ayush. Is their requirement from the various companies has been given. Some companies have not been given. Some companies has been given. Look at this one, 75,641 metric tons of their requirement. Do we have all these things? A question mark that you only have to answer for this, and I don't have answer. Now, there are various strategies of conservation. I will not go into the detail about the strategies of conservation. My previous speaker has already told you about it. This one also has been told. I will not repeat about the ex situ and in situ conservation. I will only tell you, since I am a member of the Governing Council in the Wildlife Institute of India today, and for up to 2026, I am a member of the All India government, who deals with the protected area network, who deals with the country's protected area network. So I am giving you the exact figure as on today. These are the areas in which the government has protected, either in the form of national parks, or in the form of wildlife sanctuaries, or in the form of biosphere reserves, or in the various things. So I am also involved in the at a national level, even today, in involving many of the protected area network, their distribution, their diversity, and other things. I am also a member, of course, though not directly. Look at this one. Many of the medicinal plants are conserved. Many of the medicinal plants are conserved through the botanical gardens. There are various, for example, if you go to this one, either our own Lal Bagh, there are many things which are conserved from times immemorial. Like that one, nearly we have as many as 122 botanical gardens where plants have been conserved. You can also see the number of plants that has been conserved. Many of them are medicinal plants. So these are some of the important things about the medicinal plants. Now, recently, there is another way of conservation at an international level. The other way of international conservation is what is called the important plant areas. We have developed, by a zoologist, I am a zoologist, we have developed not the important bird areas. We have developed one of the important bird areas based on the similar guideline. Based upon the same thing, we are developing a recent one in 2016 onwards is one of the important plant protected areas, or what we call PS, wherein plants have been conserved. So this is another one, because these are the subjects of its own. I can speak on hours together on each one, so I will not go into the details. There is another important area where conservation is taken place. That is one of the biodiversity hotspots. That means what exactly the biodiversity hotspots is, I'll tell you. There are 36 biodiversity hotspots in the world, out of which India has got 4 biodiversity hotspots. The Western Ghats, the entire Himalayan range, that is, the third one is the Indo-Burmese hotspot, and the fourth one is Sunda hotspot. Many of your books gives you only 2, but I am telling you there are 4 hotspots in our own country. What exactly the biodiversity hotspots? There is a definition way back in 1998 and 1988 and 90, where Norman Myers has given us what are biodiversity hotspots. These are the areas of conservation, and he said that one, it covers 2.3% and a very big area, a big biogeographic region with a specific significant reservoir. That means it counts plants, animals, everything, wherein the most important is threatened and destruction. So it's going on, so we need to protect that area. This protection is taken place by the biodiversity hotspots. So this is the one among them. Now, as far as the Indian is concerned, we have Ayush, at the same time National medicinal plant board, which gives you the protection for the plants, identify the plants which are very important, and also gives a protection. So these are some of the conservation areas, conservation methodologies. In a nutshell, I'm not giving a detail about it. I'm going. Look at this one, ginkgo biloba. I was there in the United States for a long time. So I have seen wherever you go, what is known as any big store, you can see the ginkgo biloba. It's a huge, you can see the importance of this ginkgo biloba, how they are used in the ginkgo biloba, which is most of them are coming from China, even though we are also producing quite a lot, but mostly coming from China. So this is one of the important aspects of the. Now, you will be surprised. Why are you bringing chilies into my, what you call it as medicinal plants? Some of you may even think this fellow has become a pagal, bringing a medicinal plant into chilies. No, it is not the question of chilies, especially the Badige chili. Very famous Badige chili is from Karnataka, which was sold to 20 rupees, 30 rupees, 40 rupees a few years back. Now it has become about 400 rupees, 350 to 400 rupees, 800 rupees it went. So slightly fluctuation, depends upon the demand and theory, demand and supply theory of the economics. Now look at this one. There's a lot. And these chilies are used for various purposes. Some of them are medicinal, some of them are non-medicinal also. Even they use it to, look at this one, the most important. They feed the poultry. Why? To become the egg yellow in color, more yellow in color, are turning towards the red color. So this is one of the important uses. Now I'm not worried about this one, but I am worried about this is the most important thing that I am thinking about it. I'm not worried about that other things. I'm worried about the chemistry of this chilies. Look at the chemistry of chilies. It gives you one of the most important things, chemical. What is this chemical? They use in lipsticks and nail polish. Most of the ladies will say that one, again he has become again against to ladies. I'm not against to ladies. I'm for ladies. But remember, these chemicals are produced in India, going to Europe, where they make a patent. Once they make a patent, the royalty will go to them, not to India, though its origin is in India. Of course, plant botanist will say medicinal plant, especially the chilies, is not from India. It is from South America, it has come, just like potato and other things. But still, this is the most important, the patent law. Patent Act is the most important. Most of our money, when you buy a lipstick and this one, the money will go to them. If you are buying for $10, $1 will go to them. That means we are losing a lot of money from our own material. So these are some of the important things that one you have to learn also. I'll go into this further. Look at this one, Garcinia. Again, you go to United States, lot of Garcinia. I have just worked upon Garcinia, I'm not a botanist. I worked upon the plant diversity of Garcinia. There are 53 species, including 2 species from Andaman and Nicobar. And most of them are in the Western Ghat, starting from Uttara Kannada down up to Kerala. And why? We are using it as what is known as souring agent. Most of us will use it as a souring agent. But this gives you a lot of material that are having a medicinal value. If you go to America, lot of Garcinia tablets, Garcinia powders are sold for a huge price of money. They don't have it. Money that is, it belongs to us, but they are getting the money. So why should not we get the money from our own product? This is the question about the medicinal plant that I'm just asking you, and you have the answer for it. Look, and another one, last month, there was a meeting. Again, I'm not revealing the company again. Revealing, this is, nobody uses here. It's sold for 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 20 rupees per kilo. Marigold, Chandu. 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 20 rupees a kilo. Do you know the product they produce? They produce a product known as lutein. And 1 Bottle of small lutein is 2,500 rupees. This is a product. The process and the product that is the most important that you have to learn about it. From a material, an ordinary material like gold, the marigold, they are making money out of it. Why don't you earn it? Why don't you explore it? Why don't you do it? This is my question for all of you to answer. Again, I'm very simple man. I do not know personally about it because I am working upon these important aspects. This one, this is known from times immemorial in Vedic period and also haldi, karkyuma langa or arishna in our language. Now, do you have an idea about this particular? We know from history about the karkyuma langa. Look, these are the important aspects of the karkyuma langa. Again, explore, Google it, find out what are the importance of the karkyuma langa. I'll give what is one of the question to you. Put today, work about the importance of the karkyuma langa. Most of the ladies, again, they use it for the facials. The base material for the facials is from this one. Base material that they use is from karkyuma langa. Before it's cancer curing, another subject. Now, I wanted to tell you, way back in 1995, now I just international laws and involved in this one. Way back in 1995, this curcuma langa, which has got a chemical known as curcumin, went to America. They have patented it. They have patented it, and the patent number is here. You can Google. I'm not telling you a single lie. It is a fact that I am telling you. This is the patent number and the use of turmeric in the world wound healing. It is not it is known from times immemorial. If you Google it, you know from your Vedic period also that we are using this particular aspect of it. And now they have made a patent, they are earning money. Now what has happened? One of the greatest scientists ever born on the earth is none other than Professor Mashelkar. He was the Director General of Scientific and Council Research in the CSR Industries. Many of you are from CSR. The greatest scientist, who is not only a scientist, he is an authority on Veda, Upanishads. He is an authority on Veda and Upanishads. What he did was, he went and filed a case in the International Court of Law. He filed a case. This gentleman has filed. He is still alive. He is from Pune. Now, I'm giving you the history of this particular aspect of it. Look, way back in 1995, a patent was granted. Way back in 96, we filed a case. We lost the case. We lost the case, but he did not lost his hope. Again, he again went to the International Court, given all the truth about this particular aspect of it, and we have won the case way back in 1998. And friends, believe me, we are earning a huge amount of money by exporting, and patent is with us. All the patents are with us, and you can see this one, the export potentiality of this one. Look at the export potentiality into the various countries. And these are the states in which they are growing the particularly curcuma langar or this one. So how international law plays a major role in determining, not only because sitting in the what is known as the laboratory, working upon the various aspect of it, bioprospecting aspect of it, especially a new science has come up recently, bioprospecting. So it is good to have a bioprospecting, but at the same time, we need to look into the international level. We need to look into the money. Money is most important. Economy is most important. If we lose the economy, our own product, somebody was telling today also, Catharanthus rosea or Vinca rosea. Inca rosea is Madagascar. But if you go to United States of America, if you go to the East Coast, especially the Pennsylvania and the New Jersey and New York, there are many of the industries depends upon this. There are 52 alkaloids from the only Inca rosea, and many of them are cancer curing, and they have the patent. But most of the material is not from them because it's a temperate country, ours is a tropical country. So it goes from here. So they are making the money. So this is an opportunity we have. Now, another, again, I'm involved in international law or international trade. Look at this one. Many of you are very aware of it. It's Pterocarpus santalinus. Pterocarpus santalinus, you are well aware of this particular. It grows only in 3 important areas of Andhra Pradesh. Nellore, the Kadapa, Kurnool, and some other areas. In that one, nowhere else. That means what we call the Eastern Ghats. Nowhere else it grows. It is an endemic plant. Again, I'm using a word known as endemic plants. A plant that is present only in that area, nowhere else, is what we call as an endemic plant. It's simple definition I'm telling you. So look at this one. We call way back in 1990 itself, this belongs to the Fabaceae family. Originally it was Leguminosae, now it is known as the Fabaceae family. Okay, this is the, so when we deal with that one, it has come under endangered category. So when we say endangered category, simply we cannot say endangered category. We have to give all the guidelines for it. Now look at the classification that we give. What are the classifications? Okay, let's go into this one. What are the English terminologies we use? What are the local terminologies we are? The regional terminologies. So this one, Rakta Chandana, normally we call it as. Now, we classify them as endangered. So most of the plants are, we say that endangered. What is meant by endangered? You have to understand what is an endangered category. I was a member of International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. That's why I could be able to tell you, I conduct a lot of training courses for animals, not for plants. Animals I conduct. So that's why I could be able to give you all this. Way back in 1988, it was called endangered. Even today it is endangered because the area of distribution is most important. That is restricted to Eastern Ghat. It is native to India, Eastern Ghat. So we have to give a geographic range. When you speak endangered, any plant and any animal, we have to give the distribution range. So that is what we call as, it is the Eastern Ghat. Nowhere else you will get. But now, we have done a lot of other experiments. International trade has increased like anything. I'll tell you, come back to you at a later stage. Now we are growing in what we call as Gujarat now. We are cultivating them in Gujarat. We are removing them from the CITES also. I'll come to you at that, what is that. Now, what is the threat? You see, where is anti-inflammatory, anti-ulcerative, anti-hemorrhage, dysentery, so medicinal value is there. So medicinal, because of the medicinal value, we consider them as the most important medicinal plant. Now, commercially valuable. It is commercial plant. Look at this one. This is how it is. When you cut, so it is a large number of timbers are used. It is used as a timber in addition to the medicinal plant. Now, if you look at the, what is known as the Traffic India or Crime Bureau from our own Karnataka or Andhra Pradesh, a large number of confiscations are there for this particular aspect of it. Large number of confiscation, huge tons have been confiscated now. So this is one of the important aspects of it about the red sandalwood. Look at this color, the beautiful color. This one is one of the most important timber also, very cotton. Look, the most important thing, 1 kg, just like sandalwood, 1 kg will fetch you because 150 lakhs to 1 crore. And because of the cost, lot of people are taking away without knowing to the government. Illegal poaching, illegal trade is the most important aspect of it. Look at this one, 1.9 crore is a one single unit. has been confiscated, exported, illegally exported out of India in 2016 to 20. You can see this is what is having a legal record. How about illegal record? We don't have it. This is a legal record we have got. So this is the most important aspect of it. One has to know about it. You see a large number of people who are involved in the forestry, involved in crime bureau, or involved in confiscating many of these ones. So that's why you so give me red. So people want the color. People want the red sandalwood or this one. So we place them and this one. And I am very happy to say that one. Since we are able to give a record to the international community, we could able to give a record of what is present, what is not present, how much trading is going on, legal trade, illegal trade, everything. We have now come out from that, we can able to export now very easily. So Honorable Minister of Environment and Forest has last month has given a statement because we are also culturing. We are also cultivating in Gujarat. So that is the reason India has wildlife ecosystem, and you can see the Ministry of Environment and Forest consequent to the amendment of the act. So every act, every convention is subject to change. I am introducing many things here and there. So every act and conventions are subject to change. So that is how this one. And it is coming under an important convention known as CITES, Convention on International Trade of Endangered Flora and Fauna. That is known as scientist. I was a scientific authority for Government of India on scientist and represented Geneva for what is known as the elephant tusk. So we are banning elephant as on today we are banning elephant tusk. So Indian tusks are not allowed to export. Similarly, China wanted to cultivate or culture the tigers. So still we are keeping them under ban. We are not supposing ethical issues or many are there, so we are not allowing them. So that's a different issues. Now another example that I want to give you is one of our friend, many of you know who are from the CSIR units, is Professor Pushpangadan, Dr. Pushpangadan. Many of you are well aware of it. He was the director for TBGRI in Thiruvananthapuram. Normally we go on a 3 months tour, 4 months tour, 6 months tour, expeditions we go. And he was expedition to Western Ghat in a place known as Agastamalai. Many of you are known a place known as Agastamalai. So there, he used to climb. You know the climbing uphill is very difficult, climbing downhill is very easy. So he was climbing. So every meter or 10 meters he used to go, sit for some time, again climb, sit for some time, collect the plants, collect other things. And what he did was, since he was there in the regional research laboratories in Jammu, he sent this particular material because he has taken 2 fellows with him. Normally what we do when you go on a tour, survey tour, we don't go alone. We do help of a local people. We give them some money and we take the help because they are the fellows who knows much better than us, much better than knowledgeable people. So he has taken these 2 fellows with them. What these 2 fellows were doing, they were going somewhere, eating something, come back, rejuvenated, very happy and rejuvenated, without eating food also. Rejuvenation was there. Then this man got, Professor Pushpangadan got suspicion. What is this fellows are eating? And so he sent this material to regional research laboratory and found out a chemical that is most important chemical that stimulates, that rejuvenates the body every now and then. And he made a patent about it and sold it to the market. And that was sold. Now there are a lot of legal problems, so I do not again enter into the legal problem. So he sold it in the form of a Jeevani, a drug that rejuvenates. So this is how. Now what happened? When once he has sold it to a market, a company, he gets royalty. He did not get the royalty. Government of India got the royalty, and that royalty, what they got was given to many people. Oh, I'm sorry, that's missing there. There's a missing there. Oh, he got the royalty, and the royalty was given back to the community, and community development was there. This is what we call as access and benefit sharing mechanism of the what we call as the Convention on Biological Diversity. There are 3 important conventions, and you can look at the amount that they have got it, and that was given to the community, and they developed medicinal, what we call as the hospitals, schools, improved their what is dress material, like that the standard was improved. So what we wanted to tell you is that one, if time permits, I will go to all that. If time not permitting, I don't know, the chairman will decide my talk. Oh, okay. 5 minutes. Okay. Because I speak for 2 hours, 3 hours only, because basically I am a teacher. Teachers have got only 2 things. One, they don't have sense. They have got a very good sense, but they have got nonsense in time. Time value, they don't have time value at all. So go on speaking. So till the last bell rings, they start the subject. Like that one, I am starting the subject now only. So this is the one. Now many of the gingiveraceae members, you know that one. Again, I will not go to the oleoresin. Again, members of the gingiveraceae family, we are using for oleoresin. So we are earning quite a lot of money. Andrographis paniculata. Again, look at this one. They are sold in the market in the form of huge amount of money. Whereas we don't have such a material at all, but they are selling it. So there is a lot of adulterations are there. Okay, we will not enter into that again controversy again. Now, again, I'll close at this stage because chairman has given me the timings. I will close at this one. The common thing, I am not going to tell you about my research work. Research work is something different. Neem, everybody knows neem. No one who doesn't know neem about it. Neem. Look at this neem. Various uses of neem. But now it had entered into World Trade Organization, WTO. It has patent. It is a trade. So if I am given about 2 hours time, I'll speak on this one. Otherwise, I'll speak sometime else. Now, the problem about this one, again, patent. Patent law will come into effect. Patent is not Indian. They made a patent outside. It was in the Europe. The patent was in the Europe. Again, we struggled for it. Again, we got a judgment in favor of India. Now we have got patent, Indian patent about the neem. So what I am telling you is the patent law. There are laws about international laws, biodiversity laws. Biodiversity rules are there. Biodiversity issues are there. So that you need to understand, that is how what my lecture was. So again, Vandana Shiva was involved in this one. So you can see this one. Vandana Shiva was involved in this particular aspect of it, the patent. Now you can see tablets, we are selling it. Other dicta. Not only that one. Look at this one. They have sold, one village in Andhra Pradesh has sold the neem and got money out of it, and they used the money for the development. 39.1 small village got 39.09 lakhs rupees. A small village is a huge amount. 39 lakhs to be maybe small for us, but for a small village, it's a huge amount of money. They made a huge amount of money, so that they are going to the biodiversity management committees. Again, I'm introducing the word biodiversity management committees. So like this one. So this is how, another example you can see. Bacillus thuringiensis, BT cotton, BT brinjal, you have got. That means you have capable of introducing another subject, namely the biotechnology. I'm a traditional taxonomist, but I'm not against the biotechnological tools that we employ for either conservation or for development of our country. So we need to use this one. You can see this one. 10 grams of soil taken out from this village. They got huge amount of money, 137 lakhs of rupees. Just small packets of 10 grams. 10 grams of soil containing a lot of BT, that's the bacteria, where they use it for biotechnological tools. That's how we have got. So you can see this one, the importance of the importance of this one. And also you can see so biopiracy is going on. Now most important thing is we have got what is known as the traditional knowledge. I'm again introducing a word known as the traditional knowledge. It is not new to us. You ask your grandparents, you ask your grandmother. They will go to a village or a village, they go to a small place, collect a small plant, apply for a wound healing. They don't come to the city for taking the medicine. So wound healing is known. So this is what we call it as, they are taking away our material. This is what is known as, because a ready-made food, that is the reason why we have got TKDL. TKDL, CSR has introduced a word known as TKDL, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. We have got so you Google it. And I think I'm not telling you, I'm just only putting everything in here and making this lecture, that's all. So this is how you need to do it. So there are a lot of things. I'll just end it here because my chairman has given me this one. So I can speak on hours together about this, especially how red data book, how you can classify, how you are, all this one. I would have given you all this one. So there are, when the time comes, I'll speak on an occasion like this, and I convey my sincere thanks to the organizers, Dr. Ramesh, and to all of you for giving me an opportunity to speak on an occasion. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishnaji. That was a mind-blowing lecture, really. Even after having heavy lunch, I could see none of you in sleepy mode. So everyone is very energetic and eager in listening your lecture, sir. It was really a mind-blowing one. If there are any questions, very quickly, one or two.
I'm here also. I'm here today and tomorrow also. Any question if I am missing because
we are running short of
the
time.
next
So
speaker,
only 2 questions.
it will go out of hands. I'm there on my, what is known as my email address is ramakrishna.zsi@gmail.com. You can Google me or you can give me, and then I'll speak to you or I'll write to you all your answers. Or you can give me a slip to your Dr. Srinivas or any one of them. I will answer your questions and also. Yes, I agree, sir.
2 questions, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman.
2 questions.
Through chairman only.
My interest is here, as you mentioned that. So many plants, they're already well known so that they patent so that you are justifying something. But so many plant species, they're not well known to make a case to win that the patent laws, right? So like that, like a Balakrishna from the Patanjali, they know about 118 volumes of this one. Why not government will take initiative to bring that validations and the documentation so that no one can win the patent on our species?
So, again, since I am a member of a National Biodiversity Authority, I am giving anything. No patent can be done without the approval of the National Biodiversity Authority. No patent is accepted in India. Because even if you are, for example, I have not told you about CITES and how the trade-related agreement has been taken place, because I was a member of, so that's why I couldn't able to speak on this aspect of it. So no patent can be done without the agreement of the National Biodiversity Authority. Either you have to send it to the National Biodiversity Authority, or patent will send it to the patent office, will send it to them, get an approval, then only you can patent. That is what we call the third important aspect in the Convention of Biological Diversity is known as, there are 3 important objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity. One is the conservation. First priority is the conservation. Second one is what is known as sustainable utilization. So you need to utilize sustainably. And third one is known as equitable distribution of resources. That means whatever resources coming, whatever benefit that you are coming, for example, I said about the Aragapacha, Dr. TBGRI's Dr. this one. So money that we are getting it should go back to the community where it has come from. It may be from single person or from the society, whatever it may be. Now that's the reason India is the first country in the world. I'm telling you, India is the first country in the world to enact a law known as the Biodiversity Act in 2002 and Biodiversity Rules in 2004. And according to that one, we have 3 levels. 3 levels of protection. One at a national level, second one at the regional level, third one what is known as the BMC or village level. So the first one is a national level. It is the National Biodiversity Authority in Chennai. The second level is on the regional level, the state level, State Biodiversity Authority at each state. And third one is the Biodiversity Management Committees at the village. So whatever you get benefit, should go back to the biodiversity management committees. So that's why there's a lot of process going on in everything. I'm telling you, earlier, nobody came to us. I'll tell you, I'm sorry, sir. Can you give me if you just, okay. Now, 80% of your cattle in Brazil belongs to India. 80% of the cattle belongs to India. 60% of the cattle belongs to, in the United States of America, belongs to India. That is known as, the name itself is Brahman. Brahman breed. Indian cattle, Gir, Ongol, Krishna, or even our own Indian, especially the Vijayanagara dynasty has developed. So all these cattle are developed in India, taken away by the what is known as Europe, before independence, of course. Many of them are before independence, that's why we have no control over them. Now, we have stopped sending the embryos. They don't take the cattle. They take the sperms, or what we call it as the embryos. Small embryos, they take it. Now, we have stopped sending embryos. National Biodiversity Authority, I was a member. So, we have stopped sending embryos to what is known as the Brazil. The entire collapse of the entire industry there. They use it for milk, they use it for meat, beef. So the entire thing was collapsed. All of a sudden, the High Commissioner of Brazil, who sits in Delhi, all of a sudden, he came to Chennai and pleaded with us that please allow to send embryos from India to Brazil, Peru, and many places now. Because our own cattle are the most robust cattle, has got disease resistance ability, drought resistant ability. So many of these characters are there. So that's why we are sending them. But now we are also allowing them to send with a rider, that one, every embryo you take, you give a royalty for us. Royalty for us. Unless you give a royalty, we are not allowing you. So 1992, there was a Convention on Biological Diversity, which stipulates that all that plants and animals and microbes present in India belongs to Indian only, not to anyone else. If you look back, I have visited at least about 100, just like you, I have visited about 100 to 150 what is known as museums, and many of them, all materials are from India before 2002. 2002, so we cannot do anything at all. So after 2002, we have stopped sending the material. If you want to send the material, yes, we are agreeing for it. We are agreeing to send the material. For, please remember, one more important thing that you have to remember is for research. For research of any of you in Indian material, there is no necessity of taking any permission. If you are sending any material outside the country, or any of the biological processes that you have manufactured out of it, sending outside, you need to take permission either from the State Biodiversity Authority or what is known as National Biodiversity Authority. So we have stringent measures have been taken. In spite of it, there are a lot of loopholes, so that we cannot talk about the loopholes. There are so many things. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything, there was one more question?
Only one question.
Yeah.
Sir, my question is related to where you just stopped, related to the list of commonly traded commodities under the Biodiversity Act.
Okay.
So the trend we have been seeing is central government keeps updating the list, and mostly horticulture and agricultural products gets updated, but medicinal plants and aromatic plants are usually not updated.
I understood your question. Which I can answer you that question. Now, there are what is known as the commercially traded articles or commercially traded products, which comes under the National Biodiversity Authority. There was at one time 18. There was only 18 commercially traded articles or one. Then it was increased to 28. In 2018, it was increased to 298. For example, your ashwagandha. Ashwagandha, which was under restriction, now we can freely trade it now. So that is, every art is revisions going on in our own country. And because of the trade-related issues, WTO, we are related with the WTO. So trade-related issues are involved in that one. So we are increasing to 298 items now. Earlier it was only 28, 18, 28, now 298, for example, 3. Some of them are coming under double role, dual role. Some are the flowers it comes, some are the medicinal plants it comes, some are some other also it comes. So various things are there. If you want, I can send you, give me your email. I'll give you the list of traded commodities. So this is how it is.
Lenin sir has one.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishnan, for your very useful lecture. One request to my all colleagues. There is one thing going on which I have been observed. Foreign universities will offer you a scholarship. You will be very much tempted to go with a scholarship, including your to and fro travel and everything. But at the same time, if you don't mind bringing a small portion of material, well, you come. That itself is worth of several $1 million. Please don't fall a prey for such requests in the attraction of the scholarship where you want to go study for the foreigners. This is just a request. Kindly take care of this. They say, it is, I was a paid in 1976 when I was offered a scholarship in Texas State University. They wanted 3 millet seeds, where I worked on millets in 1976. I could not go, and I asked my professor, sir, this is what is the offer. So refuse the scholarship. This is what is happening. Young people are very much tempted, very much attracted by the fellowships or such other things. But say, if it is the condition, sorry sir, we will not come. Otherwise, they will simply make, if you don't mind bringing a small sample of your material where you want to work, or that to living sample, kindly be careful, because biopiracy is one of the most important things where you have lost many things because of the small attraction. So penny, found foolish and penny wise. Don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you
very
Hope
much,
all
sir.
young researchers will keep in mind.
Yeah.
And now over to Dr. Srinivas.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, your insightful lecture. And sir is available, as sir told, so you can also mail us. We will share it to Ramakrishna sir. Sir is honorary fellow of KSTI. He always invites sir. He is always giving wonderful talk. So thank you very much, sir, once again. And I request Mr. sir to please present a flower pot to Ramakrishna sir as a token of our respect. I request Dr. Umesha sir to please present flower pot to Mr. sir for chairing this session. So thank you very much, Mr. sir. Even though you were busy schedule, you came and so chair this session. So please accept it, sir. So after this talk, we will just have tea break. Now we can quickly start this program. There is no tea break. Don't go. So please, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Please. Later. So I request Chandrayappa sir today's talk session come on to the stage, and Dr. Prakrudin sir, please. Yes, sir.
Sorry,
So we have today another scientist, Dr. Fakruddin sir, for this talk, Dr. Chandrayappa sir is chairing this session. I would like to introduce Dr. Chandrayappa sir. Dr. Chandrayappa sir is an accomplished academic and researcher with over 35 years of experience. Sir holds a PhD in genetics and developmental biology from West Virginia University, USA, and the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. Sir has served in various prominent roles, including head of the research and development at Ramaiah College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and professor at the University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad. Sir has published more than 38 peer-reviewed research papers, 10 review articles, and 4 books. Sir is guiding over 28 PG students and also mentored 1 PhD candidate. Dr. Chandrayappa sir has received notable awards including the Jawaharlal Nehru National Award in 1993 and the Environmental Mutagen Society Travel Award in 1989, and also ICAR Junior and Senior Fellowships. He has delivered over 50 invited talks and chaired more than 12 scientific committees. Sir research indexed on Google Scholar with 661 citations, and HI index of 13 and an I-10 index of 16. He has published 4 books, guided over 28 PG students and mentored 1 PhD in genetics and biotechnology. With brief introduction about sir, I heartily welcome you sir for chairing this session. I request you to please introduce the speaker of this session.
Thank you, sir. So, today's speaker is Dr. Prakruti. Right now he is working as a director of research, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. Before, he was working here only in the GKVK. I used to frequently meet him. He is a very hardworking, and also you could able to handle many research projects. And the talk he is going to give today is very interesting for many reasons. Before that, I would like to say a little bit more about him. Dr. B. Prakruddin is the Director of Research, University of Horticultural Sciences, and the Dean at DSLD, College of Horticultural Engineering and Food Technology, University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot. He holds a PhD in genetics and plant breeding from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, and has completed postdoctoral research in functional genomics at the University of Missouri, USA, and George August University, Germany. With over 25 years in teaching, research, and extension, Dr. Fakruddin has guided 11 PhD and 32 MSc students. He has developed several transgenic and hybrid varieties, including BT brinjal and vegetable soybean. Dr. Prakruddin has received multiple awards, including the Sir C.V. Raman Young Scientist Award and the Best Research Scientist Award in the 2019. He has secured significant funding for research projects and established various research centers at UHS Bagalkot. He has published 272 research articles and contributed to 14 book chapters. Dr. Fakruddin also serves in several national and international professional bodies. This itself speaks about Dr. Fakruddin. I don't think I want to say more on that, but the topic is going to selected is geographical indication in medicinal and aromatic plants. Preserving identity and authenticity is need of the hour. We know that many varieties are related to genetic, they are releasing. We want to safeguard them, as the previous speaker what he said, by using the barcoding and other techniques. I am sure it is going to be very informative for you. I welcome you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hello, namaskara. Very good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And most respected Dandin sir, all seniors, learned seniors, and delegates. And before I continue my talk, I really thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'm basically a plant breeder, so it's quite close to our my domain. And also, for the past 2 years, we tried to do one GI, that is the Indi limbe, Indi the thing. So therefore, lime. So thought maybe I can do some justice. So what I have tried to do is try to go by topic, just try to get into the topic and then try to see what is around and hope it makes some sense. The topic is geographical indication, GI, in medicinal and aromatic plants, preserving identity and authenticity. So the talk by Ramakrishna sir was really eye-opening, and it brought so much of information and also so much of knowledge, and then where all we need to be careful. It's also very clearly, elegantly mentioned. And 2002, the NBA Act is actually the firewall, the gateway. Things cannot move that easily. Prior to that, what happened? God only knows. We had all the wealth with us. We knew so many things. Our epic books talk about it. There was so much of it, both physically and mentally, and much of it went out. But 2002 onwards, definitely there is a break, there is a firewall over there. So now, probably the GI is one way by which you can protect, one way by which you can see that it is mine, you can say that it is mine, also try to make money out of it to the communities. So that way, this is one of the aspects by which we can try to secure our wealth to ourselves. So let me define what it is. It's a very simple, typical definition. Geographical indication, GI, is a tag or a sign given. It's a tag or sign given to use on natural, agricultural or manufactured products. It's a tag or a sign given to use on natural, agricultural and manufactured products, and which definitely possess higher qualities, different types of qualities. They possess different types of qualities, definitely higher qualities, or recognition due to the place from where they are originating. They have a recognition. So because of that, this tag is given, and notably originate from a specific geographical location. It talks about a location, specific location that's very critical to this particular aspect. So that's the GI basically. So it has all these things within this. So now GI typically is an intellectual property which specifically identifies a good or commodity originating a region or a territory and quality attributes that are linked to that particular geographical location of that particular material. So we are definitely homing on to a particular location on the knowledge and the utility and the qualities associated with that particular material. So that's the point. Now we all now know from where do those qualities come. We clearly now know that specific environmental conditions are largely responsible for the unique quality. That's well known. So that is something which is associated with that. Now GI includes goods like agriculture commodities, various agricultural commodities, textiles, variety of textiles that are there with us, foodstuff, and other manufactured goods using one or more of all these things, using our own knowledge which is there from time to time in that particular location. The location is very critical again over here. So now, who is the authority? Authority to GI tag in India is, the GI sign or tag is issued as per the geographical indication of goods, the Registration and Protection Act 1999. And geographical indication registry is under the Department of DIPP, Department of Industrial and Policy Promotion, which is part of Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And this is responsible to issue the GI tag in India. So very clear. And now, this is the first, Darjeeling tea was the first product that was issued with a GI tag in 2002, 2004 and 5. And what are the types of goods that are covered under GI? As I mentioned to you, just to make it furthermore clear, agriculture goods such as, like, say for example, basmati rice, everyone knows about it, such similar so many. Natural material like Makrana marble, which is a natural commodity which is there. And then handicrafts or any industry outcome, such as like Kashmiri Pashmina shawls or any of those things. And then foodstuffs, for example, Dharwad Peda, In fact, all these examples are very clearly written in this particular section to make it very clear. So this is what the coverage, the cover, I mean this particular act covers, and we can approach for all these items to get a protection. That's the point. Now, legal aspects of it, how it came the law related to GI were introduced to India after ratification of TRIPS, sir was mentioning. The TRIPS, once we agreed in a single agreement, when we said yes, and we are all party to, all WTO member countries are party to this, and TRIPS agreement set the minimum standards for the protection of GI goods. There is a clear minimum standards that is for the protection of these GI goods, and the purpose of according GI goods as per this particular article is very clear. See here, to prevent, that's important, to prevent an act of unfair competition. An act of unfair competition. This world is very clever world. So, and prevention of misstatement regarding the geographical origin. In daily life, we came to know these two things very heavily. You have some very good material, you will have another version of it just misleading to us. So all these things are taken care here. This is how this originated. The Article 22 of TRIPS, there were some groups that were available. They took the example of, the item wines and spirits, and they made it furthermore clear. What is that was made clear? They added the status of GI is like used in translation of a translation accompanied by the expressions such as kind, type, style, imitation, or like. None of these considerations, use of any of these things is blatant violation of the agreement. You just can't say Dharwad Peda like. No, you can't do. So quite a bit of protection has come, and it has evolved over a period of time, and reasonably there is a way in which we can secure our knowledge and our material. Now, before passing the GI Act, any remedy to all these things is like we had Trade and Merchandise Mark Act in 1958, which was replaced by Trade and Marks Act 1999. Using this, we were dealing with this. But Geographical Indication Registry, which is there in Chennai, it has a complete authority on entire GI in India, including but not limited to registration and application process. Complete authority they have. And then also Intellectual Property Appellate Board has a complete they have the appellate jurisdiction for this, and that's also at Chennai. And IBAP, they clearly boast themselves very clearly that we are international influence. They have international influence. Like as it happened in case of Basmati rice, where Lahore Growers Association had an objection to ours, and then it could be. So clearly they have an international influence, and as such it's an evolution itself is like not something that happened over here, it's an evolution that has happened globally. Now GI tag in India, just to give a perspective, it is very important for us because promotion and protection of all our material, that is the traditional knowledge that is there with us, is possible through this. And with that we can have a rural development empowerment sort of an endeavor can be achieved. Marketability and competitiveness of our products definitely goes high the moment we have the GI tag attached to it. We have a clear example with our Indi Limbe by ourselves. 2 years ago, the kind of market that was there for the Indi Limbe is completely different from what it is today. In the first year of Indi Limbe GI granting, the planting material cost itself went up and the demand doubled. This is the feedback we have from the Bijapur region. So there is a competitiveness. It enhances the credibility, marketability, competitiveness of Indian products in global market for sure. And then preservation of cultural heritage, very important. Because most of these specialty things do not come suddenly one day. They come over a period of time with accumulated knowledge time and again, and that we are actually protecting this through this. And then prevention of misappropriation, preventing the misappropriation and misuse of traditional knowledge by unauthorized parties is a possibility the moment we have this GI done to it. Then sustainable practices and environmental considerations is another thing that is achieved. So because of these reasons, this is very important to us, and we need to have, there are a lot more reasons for that, as Ramakrishna sir was mentioning. Now filing process is reasonably good. So I have gone through one, very humbly we went through and we could do it, and it is really not difficult. Only thing is we need to answer all the questions. Of course, we need to do a lot of homework. We need to do a homework, and there is a clear time guidelines. And what is very good is they respond. They clearly respond. And in fact, the kind of thing is not that we just put a mail, there is a mail back. It's like corporate. I was so happy to deal with that. And then proactive. Overall, to say it was a proactive environment. So this is the process, and it's really not difficult as of now. Of course, it depends. Like, say for example, in village level group wants to do this. Definitely, we need to handhold them. We like universities, maybe government bodies, we have a responsibility. We need to handhold them, and we need to do it for them, because they are no one else. They are our people. So we need to do that. With our type of involvement, it is not a difficult thing. I just wanted to project some of these geographical indications which are in force according to the nations. If you see, we have at present like 658 in 2004. And if you look at countries, you look at countries like China again, there are so many of them. And look at different countries. And here mostly Switzerland, all these countries, UK, all these countries have quite a big number. And we at present are 659 GIs have been done. And to say, this slide I am putting just to indicate that we are doing good. See here, 23 point, in 1 year there is such a rise in percentage of filing. Not bad, not bad. We need to do a lot more, but compared to so many other countries right now, we are trying to do good, but we need to do a lot more. So if you look at here, we have different laws, we have different systems. If you carefully look at here, like a country like Germany, they make use of their own EU methodology. They make use of their own EU methodology and file a lot of GIs just to protect their own material. Look at that. Look at all these countries. And if you now, international conventions on GI, if you carefully look at it, what happened was, first there was a Paris Convention. This Paris Convention happened in 1883. This provided, is basically industrial, during the type of protection of industrial property rights at that time. And then this basically established the principles, how the nations should be treated, how the property should be, intellectual property should be treated. That sort of things happened, and it was adopted by and large. Then we had a Lisbon system. This particular agreement, this was like protection of origin and their intellectual properties in 1958. And this particular thing is being adopted by and large. And again, it talks about origin. And then we have another system called Madrid system. This particular system is there. You just look at the year 1891. That was an agreement. And then there was another protocol in 1989. It's almost 100 years difference. And this particular also international registration mark they grant. And all these are the things under which different nations try to accept it and then internalize this particular method of doing. If you see this particular slide here, national systems, as I mentioned to you previously, the different countries that are trying to adopt national systems, look at Brazil, Canada, China, trying to have a lot of national system, make use of national system, file as many cases as possible, and say that it is theirs, okay? And then this is a regional system, like EU kind of thing, European Union kind of thing. They follow this and then try to file, and there are many which go by agreement, international agreements, and Lisbon and agreements. This is like internationally what is there, which is by and large adopted. What I basically mean to say is there are countries which are quite aggressive, try to find international treaties and agreements and try to do a job. Also try to have their own system and file as many as possible and tell that there is a prior art for others not to touch it. So that is the point. Now, with this, I come into the GI status of horticulture crops, where these medicinal plants are there inside. Among GI tagged horticulture crops, plantations, spices, medicinal and aromatic plants, our MAP and seed spices, they cover about 36% of the share of total Indian the GIs that have happened. Major crops are like coffee, tea, coconut, chili, turmeric, ginger, cardamom, tejpat, and jasmine, betel vine, and kevda. These are the ones. And then registration of crops under GI has has been a substantial progress, as I mentioned to you. But with respect to medicinal and aromatic plant, GI tagging is really very few. We don't have much happening. Even if it has happened, it has a medicinal use kind of mention is there, but as such medicine, as a medicinal plant, registrations are very few or no. So this clearly indicates that there is an immediate attention that is required at all levels. At basically, I feel there is an attention, there is an attention required at universities and government level, like you and me kind of people, because we need to do this job. The local person who has the knowledge, he himself may not be able to do this jargon. It's the multi-step process, you need to write and all of that. So I think there is an awareness requirement for us first. So that's what is the thing. Now, at present, we have about 209 agricultural commodities out of 658. Among this, the GI tags till date, about 75% of them belong to horticulture, overall horticulture. Basically, fruits have highest share, about 43% of them are fruits only. And spices, plantation, medicinal and aromatic MAP crops, they account for about 36%. In plantation category, basically Darjeeling tea, Nilgiris, all these. In coffee, we have 3 types of coffees. In coconut, there is one, and cashew, Vengurla. These are the ones which are there in this particular category. Spices are multiple. For example, like pepper, green cardamom, chili, ginger, kokum, tejpat, all these are saffron, turmeric, bay leaves. All these are the spices that have been GI registered already. Medicinal and aromatic crops, to say, we have kevda, jasmine, betel. And then there is one rice, Nivara rice. So these are the ones which are registered as medicinal. But for this, we don't have many. While there is so much of the entire Ramakrishna Sir's talk was around medicine and the values you could see, and we are not doing anything about it. We are not just doing anything about it. It is just sitting there. Okay, with 2002, it is not getting out of the country, but it is just sitting in the country. It is not generating the value, which is the most and which is required. So there is a need to, there is something that we need to do about it. So how GIs can support, before I go to the list, how GIs can support basically small and marginal enterprises, SMEs. See, they can enhance the reputation of their goods. For sure it can do this, the moment they have the GI tag. Build consumer confidence because it comes with a certificate. The material comes with a certificate, consumer will have a better confidence in this. Communicate their commitment to the social responsibility. Whoever is marketing it, they have to adhere to the guidelines, and therefore this will happen. Support regional economic development. Multiple cases that in the previous talk told, you can pump back the money. The regional development can happen. Prevent fraudulent utility of the IP because it covered under the law. So these things, the larger things, it can throw the benefit back into the society in a bigger way. Now, GI medicinal and aromatic plants, just to list, these are all different plants that have been there, like Mysore jasmine, Hadagli jasmine, Udupi jasmine. The list runs like this. There is a Navara rice, which is registered as a medicinal commodity because it has the ability to, it has a clear ability, and it is said. And we have Kashmir saffron, green cardamom, all these. I have a few pictures of this. So this is what is jasmine. Hadagli mallige. There is big diversity in the mallige actually. Udupi jasmine. Then you have this Madurai malli, very famous. And we have this Kevra. Yeah, Mysore betel wine. This betel wine from Magahi Pan. Then Navara rice, as I mentioned to you. Kashmir saffron, green cardamom, Assam, ginger, this turmeric, and this again another from Tamil Nadu. This is from Uttar Pradesh, Banaras Pan, very famous. It's there everywhere, and there is a GI tag for this. Sangli turmeric, this is clearly GI. Now the thing is whether to say it is medicinal or not is up to us. We need to say that it is medicinal for good and see that we do it. Because I think there was a beautiful slide in the previous Ramakrishna Sir's about turmeric. So you have this Kala Zira from Himalayan, Erode, Manjal, this Haldi. So all these, they have been very clearly GI registered. and it's a good number to talk. So coming to the plantation crops category, we have all these: Darjeeling tea, then this Kangra tea, Nilgiri, and monsoon Malabar Arabica tea, very famous one. All 5 types have been GI registered. And this is another tall coconut from Tamil Nadu, Vengurla from Andhra, then Chikmagalur Arabica tea. So all these have been well protected, and they have been well protected. I come to another point, whether they are really being used to make money is another issue. That's another big thing. Spices category is not really bad. Under spices category, we have a good number of spices. Arguably, they are also used in medicine in multiple ways. We need to broaden our definition to protect our own material. So there are quite good number of spices that have been GI registered. All these are the spices that have been there. I have not put all the pictures, and very, very impressive. That is, although the number could have been much bigger, but it has been done. This is Badgi chili, which is heavily used, heavily traded, and there is a lot more to do. So this is the status. So there is a lot of scope to do GI registration in all these categories of crop, and it is our responsibility. We need to do this. So coming to the identity and authenticity, this is very important because it's very systematic. The moment we have clear identity and authenticity, slowly the confidence builds up in the people who are handling it, and also the people who are consuming it, and thereby the whole system will grow. So therefore, identity, there is a clear difference between these two. I try to put it here. Identity establishes the correctness of the GI plant or product, while the authenticity ensures the genuineness and integrity of the planting material. These are two different things. So we need to ensure that these are there. Both are very critical for safe, effective, and ethical use of the medicinal plants in pharmacy, wherever it is used, be it medical system, nutritional system, pharmaceutical system. So these two things have to be integrated somehow into the whole process. So how to do this? I mean, right now the methods are these. These are the methods that are being used. DNA barcoding, quite effective. You have NMR spectroscopy, HPLC, LCMS, we have HPTLC. All these methods are there. They have their own advantages, suitability to different material, whether it is plant product or actual a product that is coming out of a process. It all depends on that. And we also have like morphological traits. And sometimes you don't need very elaborate methodologies. You need to have a clear system with morphological traits. You have microscopy. Very clearly, there is a very impressive paper. Microscopy, attach it to an AI system. You have a photograph taken, an AI system says whether it is genuine or not very quickly. So a lot of improvements are happening, and using the real-time PCR kind of HRM kind of approach, and DNA sequencing, and then also like very specific markers like scar markers. These scar markers typically go on to identify 1 or 2 base difference between the material, between varieties. Even if it is 1 base difference or 2 bases difference, we can try to set up a PCR reaction such that it exactly picks it up. Very effective tool. All these are being used depending on material, place, and all of that. This is one application of microscopy technique in authentication of an herbal tea. Very clearly, they have identified the variations which can be measured in microscope on the material, also at product level. And then just run the system. You have a picture to take under microscope, and you have just diagnose it and then say whether it is yes or no. And this is where I was telling you, people are trying to put an AI system to tell very clearly yes or no by itself. So that's the beauty of this. And people are trying to use the next generation sequencing. It has its own advantage. The cost is another thing, but it has its own advantage. People have tried to use it. Very clearly, the barcoding related genes are used when species have to be basically identified here, and then optimize the system, and then you have the system running out there. There are many intricate things that one need to take care very carefully, like growing, harvesting, how it is happening, what kind of material is being taken, in what condition it is taken, what other material is likely to contaminate it, and all of that has to be taken care. Then storage and handling, how does it happen? If it is manufacturing, how is it happening, what kind of equipment is being used, what kind of area it is being used, what else can get into it, and all those typical due diligence one has to take care. And then if it is DNA analysis, then what one need to take care. These are certain critical things that one need to take care, but systems are available. It is not that it is not impossible. Give any good, let it undergo any type of processing, we can handle it. It's not a problem. Be it a kind of material like Dharwad Peda kind of material, which goes through a lot of process, or even if it is some bakery material which goes through a lot of baking kind of thing, a lot of grinding and all of that, it is possible to utilize these kind of tools and see that it can be done. We can do it now. Our country, we can for sure we can do it without any problem. So preserving identity of MAP crops, it has actually identified GI crop. I mean, it has multiple angles. What is that? It has a legal way, technical way, cultural way, and institutional way. I feel all these 4 points are very important in order to preserve the identity of these crops. How do you do this? Legal, we know. The moment we have the GI, an enforcement of GI law is there on that. Then GI crops are registered under the even international laws. Trademarks are given. So comprehensively, the legal protection clearly comes to this particular thing. So we need, this is one important aspect. Then cultivation and production standards are very important. Otherwise, we will not have this particular purity maintained. See, codified practices are very critical. So you have a certain methodologies of producing these crops. You use only those practices. Then you will have that end product correctly. Cultivation, harvesting, post-harvest practices, all these things have been documented very clearly in the GI brochure. So we need to follow that particular thing. And then farmers must adhere to the traditional and prescribed methods that ensure quality and identity. It's not that you just do the way you want to do. This is very critical. So somehow we need to have some intelligentsia prevailing around there, some guidance to the people who are involved in cultivation of these crops. We need to take care of that. Otherwise, this aspect is going to be blown out of scene. Then genetic and biodiversity conservation, genetics and diversity conservation, this is very important. Over a period of time, what would happen is it would degrade, but you should have your right material preserved and see that you replenish it and ensure that the integrity of that particular material is taken care. We have variety of methods. I need not have to go through that. Then research and development for quality analysis is yet another very important thing. Like institutions should have quality assessment, be it taste, aroma, size, any of these things. They should be able to monitor it. For example, for Indi lime, we are committed. UHS Bagalkot is committed. We take samples regularly. We ensure that is there or not. It is written. It is written in the document that we stand by that. So that kind of thing, an institutional approach has to be there. Technology integration must be there from time to time so that things happen in a much better way. GIS system, because it's possible to map and monitor the region, the locality. So GIS is another very critical thing there. And then we have in both backward and forward integration, we have blockchain and IoT traceability. So these are certain things that one need to somehow make it internalized and see that the goal is achieved. Community involvement and educational awareness programs are very critical at all levels. So I think these are the important points that are there. Branding and marketing is very critical to further move. Now, this cultural preservation aspect of this is another important linking the heritage with the product, because that's what it happens. All the time you need to keep talking about it. So otherwise, slowly we lose our ground on that. Documentation from time to time is also another important thing. So these are 7 points with which we can ensure that this happens. And auditing is a component that must be there. Preserving the authenticity is another aspect, as I mentioned to you. In authenticity, preserving the authenticity of GI crops involve safeguarding their unique qualities. So it is authenticity, you need to have those unique qualities, and then the origin and traditional methods by which it is being produced. These things have to be ensured so that the product authenticity would be there. Again here, legal safeguarding is one thing. Traceability, we have good number of ways in which we can try to do, be it QR codes or holograms or blockchain methodologies or GIS application. All these things we can try to have it and then try to see that the traceability of the material is ensured. And then certification and standards, this has to be should be in place so that all those qualities will continue to be there. Conservation of genetic material, as I mentioned to you previously, we have to have it and repeat it completely, try to replace time and again whenever it goes wrong. Farmer training and community involvement is a very critical thing, basically the capacity building aspect of it. Although these two things are different, but when you are trying to handle, the way you try to impose trainings is completely different. So we need to do these things. Traditional knowledge preservation is another thing that happens through this, and market and branding, just like the other case, but the kind of thing that you do over here is little different. Public awareness campaigns have to be undertaken from time to time, or distinctive branding of the material that is there, like logos, labels, packaging, all of this has to be taken care. So this way the authenticity is ensured from time to time. So medicinal plants that would need the GI registration, I will just try to go through various literature that's available. See, ashwagandha is there, but there are regions which are very specific, like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka. There is a reason why it has to be GI registered over there in those regions. Like then you have this Shatavari, then you have Brahmi. Nagore is the region, correct. So then you have Brahmi, then you have all these, Safed Musli. So all these definitely need GI registration. The reason is, you can see they have very good medicinal importance and different types of medical systems. So, and these locations, what is important is these locations. From these locations, the sandalwood, for example, of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, there is already documented evidence to say that sandalwood from here and sandalwood from there has some distinctness, and there is some application, specific application. So like this, even neem, from multiple reasons actually. I try to put up few, 2 to 3. So I try to list some 20, but this list is yeah. So the documented evidence has pulled me to Kerala, Uttarakhand and Assam. So it is possible. It all depends on how much we have studied and how much we have documented. Documenting this is very important, very critical. So I went by available literature. So like this, the traditional knowledge, the CSR initiative that sir was mentioning is very critical. We need to do as much as possible. So, and then try to see that it is, and COCOM, there's a lot more there. So I try to list so many of that. GI registration, if what I was trying to think is like, how else you can try to do it? If there is no evidence available, then what to do? But we know that it is very important. So probably try to tie it with some application, like registration MAP via specific medicinal and therapeutic applications. You go and talk to anybody in any village, they will definitely mention for any disease, for most of the common diseases, they will have some herb. Let us tie like that, prepare the literature. I mean, we only have to do this, and then let's start registering them. Let us at least register them. Whether we make money out of it or not is second thing. So if you try to look from this perspective, I thought link to regional practices is very critical. Linking to regional practices, you go to different places, you have different practices. Somehow we need to link the regional practices and the biota available around there. That's one. Then collaboration with the traditional medicine systems, like all these medicinal systems, we need to collaborate and create regional pharmacopoeia. Like as you mentioned, Tumkur is different, Belgaum is different. So create the knowledge base over there, create this pharmacopoeia of that particular region. I'm sure we will have a lot more out there from such kind of effort. So then you have policy, of course, institutional support, basically two things, simplify the GI procedure, but right now it is not bad. Only thing is someone like you and me should do, and then government endorsement is required. See, if someone says something at certain level, you have to say, yes, it is correct, or you do like this, then we will endorse it, and then finally endorse it. That's required, right? And then geographical and therapeutic branding, so region-wise therapeutics mapping is required. You go to like Sirsi region, you go to Kerala region, you go to even the middle of the state, you have very clear different types of treatments that are available for multiple problems that daily we face. We have no knowledge, right now we have no map of it available. We only know in Sirsi it is done, in Siddhapura it is done like this, you go to Tumkur it is done like this. Why not to have, why it is not that important, is it? Why not to work on it and make a clear document about it and give recognition to those people? If they are not correct, let us correct them. And let's tell them that you have nothing in this, if they don't have anything, so that you can focus on something else. We need to do this. I feel we need to do this. And then international collaborations and protection, this is something which is easy to now do. Global standard certification, it's possible now to do. Basically align GI tagging MAPs with international standards, and then expand global recognition, like seek GI register under different international treaties kind of thing, and then see that it is pushed over there, because it is possible to do now. So we should have, yeah. I had only one slide, basically. So my last slide was basically UHS at University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot. We completed one task, only one task, that is Indi Limbe, the Kagzi lime that is available in Vijaypura district. We had a good effort made, and it was really an experience for us. Now we know we can do. For sure we know we can do, and we have taken up this Chodachgudda beetle vein. There is a Chodachgudda just next to our place, Bagalkot, Badami. So we have already set up, for all these we have set up teams. Teams are working on that. Like we have Saunur beetle vein. Sir, that's very famous. It seems it was going to very far away places, Peshawar, wherever it was going. And then Gauribidnur chilli is well known one. Rani ele is different. So, probably it was under his territory, but Saunur beetle vein is there. Yeah, maybe it is Rani ele. We will come to know all those things now. We will get into. Gauribidnur chilli was there for a long time. Now it has been replaced with hybrids, breeding. Similar type of hybrids have been replacing all these kind of things. And then Kumta onion, that's there. Karwar coconut, you only mentioned it. Kumta. There is one sweet onion, Kumta. Yeah. So we have teams for all these things. We have a few more teams. We want to take it up in a big way. So we don't want to leave. Let's do as many GIs as possible. That's our thing. And thankfully, we have good institutional support for this at present. And there is a good foundation laid also. And we are also going to tie up with KSTSA. Madam is sitting here, and we had one particular meeting. And then one important question she has is, I think she's going to talk to you later. Okay, you have done so many, but what is happening to the material is a very big question she is asking, KSTSA asking. What is that is, okay, is people are really making money out of it? If they are making, what is the procedure that is there? How many farmers are doing? Who are those farmers? Where the material is going? How is it being packed? I think these are very critical questions. Okay, if you do one GI, doing is only one aspect of it. The big aspect of it is how to make it viable, how to make it commercial, how it leaves the country, goes elsewhere, makes money. In or out, it makes money. I think that's very big and very important part of it. We will be joining hands with them, and let's try to make a difference. So thank you for this opportunity to do that. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ. I have not listed all. I have not listed in all categories. I have not listed all. Yes, Areca is there.
ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಜಿ ಆಗಿರೋದಿದೆ ಅದರ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು.
I have not listed all. I just listed some of them.
ಓಕೆ, ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಫಾರ್ ಅರೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್, ಈಗ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಇದೆ ಇನ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್, ಟ್ರೇಡಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಪೋಸ್ ದೇ ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ ಇಟ್ 2-3 ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಯಿಲ್, ದೇ ಸೇ ಓಕೆ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಊಟಿ ಆಯಿಲ್, ಓಕೆ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಭರತ್ಪುರ್ ವೆಟಿವರ್, ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಊಟಿ ಸೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಜೆರೇನಿಯಮ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ been there in market, Elitchpur Palmarosa oil. ಈ ಥರನೇ ಇದೆ ಅದು. ವೆದರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ GI ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, if it has a value.
Yeah, definitely.
If it has a value and if it has a record. What is important is record.
ಅಲ್ಲ, that gives a premium price. Suppose ಇದು ಪಾಮರೋಸ ಎಲಿಚ್ಪುರ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಗೋತಾರ.
Oh, why not? See, all that is required is I need a historical record.
Okay.
Go back to the decades and then try to find out there is a reason why it is being done. Adu beke beku, that we need that particular record is required. And then the market, of course.
Okay.
And then availability over there.
Yes.
So these are things that are required.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಆಯಿಲ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ GC ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ. Whether that can be a record or
that will be post while filing application. Okay. We need authenticity. Yeah. We need all those profiling later.
Yeah.
Sir, you have something.
Please.
There's a value chain analysis. So for every commodity, you need to analyze the value of it, starting from where it has originated, where it is ending, who are the users, who are the end users. So all these things are coming under value chain analysis. It's a socio-economic analysis. It's not just only the scientific analysis in the lab and then selling that one. Oh, we have made a GI. Yeah. It is not that easy. For example, we have a problem with the basmati rice. I'm sorry.
No. Please. You are talking.
There's a problem with the basmati rice. We are working upon that one as a government of India level, because if you go to, many of us are going into United States or European countries, wherever you go, you say Pakistan basmati, no Indian basmati. Yeah. They never say sell Indian basmati. They say, but if you go into the details about the basmati rice originated only Doon Valley in Dehradun district, Uttarakhand. Yeah. Nowhere else. But now we have basmati rice everywhere. You get for 90 rupees, you get for 900 rupees also. Yeah. So we have an international problem about the basmati rice in the international level also. True. So there are such things. For example, in the same way, we have.
How do you evaluate the sincerity?
So there are lot of things that is what Mashalkar has did. We have to do in the same way about the haldi or arshna. We have to go into the details.
Sir, if there is a value for it, we can create panels and then.
So we can discuss during tea break. We can have tea break quickly for 10 minutes. So we are running shortage of time.
Thank you.
So Fakhruddin sir, thank you very much sir for your insightful lecture. Yes sir, please sit down sir.
So there were some people saying that doing all these things, sir, we are exposing ourselves to the international. So they will be. Some of them are not known. Now we are making them very easily available on digital. So what is your opinion?
Yeah, definitely yes, we are making it available, and we also should work in the background. Ensure that it is protected and it is also made available to them through a gateway.
Yes sir.
But by making money.
Yeah, for example.
That is required.
For example, Basmati, what happened? When there were a lot of objections from India and other places, Americans what they did, they got that I made hybrid, released it as Taxamati. So what you are going to do?
Yeah, you see, if it is completely different material other than ours and it is not obvious, it is theirs. But it's a very clear case of using our line as one of the parents.
If they are registered, we will win the case.
We will win the case. See, that's the point.
The gene which they are going to use, it is the origin place is this.
Yeah.
So there are so many hybrids.
So that means we have
to registered, they can't do anything.
So that means you have to barcode for many genes.
You have to barcode for many things. And every line that you have, see all our breeder friends, as soon as you have some good in a line, what prevents us from registering it? If there is a value in that. And when you are working on a material which has international implications, even more careful I should be. And I should be barcoding it and protect it. So at the end of the day, what is required is data. A documented evidence. We should ensure that we do that. I think it is high time that we do this now at least. And we are capable of doing it also now. It's not
Thank you sir. Request. Sir, we can discuss during tea break. Sir is available. Yes sir is available. Sir, we are 2 more lectures. Sorry sir for interrupting. Sir, we can discuss with sir during tea time. So now I request Chandrayappa sir to present a flower to Fakhruddin sir as a token of our respect. Please sir. I request Dandin sir to please present flower part to this talk session chair to Dr. Chandrayappa sir as token of respect. So 10 minutes quick tea break. Before going, please raise your hands. Those who are staying for dinner, we are going to prepare for non-vegetarian. So please raise your hands. So that's what we want. So those who are staying in guest house and also those who are going outside, if they are going to stay for dinner, please raise your hands. Only two. So guest house people, veg or non-veg, please tell us. Veg, veg. Only two. So remaining are non-vegetarian. Okay. And we have cultural programs, just informal. So horticulture college students will come, and you people also can join. So please have a quick tea and come back. Just 5 or 10 minutes. Bharata.
ಇದು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಚೇಂಜರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಅದು ಮೂಸು
January?
No, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
This session is chairing by Dr. Sri N. Vinay Kumar sir. I request him to please come onto the stage. And Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, please come onto the stage. Welcome back. So we have today Sri N. Vinay Kumar sir was born on 6th June 1970 in Bangalore, Karnataka, where he has lived for 40 years. He is currently the founder director of Adachi Swipe Green Private Limited, a next generation water management company based in KR-Puram, Bangalore. Sir holds an MFSc, Master of Fisheries Science degree, and has accumulated a wealth of experience in diverse professional areas. Vinay sir has served as Technical Director at Wash Clean Laundry Services Private Limited, Bangalore, a commercial laundry and dry cleaning company. With over a decade of experience in the aquaculture industry, he has developed significant expertise in water and wastewater management. He also has 1 year of teaching experience in Mangalore Fisheries College. In addition to his professional endeavors, Sir has authored 6 articles. In recognition of his academic excellence, he received the Best Student Award from CFTRI, Mysore in 1995. with brief introduction about sir. So a hearty welcome to you, sir, for chairing this session. I am proud to say sir is my super senior in college. So thank you, sir. Please, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Srinivas.
request to introduce Sir Dr. Chandrasekhar, sir.
Thank you. Welcome back after the tea session. We still have people trickling into the auditorium. So we have one distinguished researcher with us. His name is Dr. U.M. Chandrasekhar from Uchangi village, Hassan district, Karnataka. He holds a MSc degree in botany from Mysore University, a PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Of course, his research has been, I was talking to him, most of his research was in Kerala. His doctoral research focused on the impacts of natural and human disturbance on tree regeneration, soil and productivity in Kerala evergreen forest. He joined KFRI in 1992, specializing in forest ecology and agroforestry, later becoming the head of that same institute at its subcenter in 2001. He has authored about more than 80 research papers, 48 technical reports, and he has also co-authored 5 books, guided about 4 PhD students and several MSc dissertations. He has served as an FAO expert in the Myanmar, and presently he is retired and is serving as a director of KFRI National Medicinal Plants Board. Over to you, sir. This topic will be on the Western Ghats. Of course, we know Western Ghats recently a lot of political impact has been done. I was just talking to him. Ethinole project, which has impacted hugely on the biodiversity of that region.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for introducing me. And I thank the organizers of this program for inviting me to make a small presentation. As sir mentioned, I am from Kerala Forest Research Institute, one of the prestigious research institutes in the tropical region, with several areas of research in the field of forest, agroforestry and plantation, forestry plantation. And another important feature is this institute has been recognized by National Medicinal Plant Board for its contribution for about 30 to 40 years in the field of medicinal plants, both conservation aspects, cultivation aspects, and promotion of medicinal plant use. So we have, our institute and our scientists have done a lot of work in the field of medicinal plant. That is why National Medicinal Plant Board has recognized our institute to establish a regional center to coordinate all the activities of National Medicinal Plant Board in South India. That means we are working in Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Lakshadweep, and Andaman Nicobar Islands, Pondicherry, like that. So it is mainly to what you call promotion of cultivation of medicinal plants outside forest area or outside their habitat. And best example is what you call our botanical gardens or national or parks, like that. And so you can see here a medicinal plant garden established in our campus, that is at Nilambur, Kerala Forest Research Institute Subcenter at Nilambur. We have established a medicinal plant garden. We call it as a state level herbal garden with more than 500 live plants. And here each plant is labeled with the botanical name and the uses and every aspect. So this is way, and again what is very important thing we have to consider is garden means just planting some medicinal plants is not enough. It should be aesthetically beautiful. It should attract people. Once you attract local common people, and then you can teach them the importance of medicinal plants and why we have to conserve them, how it should be sustainably utilized, and how we can grow them. So that is the very important thing. We have to have a what you call horticulture. Now, many of you are students from horticulture, this one I think. So, you know your vision and your ideas are very important for developing a good garden, medicinal plant garden, to attract people, local common people. And again, this concept can be used for even urban greening. For development of urban green spaces, the medicinal plant based urban green spaces are required now. We are having like many parks and gardens in Bangalore city or even Mysore everywhere, but they are not enough. We have to change that into medicinally important species gardens, or we can say urban green spaces. Then people will know more about medicinal plants. So, this is the garden. A well managed garden can become a knowledge tourist destination. So, that way we have to develop the garden, and then only we can conserve and we can protect medicinal plants and enrich medicinal plants, and also provide awareness to people about cultivation and other aspects. So, this is again from Nilambur campus, our garden. And so, here about more than 500 species there. So, this is the way we have given information. So, plants are surviving very well there. And one thing is the natural habitats. Forests were the source of medicinal plants from since time immemorial. Now, it is not possible because almost all we have already destroyed our natural resources because of overconsumption and over-exploitation and unscientific exploitation. So, now the only option we have is to what you call cultivation. That is very important. So, because the demand is increasing and at the same time availability is decreasing. So, only option is cultivation of medicinal plants. So, this has been already started by our idea. This idea has come already to many people since 30, 40 years time. And you can see here many farmers, they are growing different very important medicinal plants in large scale. Acorus calamus, sir was telling about Acorus calamus in Tumkur. The same way here in Tamil Nadu, one lady is cultivating this one. So, I think Tumkur that can be a good model. We can say success story of cultivation of medicinal plant by Tumkur farmer like that. So, that is one thing. The same way Rauwolfia serpentinea, all of us are telling about its importance and at the same time how it is threatened or it is endemic to our area like that. So, people are cultivating. And Alpinia calcareta, one farmer is growing this under coconut. See, this is an agroforestry model he has developed. This is not developed by any of us. It is developed by a farmer. He is growing coconut, and under coconut he is growing Alpinia calcareta. Rasna, you may be knowing Rasna the pudi. So, talege hachgatare, snana adme tale hachkaradu, but bere elladukku use ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. So, he is growing it, and he is getting very good income from that one. Then Sida alnifolia, idu ನಾವು ಬಲಾರಿಷ್ಟ ಅದು ಬಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನೋಡಿ. So, that is a very important plant, bala, and ಕಳ್ಳಂಗಡ್ಲೆ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. And farmers are growing it and selling it. Then plumbago, sir was telling about plumbago here. So, that plumbago indica and there are other species like xylanic, and people are growing it and selling it. Asparagus also in large quantity, people are, some farmers are growing. So, like that there are many success stories. In fact, our regional center is supporting more than 20 farmers every year from South India for development of or cultivation of quality planting materials and supply to other farmers. So, the whatever photos I have shown, the cultivation that was supported by our RCFC team. So, we are funding them and we are giving all information. Of course, there are other agencies also, they are also giving information. So, farmers are growing, and so now it is in a very good, many farmers are interested to this one, and also we are giving market link to them, so thereby they can sell it in a proper, for a good price. So, So in conclusion, over 2000 medicinally important species are there in Western Ghat region used by traditional healers and Indian systems of medicine. So what is important is documentation of ethno-medicinally important species. So cross what you call community documentation is also of different medicinal plants is also required, and even from each community also we have to document the information. And scientific evaluation of therapeutic use and phytochemistry is have to be studied. Then there are several endemic and threatened species. They have to be protected and also wherever possible cultivated. There are many forestry laws and policies which to some extent useful to medicinal plant conservation, but that is not enough. We should have national forest policy, national medicinal plant policy. Then only we can certainly act very proudly and in a strong way. Then a separate wing in the forest department is also required, as I already mentioned. That means it should be a medicinal plant wing that will be useful. Then sacred groves and medicinal plant conservation areas are very important. So we have to protect them, we have to restore them, and then also plant stock enhancement is also important. So this fund is available from different agencies like NMPB. National Medicinal Plant Board is having a separate scheme for promotion of cultivation of medicinal plants in sacred groves and other areas. So we have to tap that resource and identify sacred groves and work with the sacred grove holders and then enhance the resource. Then herbal gardens, they are very important, and we have to have large number of medicinal plant based urban green space and peri-urban green space we can establish. Again, that is another possibility, and with all our knowledge we can use that one. And today morning we were discussing, sir and Dandin sir and myself and others were discussing how we can go further in this direction. Then availability of medicinal plant is becoming uncertain. So what is important is we have to promote cultivation. So with this brief information, I conclude my talk. I thank the organizers, particularly Ramesh sir and Dandin sir, for inviting me for this program.
Thank you, sir. So here there are a lot of points, especially in his summary and suggestions. I think tomorrow there is a panel discussion wherein the points can be taken for representative to the government of Karnataka and India. Thank you, sir. It was a very nice presentation. If any, please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, sir.
We are enlightened and enlightened also. Friends, Dr. Chandrasekhar is a rare combination of the scientific knowledge and the field knowledge both. Whole of his life he has spent in one organization in Kerala, but being a Karnataka man, whenever we call him, he comes. And he is one of the best resource person for all of my young scientists. So his mail ID is there and cell number that you can take. And anybody who calls him immediately responds. There is no late or delayed response from him. So thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for your enlightened and illuminated lecture, and hope you will be available for our youngsters. And he is also advisors to the NMPB. If you need some funds for establishment of a nursery or establishment of a garden, not only funds, he is a resource person and he comes and designs it. Okay, thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for this.
Thank you, sir.
So one question, sir.
One question is allowed? Yeah. You are emphasizing on the act, right? That he is summarized in this slide.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, urban green space. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Sir, one question is from my side.
Yes.
You are telling about transplanting to an urban park. Is it adaptable or we have to select only such things?
No, sir. There are many medicinal plants which are having ornamental value. They are attractive also, many of them. For example, Ixora. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇಕ್ಸರ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಇದೆ ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿವೆ. ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ ಮೆಡಿಸನಲ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಸನಲ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಗ್ಲೋರಿ ಲಿಲ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ನಮೆಂಟಲ್. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಅವನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಡನ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಡ್. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಈವನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಪುತ್ರನ್ ಜೀವ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಹೆಡ್ಜ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್. ಈವನ್ ನಾವು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಮೆನಿ ವಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಟಿಕ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಸ್. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ರೀಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ನೇಟಿವ್ ಮೆಡಿಸನಲಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಡಬಲ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಮಾಂಗ್ ಪೀಪಲ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ ಅದರ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫೈ ದಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಸೊ ಎಸ್ 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 ಯಾ yes yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With this, can we wind off?
Yeah.
Yes, please, sir.
Over to you, Mr. Srinivas.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar sir, your so insightful lecture. So we request you to please, we have to also develop this garden in our campus.
Oh, yes.
If you help, we will definitely do this. So thank you, it is really amazing. Thank you, sir. And I request Vinay sir to present a flower pot to Chandrasekhar sir as token of our respect. And I request Dandin sir to present a flower pot for chairing this session to Sri Vinay Kumar sir. Thank you, Vinay sir and Chandrasekhar sir. Thank you, Vinay sir, for chairing this session.
Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you.
Bharat, kudo. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So we have one more last lecture, so don't feel bad. After that, we will have a informal cultural program. So please be with us and bear for this.
Chair,
last talk by Nandini Madam. This talk is chairing by Dr. S.G. Srikanteswara Swami Sir, former Executive Secretary of Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology, KSCST. It is at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and consultant for VGST, a Vision Group on Science and Technology. This group is chaired by Bharat Ratna Professor C.N.R. Rao Sir, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. Sir holds a PhD in Geo-Environmental Studies. Sir has extensive expertise in earth sciences, environmental education and technology dissemination. Dr. Swami Sir contributed to over 50 articles and authored several books, including on renewable energy and solid waste management. Sir led various research projects focusing on water quality, waste management and resource conservation. Sir was instrumental in establishing the virtual class laboratories in Karnataka's backward taluks and also in guiding over more than 25,000 engineering students through KSCST student project programs. Dr. Swami Sir organized numerous workshops, conferences and played a key role in securing substantial funding for projects exceeding more than 5 crores. Sir also initiated the project proposal management system for VGST and developed educational tools for science and technology outreach programs across Karnataka. With this brief introduction about Sir, hearty welcome you, Sir, for chairing the session. I request you to please introduce Professor Nandini Madam to present this talk.
Good evening. I am very happy to chair this session of this second day, and most of the our participants already the time is running out, and also you are all since morning you have sat and heard a lot of things from the morning, and today now we have Madam Dr. Nandini Dolpet. He is currently associated with the Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology, Bangalore, as a consultant. Actually, I was there, recently I think she has joined for the council. I have not met, this is the first time I am meeting. I am very happy, madam. And consultant and research institute for world's ancient traditions, cultural and heritage, Arunachal Pradesh as a visiting faculty. Her research work includes genetic studies and photochemical analysis. She has served as a consultant in FRLHT, Bangalore, and faculty in PES University in the biotechnology department. And she has received the Best Woman Scientist Award from the Gulbarga University, Gulbarga, and the Best Young Scientist Award from the Karnataka Science Congress, VTU Belagavi. Madam has trained government officials, publics and NGOs on biodiversity and conservation, served as an evaluator for rural development and Panchayat Raj for the sanitation, rainwater harvesting programs, and she is a consultative group member of GI examination, Government of India, and helped the rural communities to file the GI applications. And just we were discussing lot of things to be required for the GI tag in Karnataka. Nandini Madam is authorized books in Kannada and English. She's participated in public talks and radio, TV program and other traditional knowledge protection. She's a versatile speaker, and as well as she has got a very rich experience in the our GI and other related things. And now I invite Madam to give the address in the last session, and please go through the participants, and you have to attract the participants, and you have to close at the early.
Namaste. I will not hold you for a long time. So anyway, you have gathered enough knowledge over the, past 2 days. Yesterday also you had, right? Yesterday and today. And just let's have some fun here. I'm not very, serious kind of any scientific presentation I'm going to do, but you feel it's relevant when you look into all these things. So my previous colleagues, because I worked in different setups, I have many colleagues here also, so you can talk to them later. Why? Kannada. Nandu Kannada, English, ಎರಡರಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ presentation. Is it okay? All of you can understand both Kannada and English? Okay, thank you. So, ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಸ್ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ್ಯಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಸೆಡ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಆರ್ನಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಚೂಸ್ ದೆಮ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್, ಬಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಮ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅರ್ಲಿಯರ್ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಟನಿಕಲ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಇವಾಗ ಲಾಲ್ ಬಾಗ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೃಂದಾವನ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಏನಂದರೆ ಹೆಡ್ಜ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಲಾನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಲೋನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದೇ ಥರ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಆ ಥರ ಒಂಥರ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್. ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್. But when we consider the plants around us, when you try to look into that, we'll identify different patterns of, we need to conserve. To conserve, what we need to do? We need to practice. And to practice, we have to understand, document it. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ನಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜಾಗ ಇದೆ, ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಜಾಗ, ಯಾವ ಆಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗ ಇದೆ, ಓಪನ್ ಏರಿಯಾನ, ಶೇಡೆಡ್ ಏರಿಯಾನ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಖರ್ಚು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಆದರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆ ಸ್ಥಳದ ಮಹತ್ವ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ ರೀಜನ್ ಆದರೆ ಹೇಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಥರ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಯಲು ಸೀಮೆ ಜಾಗ ಆದರೆ ಹೇಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನು ಒಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ರಾಯಚೂರು, ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗ ಆ ಥರ ಆದರೆ ಯಾವ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೊಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಖರ್ಚು ಎಷ್ಟಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಮತ್ತು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಪವಿತ್ರವನ, ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕವನ, ಈ ಥರ ವನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮಗೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರಲ್ಲಿ, ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೂ ತರಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ನಾವು ಕಂಡುಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಶಿವ ಪಂಚಾಯತ ವನ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ವನ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿವ ಪಂಚಾಯತ ಅಂದರೆ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳಿಂದ ತಾನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಹ ಆಗಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಹ ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿ ವಿತ್ ದ ನೇಚರ್. ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಅಂತಂದ ಯಾವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಇಂದಾಗ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಇಂದಾಗ ಕಾಲಿಗೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಸಾಕಪ್ಪ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಅವರ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿ ವಿತ್ ನೇಚರ್, ಅಗ್ನಿ, ವಾಯು, ಜಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಕಾಸ್ಮೋಸ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ನಾವು ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟು ಅದು ಯಾವ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ನೆಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಒಂದು 4 ದಿಕ್ಕು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 8 ದಿಕ್ಕು ಅಲ್ವಾ, ವಾಯುವ್ಯ, ಈಶಾನ್ಯ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ, ಶಿವ ಆಕಾಶ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಬಿಲ್ವ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಜಾಗ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಮರಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಡ್ಬೋದು. ಜಾಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಪಂಚವಟಿ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, 5 ಮರಗಳಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾಕೆ ಅವರು ಭರದ್ವಾಜ ಮುನಿಗಳು ರಾಮಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನೀವು ವನವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ 5 ಮರಗಳಿರೋ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ, ಪಂಚವಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ತಂಪಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಔಷಧಿ ಗುಣಗಳ ಸಸ್ಯ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಉತ್ತಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೆಟ್ಟ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಗಳಿಂದ ದೂರ ಇಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಮತ್ತು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ರಿಸಾರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಥರ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಮರಗಳು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ್ದು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವಾಗ ಪಂಚವಟಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಮರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೋರಿಸಿದಾರಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಂದನವನ, ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಇಂದ್ರನ ನಂದನವನ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಹೆಸರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸು? ಈಗ ಕಾಳಿದಾಸನ ಮಂಗಳಾಷ್ಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಲ, ಶ್ರೀಗಂಧ, ಹೂಗಳು ಹೂ ಅರಳುವ ಮುತ್ತುಗ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಪಲಾಶ್, ಮುತ್ತುಗದ ಎಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಊಟ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ರು ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಡ್ಡಿಲಿ ಚುಚ್ಚಿ ಚುಚ್ಚಿ, ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಕಲ್ಪವೃಕ್ಷ, ನೇರಳೆ, ನಿಂಬೆ, ಕದಂಬ, ಮಾವು, ಪೈನ್, ಬಿದಿರು, ಇವು ಆಯ್ದ ವೃಕ್ಷಗಳು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದ ಕಡೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸದಾಗಲೂ ಚೈತ್ರ ಮಾಸ ಥರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಸುರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮದು ಜಾತಕ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಏನೋ ದೋಷ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಅದಕ್ಕೇನು ಕಾರಣ, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಯಿತು, ಯಾವ ಗ್ರಹ ದೋಷ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ದೋಷ ಇದೆ, ಏನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವಾಗ. ನೀವು ಈಗ ನವಗ್ರಹಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ. ಸೊ ನವಗ್ರಹವನ, ಈ ನವಗ್ರಹವನವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಇವಾಗ 9 ಗ್ರಹಗಳಿಗೆ 9 ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ. ಹೀಗೆ ಈ ನವಗ್ರಹವನವನ್ನು ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾತ್ರಿಂದ ತೊಂದರೆ ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಆ ಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಆ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ತೊಂದರೆ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ನವಗ್ರಹ ವನ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಶಿವನ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರವನ, ಈ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಬಿಲೀಫ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಆದಾಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಹೊಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ, ಪಕ್ಷಿ, ಚಿಟ್ಟೆ, ದುಂಬಿಗಳು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲದೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಬದುಕೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಾತನ ಯಾರು ಗುರುಗಳು, ಮುನಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದರು, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು, ಆಲೋಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗವನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ರು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನೂ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಏನೂ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಜಾತಿ ಏನೋ ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಚಿಟ್ಟೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಂತೆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡಬೇಕು. ಇದೇ ಥರ ರಾಶಿಗಳು ಅಲ್ವಾ, ನಮಗೆ 12 ರಾಶಿ ಇದೆ. 12 ರಾಶಿಗೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು, ಮರಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೆಸರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಏನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕಾಪಿರೈಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಓಕೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರವನ, ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಅಂದರೆ 27 ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಒಂದೊಂದು ನಕ್ಷತ್ರನೂ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮರ ಅಥವಾ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಹಾಗೂ ದೈಹಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವು ತುಂಬ ಉತ್ತಮ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ವಾ. 27 ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಕ್ಕೂ 4 ಭಾಗ, ಪಾದ 1, ಪಾದ 2 ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇರುತ್ತೆ. 1ನೇ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, 2ನೇ ಪಾದ ಮೃಗಶಿರ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾತಕ ಬರೆದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ 27 × 4 ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಲ್ವಾ, 108 ಮರಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಪುರಾಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಇದು ಸೂರ್ಯ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಖ್ಯ, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ನವಗ್ರಹವನ, ಇದು ರಾಶಿವನ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದೇನಾಯಿತು, ಇದು ನಕ್ಷತ್ರವನ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ 180 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ನಿಮಿಷ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಜಾತಕ ಬರೀತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಡಯಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ನಾಗ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಉತ್ತರ, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ, ಪೂರ್ವ, ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಯಾವ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಗಿಡವನ್ನು ನೆಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಪ್ತರ್ಷಿವನ್ನ ಅದೇ ಥರ 7 ಋಷಿಗಳು, 7 ಋಷಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು, ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಋಷಿಗೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು 2 ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಮರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಪ್ತರ್ಷಿವನ ನೋಡಿ, ತೀರ್ಥಂಕರವನ, ಜೈನರಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ಥಂಕರ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ, 24 ಜನ ತೀರ್ಥಂಕರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ತೀರ್ಥಂಕರರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವನವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಬೋಧಿವನ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿಸಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬೋಧಿವನ, ಬೋಧಿ ವೃಕ್ಷ ತೆಳಗೆ ಕೂತು ಏನಾಯಿತು, ಬುದ್ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ವನಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾಗವನ, ಆಮ್ರಪಾಲಿವನ, ಚಿತ್ರಲತವನ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿ ವನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ರಾಗವನ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿರೋರು ಹೋಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಗವನ ಇದೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಗಿಣಿಗಳಿದ ಸಾಕಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಶುಕವನ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಗವನ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ರಾಗಗಳಿವೆ, ಆದರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ರಾಗ, ಮೋಹನ ರಾಗ, ಮಾಯಾಮಾಳವ ಗೌಳ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಗಗಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಒಂದೊಂದು ರಾಗಕ್ಕೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ರಾಗವನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಉಪಶಮನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಈಗ ತಲೆನೋವು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನೋವು, ಕೈಕಾಲು ನೋವು, ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಏನೋ ತಲೆ ತಿರುಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್, ಅಸಿಡಿಟಿ ಕಾಮನ್ ಇವಾಗ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಥರ ಅಮೃತ ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ದಾಳಿಂಬೆ, ಒಂದೆಲಗ, ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಿ, ನೆಲ್ಲಿಕಾಯಿ, ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ, ನುಗ್ಗೆ, ಈ ಥರ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೋದು. ಇದನ್ನು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಲಿಬೋದು. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಥಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ನು. ಯಾವ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಯಾವ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದಾಗ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ. ಪಂಚೇಂದ್ರಿಯವನ್ನ, ಪಂಚೇಂದ್ರಿಯಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನಾವು ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು, ಕಣ್ಣು, ರುಚಿ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ರುಚಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ರುಚಿ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಟಚ್, ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟಚ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಮುಟ್ಟೋದು ಮೃದುವಾಗಿದೆಯಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಮೆತ್ತಗಿದೆಯಾ, ರಫ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ, ಚುಚ್ಚುತ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಟಚ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಒಂಚೂರು ಒಲೆ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದರೆ ಶಾಖ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತಲ್ವ, ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ, ಕಿಡಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ರುಚಿ, ನಾಲಿಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಯಾರು, ಗುಳಗಂಜಿದು ಎಲೆ ರುಚಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಚಿಗುರಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎಲೆ ತುದಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಂದು ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವೀಟಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ರುಚಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿದಿರು ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಕುಜ್ಜಿದಾಗ ಶಬ್ದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಬಿದಿರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಬೇಗ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೇಗ ನಾವು ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫರ್ನಿಚರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಏನಕ್ಕಾದ್ರೂ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಗಳು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬರೀ ನಾವು ಔಷಧಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಸೂಚನಾ ಫಲಕಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಲೇಬ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಲೇಬಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಥಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಥಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಅದೇ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗಲೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗುರುತಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ನಾವು ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು, ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೈನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಮೂಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸಾಟಿಕ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟಾಗಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ತಬೂಬಿಯ ರೋಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಿಂಕ್ ಹೂ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನು ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರ ಬದಲು ನೀವು ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಾವು ನೀವು ಮುತ್ತುಗದು ಗಿಡ ಹಾಕೋದಾಗಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಮಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸುಂದರವಾಗೂ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಅಡಿಷನ್ ಅಂತೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅದು ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ದುಂಬಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಧಾರ ಕೊಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಪಾಲಿನೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದರಿಂದ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ನೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಸ್, ಲೋಕಲ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಆಧಾರಗಳಿವೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ. ನಾರದ ಪುರಾಣ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬೃಹತ್ ಸಂಹಿತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಲವಾರು ನಮಗೆ ನಿದರ್ಶನಗಳಿವೆ. ನಾನು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಗೆ ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕನ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ಇರೋ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದು ಗಾರ್ಡನಿಂಗ್ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನೇಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಪೀಷೀಸ್ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಲೋಕಲಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಹಕ್ಕಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಗಳು ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಕರ್ಷಿಸಿ ತುಂಬ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
So, I sincerely thank Madam Dr. Nandini. Actually, she has taken very less time, and whatever she wants to inform, she has informed very nicely with colored slides. And actually, which she has mentioned, actually medicinal plants and herbs, these are all the plants, we are using since centuries for our food purpose, as well as, to cure various, diseases. So that is the main, objective. The same thing she has informed in a different methods. In a, traditional method, she has informed the gardens, and also because of, we have seen Nakshatravana and especially Bodhivana and other medicinal plants important, she has mentioned. And you have learned since yesterday how these medicinal plants and also aromatic plants, so very important. And she has also mentioned in a different format, she has, she has delivered very nicely. Especially, she has mentioned one point in his, lecture, documentation. So documentation, that, as my knowledge, the Indians are very poor in the documenting the things. Actually, in my college also, I used to mention, you are conducting lot of programs, but, if you ask the documentation, there is no documentation. When, that UGC or, NBA comes, then, they will cook up some of the data and they will do it. That's why whenever immediately they have to make the documentation, especially just, we were discussing, Greek and Europeans are very good documentationists. And also now, most of the, countries, they will give money to India, and we are taking that money and we are documenting, and the details of the plants, maybe animals, and we are providing the same thing to them, and indirectly, and they will publish on their own. So those things is happening. So now, actually from this workshop, at least the, the KSTA has to recommend to the government of Karnataka, as well as the government of India, the Department of, Unani, I don't know. So Unani and Ayurveda and other medicinal plants. So wherever it is required, we have to document, and also we have to preserve the importance of the medicinal plants and aromatic plants. So then at least we can give the legacy to our youngsters. For in this, I will stop my this thing. And also one more thing, just I want to mention, and I will stop, because new technologies are coming to protect these things, and how we have to protect and how we have to use the new technologies for this. And especially everybody is talking about the artificial intelligence and machine learning. So where exactly these things we can store, because the technocrats are mentioning. So in few years our AI tsunami may come. Most probably our day-to-day life may be disturbed in some other way. So that's why we have to be little careful in documenting the things, and also we are storing the things. And once again, I thank Madam Dr. Nandini. She has delivered very nice lecture with very good colorful slides. And also I thank the KSTA for inviting me to chair this last session. And also I thank all the participants for nice hearing. And also, and once again I thank Madam. She has completed very quickly. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you, Madam.
So that's very important, Madam. Yeah.
You can copy that PPT,
Yeah.
Participants, because I was in a rush. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and other thing is, this is GI registered Idu Mishmi Textiles from Arunachal Pradesh. So I was, I worked for it.
Oh, wonderful, Madam. Wonderful. Wonderful, Madam. I think this concept, I just one small submission or suggestion. This is available. So if you concentrate on, you can take a big project, you can discuss with policy makers, and if you do it, it is really wonderful. From childhood, they can really learn. You can share the knowledge, and you can actually inbuilt that kind of knowledge from their young age, then that itself is a wonderful treasure for the future generation and also for our country. With this, thank you very much, madam, and I request Srikanteswara Swami sir to please present a flower pot to sir. I request participants should not go. Thank you, sir, for your suggestion. And I request Srikanteswara Swami sir to present a flower pot to Nandini madam as a token of our respect. I request again Professor Dandin sir. No, sir, please present for chairing this session, Srikanteswara Swami sir. So thank you very much, sir, for chairing this last session, last talk. So thank you, sir. So because of his leadership and his support only, we are organizing this kind of program. So thank you very much, Dandin sir, and thank you, madam, thank you, sir. And so voluntarily, so it will start in 10 minutes cultural program. Before that, voluntarily, anybody want to come and sing whatever folk song, whatever you want, please entertain us. Okay, that the platform is for you now. So, yeah, sir, please.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. No, madam, 6:15 will start. 15 minutes they can come.